Hello, y'all. Welcome. I'm going to work on a game today. A game that is a scary game. A game that is, you might say, like the game Granny. Granny is a game from 2017 where you get chased by, well, if you catch the gaze of a grandma, she will chase you down and she will hurt you. She will hurt you. She's not a nice grandma as far as grandmas go. Yeah, and we're making a game like Granny. Why? Because of the Granny Like Jam. It's a game jam that I started. And the first one was in January. We're doing it in every odd month of the year. And the task is, as you may have guessed, to make a game like another game. So if you can step back, look at your entry, and say, this is like Granny, then congratulations, you have succeeded. But you know, you can make it very unique. You can make it different. You don't have to make it just like Granny. It's really just the purpose of it is to help you have the scope for your game decided for you. So you don't have to plan out the entire gameplay loop, you know, unless you really want to like completely reinvent it. So I started this jam because I have a lot of trouble with scope, where I would start a game that I thought was like, not a big game. It's not a big game. And then it would be months and months and sometimes over a year, and I still wouldn't have the game done. So this jam is helping me personally because I'm able to know exactly what the game is supposed to be, and then I'm just building it. I do make it original and try to be creative and unique about it, but it helps so much just to have that framework. So yeah, so Granny's the game that we're doing this time around, and my Granny Like is about being in a warehouse with a giant spider monster chasing you. Because that's just what I want to do. I have made the spider monster, and I do want to, I'm going to touch it up more, so this is like maybe more of the broad strokes, so not the actual full monster design yet, but it's good enough to like let us know what it's going to look like. And this thing not only will chase you on the ground like Granny, this thing can also climb. And today I'm gonna set up that climbing. This is gonna be a long stream. I'll be here like 12 friggin' hours because I'm a hyper-focused kind of girl. I like to go in and not stop. So I hope you'll join me. If you're working on your own Granny Like, let me know how that's going. I'm interested. And yeah. Let's see, if you ever have any questions about the jam, you can let me know. I'll answer them. I don't know, I just feel like I want to make it a different color. I don't know what color it's going to be. Probably closer to a darker color. I don't know, it was kind of burning my eyeballs, so I figured I'd darken it a little bit. Whoa, that's actually very scary, because it like makes me afraid I'm not going to be able to see it. So today, I'm not going to add in like animations and stuff. That's for another day. But this monster is fully rigged. At least I don't think I'll add an animation. I mean, who knows? Why are the... Oh, it's under... It's like, why are the feet a different color? They're just underneath a nav mesh, which is central to what I'm going to be working on today. Because this monster needs to be able to move all around the map, including up on top of shelves. Now, I think, yeah, so you can kind of see already that there is this nav mesh on the shelves. However, there are some problems. Number one, as you can see, the nav mesh is, I think for this one it makes sense. The reason why it's in this weird spot on this one is because I didn't generate a unique one for these shelves. That just has the same one that's on these shelves. So actually it'll be fine. We just have to generate new ones. But hopefully you can kind of see that blue nav mesh thing. What's up, Phoenix? Welcome. Also, welcome to Bart's and Rorik. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. We're jam ranting hard today. You know it. I'm glad you made it, Phoenix. I'm doing great because I have been looking forward to working on this. I have so been excited to get this game together more. So now for the rest of the month, I'm going to be focusing all on the Granny Like Jam. No JavaScript till October. So you can see there's a little bit of a nav mesh on here, and we'll see how well it works. But ideally, we'll see this monster climbing up and all around to try to get the player. So I guess what I want to do is make sure the nav mesh is correct on this different shelf unit. So these different shelving units are like a whole row. So that's one shelf row. And then they're actually made up of single shelves. And the single shelves will have boxes on them. And those boxes will let you stack up like a barrier so the monster can't see you, because the shelves are not going to provide line of sight protection from the monster. So that's something else. I mean, it would be nice if I get the monster chasing good enough today. I'll figure out how to get the boxes together, because the boxes are going to be really important to the gameplay. Because if I get the monster set up correctly, then we're basically going to be pretty much powerless, and it's going to catch us no matter what. So definitely having some way to actually hide is going to be important. So yeah, I have this shelf row that I did generate a nav mesh for, although we'll see how well it works. And then this one, I just took the same one and slapped it in there, but really I would want to generate its own nav mesh. In theory, we could just use the same setup. We could try. So I think the way I was doing it, how was I doing it? I had like a CSG here. How are you doing, Phoenix? No pressure to answer. You can just hang out. So I was using this as my sort of guide for the nav mesh to know what it should generate around, because we have to bake and generate the nav mesh. It doesn't just generate itself. So let's adjust this a wee bit then. So that's already baked. I probably should have, okay, I in retrospect, I should have saved the CSG components, but we can just make another one. It's fine. Why didn't I save that? I don't have it in like a old GitHub commit, do I? Because that would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Let's see. Oh, I was going to show you in Blender too. You're doing really great! Yes, really great! Really great is really great. I'm loving to hear that. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I was going to show you too that this is fully rigged, although still not yet animated. And there's still a few, like, you know, issues with the mesh I got to fix. And I want to clean it up and, you know, I want to put some eyeballs, carve some detail into it a little bit. But at least I got the general idea of what the monster is going to look like. That's the most important thing, right? Okay, let me show you how ready to animate this thing is. Look at that. Look at that. And they don't have to move together. It's just set up that way, but look at that. Look at that awesome inverse kinematics. Big shout out to Bart's and all y'all in the member stream on Monday for helping me get that rig set up. Oh my gosh, look at it go. So it's going to be really easy to animate. We've even got, like, you know, the head bones, the pincers can all be animated. Very excited to animate this. Even though it's going to be a little bit of effort, it's okay. It's okay. Thanks, Johnny. I was very hesitant about doing the multiple legs. Originally, I had 2 arms and 2. I think I even still have that here. Maybe this one. Pretty sure. Yeah. So originally, I had like 2 arms and 2 legs because it was just gonna be easier, you know. But I don't know. It just. Y'all convinced me in that member stream. Every Monday I do Twitch subscriber, YouTube member streams. I stream more often publicly than I do with the member streams. It's just a way to say thank you for the people who support the channel. And y'all really did talk me into it. I was like, you know, fine. Let's really, I gave it a shot. I was like, okay, I'm gonna show you how difficult and hard to work with this is. And you know, it actually wasn't that bad. And I was like, but it looks so much better. It looks so much better. So we went with it. But yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about like animation stuff today per se, but you know, maybe stretch goal activity. So I'm just kind of curious if I ever say, I mean, it's fine, like, I'll remake it, but if I can save myself that, I will. So, literally, it says, added that, shelf, CSG ruler, shelf row. I wonder if it's on this version. It's just a hunch. The thing is it's not like there to grab. I'm gonna check it out. I wanna save myself that trouble. Like, we're using the beautiful thing that is version control. I might as well get some benefits from it, right? Now it's tough because I'm not super gonna be able to tell, right, that it's there. New array mesh, asset shelf. I mean, unless I could try to look at this. As long as there's a CSG combiner in here. Oh yeah, look, there's boxes, all that stuff. I'm not sure if this was the best version of it, but let's see what we can do. So I think what I could do is download that file. I'm sad, dude. I don't want to. Look, I could remake it. It's not that hard. But the reason why I'm going to try to avoid remaking it is because I'd really like it to be exactly the same as the other one. Hey, Pawn. How I feel today? Pawn, what is the plural for box? Boxin. I bought 2 boxin of donuts. I loved the journey of understanding where you were going with that. I totally know that feeling. I completely understand. Look, sometimes you gotta just take the easy, reliable path to feeling a little bit better, and sometimes 2 boxing of donuts is the way to go. I'm surprised you didn't come across boxes as a plural, but I like boxing more. It's much more fun to say. Boxing of donuts. Welcome, Pawn. I hope the donuts are easing your pain. I do. Manager's levels. What am I looking for? A shelf. I'm gonna save myself. And the thing is, there's also the possibility that it is like not exactly how you say the same version that I need. But we'll see. So I downloaded this from my version control. A good joke by Brian Regan. You guys know some like comedians that I just have never heard of. You guys do be talking about comedians. I don't know. This is shelf row 1 old. We'll see how this goes. It could make Godot very angry. It's okay. Do I have my granny like saved on here? I have so many quick access things that I don't need anymore. But then sometimes I'm like, what if I do need that though? I would hate to have it unpinned. I don't even know what that is. Don't think I need that. Okay, and then I don't have that pinned. So let's get it pinned. The next 2 weeks, I'm locking in on this game. Like, I am so here to finish this game. So I'm going to assume I need it quick accessed. Scripts, textures. So I've been doing a different folder structure than usual, and I'm just a little thrown off, but I think I like it. Okay, shelf rows. We're going to paste that in. Now I have this from the version control. Godot should either import it. Well, it must have imported it. I suppose it just did. Okay, shelf row 1 old. Oh, it doesn't have the CSG in it! Boo. It's a little surprising. Maybe I was just on the wrong version. This is important. Yeah, it was on the wrong one. This is important. By now, could I have just reconstructed a new one? Yeah. But it would have potentially not been exactly the one that I wanted. What a travesty that would be. I mean, come on. Hey, quick, Quixote! I'm saying it right, Quixote. Thank you for the raid. And you're subscribed! Oh my gosh, thank you, Godot. Obviously he looks a little crazy down there, but that's alright. Yay, thank you for the raid, thank you for the sub! How was your stream? What were you up to? Thank you. Quixote, you really are like a champion of supporting hypergame dev. I appreciate you so much. Bringing your people here. You didn't have to do any of that, but you did. Welcome, y'all. I stream game dev. Sometimes I'm focused more on... What's up? It's Barrymore. Sometimes I focus more on Godot. Sometimes I'm focused more on JavaScript lately. But for the next couple weeks, I'm all in for Godot. Godot is like my main thing. Right now I'm making a game that is like kind of a horror game. Barry's amazing people, then I'm glad to have you here. Phoenix says, every time I unpin a folder, your autism is like, you fool, what have you done? I know. What if I needed that? I'll find out. I'll realize I missed it. I'm making a little horror game. It has a long way to go, but it's for a game jam where we make games like other games. This is the 5th game like jam, is what it's called. And Granny is the game that we're basing our games on. So you're not really even supposed to make like a clone of the theme game, but something that's similar enough to it that, you know, you could say, oh yeah, that's like the game Granny. And we've had some entries in the past that are quite different than the original, and yet they still get many accolades and celebrations. So it's not about locking you into making a copycat of something else, but it does help guide development a bit. 18 days left. Man, the time does move fast. So this is my monster. It doesn't actually do anything yet, and I need to add some more details to it, but it kind of generally works. What's up? Let me fix that. Good to see you again. Yeah, it's coming along. So look at that creepy emote. I do feel that I have a lot of work to do because I haven't worked on it since, like, I mean, I did on Monday, like the art, but I haven't done like the game stuff since last week. But I'm locking in for the next 2 weeks. And I'm gonna add some more nav mesh, and then we're gonna see if that monster will chase the player. But the thing I worked on last week was getting this crouching mechanic to work, although I just found a bug that it has, and I had to fix that. It let me crouch up at a bad place, and now I'm actually stuck. So yeah, we got some things to fix. Yeah, so the idea is you're gonna be able to crouch between shelves and pick up boxes and even climb the shelves to try to avoid the monster's line of sight. I seem to have broken something. Let's see what I broke. The player state is state 4. Oh, we can look in here. Player state is crouching can't stand. But I seem to have crouched myself into a basically what I think needs to happen is the collision needs to be expanded a bit. I do also think it's interesting that we did hit that. I'm gonna have to reproduce that. Okay, so we got a little bit of bugs. Fix the lighting situation with baking. You know when I did let me fix that, I gave up on it. I said, you know what, let's not worry about this. Let's circle back to that on a more visual focused day. And so what I ultimately did is I just made the sky dark, and we just are using like the sun, and that's it. But I will get into the lighting stuff. Basically the lighting problem that we had was related to the fact that I'm using compatibility renderer in Godot, which you can kind of see there, which limits a lot of the lighting that you can do on meshes, and so then I was looking into baking lighting, and that was kind of overwhelming. So I just said, this is slowing me down. I need to not worry about it. I want a game that works, number one, and then I'll worry about that. Thanks for stopping in, Phoenix. Yes, thank you for using your points. I appreciate the hydrate. Goodbye for now. And hey, I'm glad you're taking care of yourself and eating. If I had a point system set up for, yay, we did achievements, I would give you points for that. Oh, I was thirsty. All right, now, Quixote did sub, so that means we're gonna have to sing her a song. That's the way that's gonna work. We'll see. I don't sing good. I don't sing well. But I do it anyway. Because you all deserve it for support and helping out. Quixote, oh, I say. Quixote, I say hey to you. Quixote, I say hey to you. Thank you for coming on through. Hey to Quixote, hey, hey, Quixote. Thank you for subbing, I appreciate you. Quixote, hey, I say. Quixote, hey, thank you. Quixote, I think you really have the most. Quixote, oh, Quixote, you got the most. Quixote, yeah, you're the hostess with the mostest. Quixote, hosting streams and coming on through, playing 70. Oh, Quixote, hey, hey. Quixote, hey, hey, Quixote. Thank you, Quixote! You were doing some 7D. It has been a month to the day since you streamed. Welcome back to streaming. Wait, do I know what 7D is? Do I know what that is? I feel like you or somebody has told me about it. Is that like a tabletop thing? You know what? I don't feel like I still know what that is. I'm actually quite surprised by the number of things named 7D. Evidently, it's a very common thing. Glad you're doing well, though. Appreciate the sub. Appreciate the raid. Is it that VR thing? I always thought it was Quixote, like Don Quixote. But I've since been corrected that the intention, even if it may not be obvious looking at it, her intention is for it to be Quixote. So now that I know that and can remember that, sometimes you guys ask me to call you something totally different. You're like, yeah, that may be my username, but everyone calls me Joe. And it's like, I'm not going to remember that. But pronouncing, I can remember better. Also, welcome, Flip. All right. So I do have a little problem that I've just sort of discovered, where the stand-up thing isn't working as good as I'd like it to. Let's see, the stand-up collision is pretty small. I'm a little surprised. So it's this right there. That's what it looks for. But it seemed that it was a little off. It would be nice if I think one problem potentially is that it's not checking more often. I wouldn't even mind so much if there was like a timer. I mean, it's totally a workaround, but if there was some kind of timer that, because it's not, I'm trying to avoid running the check every single frame. So, instead it only checks when you've changed your crouch state or if it literally overlaps with something. But earlier it shouldn't have. I am gonna do the monster thing, I swear to God. But I need to fix this. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, I think I'll just do like a timeout, if I have to. So this, right there. I mean, it's crazy because it let me stand up while I was clipping through in the first place, which is so weird. I have set this up poorly. I have made mistakes. I have made many mistakes. Let me zoom it out here a little bit. Or change the camera. I think you paused it. I think you gotta go back here to unpause it. Oh, but if I can't... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. If it's paused, I can't move things around. Hate that. Oh, but what if you do, this camera will probably be better. Here, come over here. Dude, I can't believe how much trouble it's giving me. It's giving me way too much trouble. I mean, I'm glad. Like, I've never made a first-person game. Never made it. So, I am glad. Okay, so it definitely looks like it's flipping through. I am glad to, like, have experience, but it does mean that there's a lot of stuff that I just have to, like, somehow figure out for the first time. But that's what I love about the Game Like Jam, is that I'm making all these different game genres that normally I wouldn't. Okay, so it's definitely overlapping right there. So it makes sense. So even if it were to check it every timer, it would still have a problem. But like the big issue is more so that the collision, I feel like it's the collision more than anything. Because I've like clipped into it and now I can't move, which is strange. So I think it's not so much that, but that the collision might be a little too high. Yeah, it's nice. I have no reference point for like a best way to handle first person mechanics. But that's all the more reason to figure it out. Oh, it's remote. I was like, why does it look like that? Okay. So what I'm gonna try, I wonder if what's the current active collision? It's not doing the standing collision. No, it's not. It's doing the crouching collision. I think the crouching collision might be too tall or something. Show me, where are these different collisions at? Oh, it's because it's disabled, it doesn't show up? I don't know. Oh, because you're in remote. Whoops. I was like, where is it? Okay, that one. So there's the crouching and there's this one. I think the crouching has to be overlapping. So I wonder if I make this a lot smaller. Because really, the only thing the crouching collision needs to establish is bumping into things left and right. It doesn't need to be doing anything else. Flip got your monster rigged, animated, and patrolling. I saw you were sharing in the Discord like a bunch of Oh wait, that pulls me down further. You were sharing a bunch of like state machine charts, which looked really, really cool. Guys, look at these state machine charts that Flip made. I'm actually very afraid, because that's what I want to do today, is get the monster chasing. And man, let's just say that is not what I imagined having to do. Look at this. This is Flip's state machine layout for the monster chasing. Door stuff. Murdering. Timers. Vertical container. What does that mean? Patrol substates. Why are there 3 of them? Yeah, super impressive that you even put that together. Love that you did. Okay, so I want to establish the bottom part. So we're just going to be a little goofy with that, just as like a little ruler almost. I'm just going to put a mesh in here. Just something to measure by. while I fix this real quick. So I really don't want to be out here worrying about the crouching. The monster has 3 main states, and within each state has a sub-state that it cycles through. Whoa. How are you organizing that? With like nodes? For the substates? You know what the normal way to do it, but that made the most sense to me. I mean, hey, if it works, you know? I kind of feel like the crouching collision can just be a sphere instead of a capsule. In fact, we could even make it the same as this if you wanted to save on resources. Although, you know, it's risky to do this because I might accidentally, you know, change it and wonder what just happened. But if I can share resources, so now both the collision just in code, awesome. Very interesting. Your main process just hands off control to a process function for each state. Interesting. I'm listening. I'm very carefully listening to what you're doing there. Okay. All right. So because I linked these, the head to detect, basically what this top one does is it checks to see, can we stand up if we're under something or not? And the bottom one is just the general crouching collision. But the reason why I'm linking it is just because they look like they can be the same size, and that'll be fine. And then it's just like less things for Godot to keep like in memory. So we'll see if this works out. It might still be a little too high because as you can see, oh no, actually I don't think it will be. I think you just need to pull it down a bit. Wait, where'd the plane go? Oh, you put it inside. Don't do that. That was a mistake. Oh, it's like invisible. Cool, cool, cool. All right, I need to actually back up a little bit. That way you don't have a Mondo huge physics process. Oh, yeah. So you're just saying like you make yeah, I see what you're saying. I think I understand what you're saying. Like in your physics process, you're running things in separate functions. So it's like broken up. Yeah, I hate having a giant. Just any kind of giant function I see as a red flag that needs to be dealt with. Okay, obviously I need to try this mesh placement again. I need to put it outside of this because the whole point was so I can move things around. And it turns out this is hard to see unless I have it selected. All right, I'll check out your screenshot. I was gonna ask. So I'm glad that you just offered it. Okay, I'm gonna just shrink this down a bit and then reposition it. Really want to be done with crouching for the rest of my life. And then I'll just refer to this forever in the future. Okay, so now I'll copy the collision shape from the stand check area so we don't reuse or we don't create new assets, resources that don't need to be created, especially with collision. Saving space is always good. Okay, then we just line it up pretty close to that. And let's see, hopefully this will perform a little better and it'll maybe keep us from getting stuck in a shelf or under a shelf. So as you can see, I'm still able to clip through, which is quite strange, but I'm not getting stuck anymore, so that's good. I'm not getting stuck, but the can't stand thing doesn't work. It's not actually kicking into the can't stand state. Is that because... I'm actually not sure why that is. Because I didn't change that position at all. Interesting in a bad way. I mean, it doesn't look like it's hitting it. Oh, that's it, though. That's the problem. Oh, I think we're sitting lower than we were before, right? So now that I've adjusted the collision, we're actually lower to the ground, which means that that isn't going to hit it. I don't mind. It doesn't feel like we're too low. I mean, maybe a little bit. So actually, let's try just moving this up a little tiny bit. Not that much. Let's just try that much. It does make me think that the can't stand thing could be a little bigger, but or higher in general. Okay. Can still clip through, so it's still not enough. I'm gonna push it up a little bit more. Whoa, not there. Let's try that. I'm locked in for tasks today, y'all. Man. I also started a new ADHD med, so that's also like locking me in. Dang. Oh, but that's the wrong way, Lise. You want to push it down more, not up, because down is what makes you stand higher or crouch higher. Counterintuitive, but now I think about it, it makes sense. Oh, look, we still were barely touching that reference. Anyway, well, I think this is the old height. Here, try it like, not there. Not there either. Let's do there. Okay. Whew! Crouching, some effort. But it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, we're not getting stuck, but can I see where it's at? I think we should just move the head one. Am I just in a different spot? Yeah, we're just in a different spot. Look, it's just barely not touching. And how do I feel about this height? This crouch height. This crouch height is good. Alright, so we're not going to move the crouch collision. Instead, we're going to move the stand check area up a little bit. Oh, don't move the collision, move the area. Yeah. Where possible, I prefer that. Okay, let's try that. Just a lot of little nudging here and there to get it just right. Nice. Okay, I can't stand up now. I am spamming the crouch key. It's doing nothing, which is just what we want. Oh yeah. I think we're in good shape. So that's nice. It wasn't necessarily the code. It was more what? Why didn't it block that? Jeez. Crazy. Kinda shocking, actually. Oh god, my skills at modding on Twitch are still not great, because I've been what can I say? I've been oh, I guess we should also block that account. I've been a YouTube streamer for the most part, but we got it. We got it out of there. Alright, so this is good. So it wasn't like I had a code issue. It was simply that I had a collision position issue. Yeah, we're good now. Now we're crouching good. Alright. I'm gonna commit that. It's a nice change. Makes everything better. Appreciate Flix for asking the question you asked about how it's going, because it gave me the chance to fix that and realize I'm sure it would have eventually, but better sooner than later. Crouch fixed. I'm not going to add the old one in there yet. Okay. So back to nav mesh stuff. I'm definitely feeling like maybe I don't care about getting the old CSG box set up. I'll give it one more try. So in here, we definitely have the CSG boxes. But here's where it may not go well. It may not go well because I may find out that it's just it's not even in the right positions. Right? Sure, there may be the CSG boxes there, but is it going to actually match the mesh that I'm trying to bake. I don't know, but it's worth a shot. Okay, so we're downloading this old thing. And so basically what we do is we use these CSG rows, or these CSG boxes, to define the shape of the shelf rows. And then I bake a nav mesh based on that. Because the current setup... Do you wanna download it? You can download it if you want. There we go. The current shelves, they do not have a way for me to easily generate a mesh from them, a nav mesh, because they're like these separate instances that have, yes, a mesh on them, but it's got all these gaps in between and stuff, so I don't want that. I want it to just be like a solid thing. So by creating a sort of mock shelf that is solid, I can then generate the nav mesh. And again, so it looks something like, in its final form, something like this, right? So it's the solid thing. Wait, it does have CSG on it. I didn't need to do any of that. Oh my god. Look, they're right there. Guys, they're right. They're literally right there. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I gotta get my head in the game. Oh my goodness. Well, great. That's one less thing to worry about now. Delete it. Jesus. How did I miss that? I don't know, but I very much did. It's right there. I was kind of wondering, like, why wouldn't I have kept it? I should have trusted myself. You know what confused me? It confused me when I dragged this scene in. I don't think you did drag it in, Lise. All right, we do our best. You know what? We do our best here. We're gonna make this local, and let's scooch this over here. You know what? It's good news because it means less work. So this actually is gonna require a bit of tactility. It's such a Lise moment, Burns. I love that. It's just a Lise moment. I like that framing a lot. Question that I have, did I make it sort of go over the edges a little bit? Okay. I think we got pretty flush with it. Yeah, in fact, it was even a little inside of the mesh. Okay, so we want to get lined up nicely. So then I have one on the bottom. It's kind of weird because it's like it's not all particularly designed, the nav mesh stuff, to detect these like vertical walls. So I have to add like this little stick out part on the bottom, so that way it knows to like fan outward or upward, as it were. Because if I don't add that at the bottom, it just won't put nav mesh there. Because what I think it's really doing is it's seeing this and then it's seeing the top and it's sort of like connecting the two. It's weird, but here we are. Here we are. Okay, so maybe about there. Looks good. Think we could pull this out a little more. I love a Lise moment, because, you know, it means everything's gonna be okay. Okay, so then we pull this over here. So I have to do this for every shelf row. I'm probably gonna have like 5 or 6 different shelf rows. Really, I guess I wouldn't make not every possible combination, but maybe, of how these rows can be broken up. And the reason why I'm doing that, if that's not clear, is so I can create a sort of procedural maze. And these are gonna load in random positions, or it'll probably be the same spot, but it's gonna load in a random shelf row scene, so that way it won't always be the same path. And by the way. The game is about you going from one end of the warehouse to the other end of the warehouse, weaving between and underneath or over these shelves. And so I'm trying to create these like a different opening arrangement by having a bunch of different shelf organizations. I'm only going to start with 2 for now, more as like a proof of concept and to make sure to test out properly, to make sure it works. The you know, setting up the nav mesh this way or getting a workflow established at least. Okay, so something like that. Great, so now we have this on both sides and we're gonna bake it. I heard a saying once that the first thought is golden. The first thought is golden. What does that mean? Why is there another combiner in here? I don't know. Okay, so now with the CSG, we can bake a mesh instance. And now we have a single mesh, and that is exactly what a navigation region wants to bake a nav region. Nice, it looks pretty good. I don't really think this matters, but I'm curious what it says. Attempted to update a navigation region with a navigation mesh that uses a cell height of 0.1 something, while assigned to a navigation map set to a cell height of 0.25. The cell height for navigation maps can be changed. Assigned to a navigation map. What? What does that mean? I'm not sure I understand what it's saying. You knew all along you had the CSG box there. Oh yeah, you're right. I did. The first thought is golden. I mean, that's pretty fair. Like, I actually feel like I run into that a lot. Now that you mention it. I noticed that too, like if I lose something around the house, usually the first place that I think it probably is the right place. And it's always the last place I check too, at the same time. I like that, parts. They're saying you need to update that info in the project settings. What? That's in the project settings? I didn't know that. What? Default cell height for 3D navigation maps. So is this implying that an agent won't be able to... I'm gonna leave it and then I'm curious if I need to change it later. Like, what will happen? What is it preventing me from doing? It just gets angry if the default is different? Like, who cares what the default is? I'm overriding the default. That's my prerogative. You've been using grok a lot. What does that word mean outside of the context of Elon Musk's AI? What the heck is grok? Alright, we're gonna leave that. We're gonna say it's fine. But thank you for... I guess I gotta give you a special thank for showing me what that even means. Today I learned. It means understand. Oh. You're taking it back. Good for you. I respect that. And Crunk, is this true? Dude, what if it just showed up? That'd be crazy. Definitely Godot consultant special thank. When a concept clicks for you, then you grok it. Wow. I love learning new words. I don't think I'll ever use it, but I'm glad to know it now. I feel like it's been stolen. Alright, well, it generated the mesh, and it looks fine to me. So we're gonna be okay with that. Alright, so now if we go to the main scene, we'll see that this has a gap in between it. So we can maybe actually test out what it'll be like. The other thing that does bother me is how high from the ground this is, but maybe that like doesn't matter. I hear that might not be that important, so I'm just gonna leave it that way. The only thing that bothers me about that is that it clips with this. So I'm not entirely sure if I'm making the right decision here, but I do wonder if it wouldn't be a good idea to have those rows have like a skipped nav mesh on them. But I guess I'd rather try it than like add in a bunch of protection that I end up not needing. If that AI company for stealing, it's a fun word, right? Grok sounds like a caveman name. How can you name that any? It does sound like a caveman name. Me Grok. Me give you answer. What's up, Eric? Rawr. Okay, so let's generate this anew, because it wasn't, I think it was based on an old shape after all. So again, it's adding the nav mesh actually underneath or on top of the shelves, and I'm a little curious, like if that means that it'll navigate through the shelves, which would be bad. There's a couple different ways we could deal with that. Number one, we could make the shelves obstacles, navigation obstacles, so it doesn't try to solve on them, but then it just always floats a little up. Okay. But then if I use the obstacles, I worry that's going to interfere with the vertical climbing nav mesh that I want. So I think the way I would solve it is I would just have stand-in CSG meshes. Because again, the rows are always going to be in the same place. The only thing that's different is a different arrangement will spawn in there. So I might just put like a whole block here. Oh, so an offset so it hugs the ground. Maybe is what you mean. Or maybe you mean something else. Offset for what? But so I would just put like stand-in for each row, stand-in CSG meshes, and then bake it so it leaves those spots blank. And then the only issue that would create is now there'd be a gap. I make game dev look easy. Love that. Welcome, Yababa. I'm so okay with that. I just love doing it, and I can't help myself. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. Game dev isn't the easiest thing, but it gets easier the more you practice. And I make a lot of mistakes. Sometimes I make it look hard. You can offset, and let's say Godot makes it easy. You can offset the agent. Oh, so if it is like floating or something, we can offset the agent. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So if I did that idea with the rows excluding the nav mesh on the ground, I would need to go into each of these rows and make sure I added in a bit of ground. So I would probably put that CSG bake back in there and just make sure that there's always a ground added in at the bottom. Nav agent sees a nav mesh, but puts appendage -1 point meter down or whatever the offset is. Gotcha. Nice. But before I try that solution, I think not what you're saying, but what I was saying with the cutting out like a bake space on each row. I think I'll just see what it's like this way, and then if it's behaving weirdly, we can deal with it. All right, so nav meshes are down. I'm going to commit that where it is. Shelf 2, no all caps. Shelf 2 has good nav mesh, as far as I can tell. Suppose we'll see if it's good. Okay. So now I want to actually get the monster so it can move along that nav mesh. So this is where we're setting up the nav agent. So we put a nav... Now, actually, I started to make this monster before, but I ended up not keeping it this way. I don't think there's really much that it does other than it just exists and probably doesn't need to exist. So maybe I'm just going to delete it. Do I still have the monster in here? I don't. I'm just going to delete this because it's just going to cause confusion. Okay. So our monster is the editor cap. And let's add a nav agent. Please. There it is. Now, I haven't used these in a long time, and when I did, it was a bit of a different situation. But I say we just leave it alone and see what happens for fun. So then what we have to do... So there's our monster script. Let's rename this to editor cap. And then we want to attach that to our editor cap. So I started to like map out how this will work. We set up the nav agent, which I don't think is actually set up correctly here. Make sure this is accessible as unique name. Now it should be good. Name monster. Let's change that to editor cap. Set current target. Current target underscore current target equals target. Vector 0. Okay. Physics process. If not nav agent, is navigation finished? So what this does, it returns true if the agent's navigation has finished. If the target is reachable, navigation ends when the target is reached. So what this is, I guess, saying, if it's unreachable, navigation ends when the last waypoint of the path is reached. What it's saying is if it so the way that navigation seems to work is it goes point to point. So the monster will say, I'm going to this point. Now I'm going to that point. Now I'm going to that point. Now I'm going to that point. And when it reaches that point, or the next point is unreachable, then is navigation finished or return true. So, with that in mind, this says, if this is false, wait, wouldn't I want to say if it's true? Set the next one. Not if it's false. I think that's what I want. It's a little confusing the way it's worded. I think that's what we want. If it hits that finished point, then update the nav agent target position to the current target. And then set the overall global position to the next path position. So that's just gonna, it's just gonna jump. It's just gonna go boop, 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 because there's no tween, there's no move toward. The move toward seems good. For now. Can always change it. 2 vector 3 delta float. Okay, but I gotta remember how to use it right. So if we want to say global position, move toward nav agent, get next path position, delta. Okay. It's probably going to be weird, but that's okay. So what are going to be the targets? We don't have anything set right now. We need to give it a target. I mean, the player, obviously, but there's two different things, right? There's going to be, it's patrolling. That's one target, or the different points in its patrol. And then going after the player will be another one. maybe just for simplicity's sake, we'll just do the player for now, and then assuming that works out, we can do the waypoints. Your monster uses character body 3D's move and slide. Oh, interesting. Straight up moving it works too. That's very interesting. I kind of like that. All right, well, let me see why I don't like this way, and then I'm gonna keep that in mind. That's a really good idea. Oh, what is this? Movement delta equals movement speed times delta. Oh, I guess I got this from the documentation. So this will be better for its movement, though. Interesting. You also did a character body? Oh man. Maybe I might need to do that. All right, well, I'm gonna see where it's at for now. So if I want to set it to the player, again, we're just gonna do a simple thing for now. That's how the docs use it? Oh man. All right. All right. Gotcha. Or, you know, I feel like I'd rather not put this here, you know? I feel like I'd rather have the monster looking for the player, not the player telling the monster where it is. Welcome, Casper. What is currently moving when you use this? Just node attached to this? So the nav agent is actually simply added as a child or even a sibling. I guess it's a child of the thing that you want to move. And then so it's kind of doing its own thing. It wouldn't even necessarily have to be a child. It just has to exist somewhere. And then it is like generating positions and waypoints. And then what we do is from the monster itself, we check those positions that it's generating and we move it between those positions. Similar to Unity? Nice. Nice. Previous talk, a picking got you hungry? Yes, feed yourself. Feed yourself. Very important. Cheers. I will cheers a bite to you. Okay. So for now, as a temporary thing, we're going to set the current target to player.ref. Every single frame. I'm sure this is going to be a mess, but I want to see what happens. You tip a glass to whatever moderate depth of viewer seller. It was me! I'm the one. I didn't properly ban it. Welcome, Dreadwing. I don't know how that one slipped through. I mean, I guess I kind of do know how it slipped through. I should have banned the person. I guess I can still do that. But I've been streaming on YouTube primarily, which is primarily where it all happens around here. Let's see if I did that right. Nice, I banned them. I like adding the domain names they use to the automod block list. Oh, it's a good idea. That's a very good idea. I should do that. Put that in my to-do list. Okay. Good call, Dread. Alright, let's see what happens. It may not work at all. It may work weirdly. Script inherits from native type area 3D, so it can't be assigned to a no. Oh, yeah. that was old. That was for the old monster. No problem. See this face? It's crazy, not stupid. What? I don't know what that means, but I enjoy it. Trying to assign a value of type object. Oh, sorry. Global position. I would be so. I know. Okay, so it isn't not. It's not giving me errors, but yeah. And it's staying put. I guess it'd be kind of interesting to see what its current target is. So you can see it is updating as I move around. Now, of course, that's literally just the player position, right? It might be more interesting to also be able to track what it's set the target position to. So let's even say variable next waypoint or next nav point, next path, next nav pause, let's call it that. Vector 3. And we actually set it up like this. Next nav pause, just so I can track it a little more easily and say it's probably better to do this way. So it's all good. Okay. So I want to figure out, is it actually generating these positions? That could be my misuse of, maybe I did want to say not. If there, look, some people have dyslexia, sometimes I do too. But you know what, I really have dysboolia. I get real confused when it comes to setting up booleans. I don't know why. Now I will say that didn't seem to make any difference, but often that is my issue. Okay, nope, not better. But what I do want to see. So now it's at 0. So that was where. No, you were right. You booled correctly. That was correct. Because if I do it like this, it at least becomes something. But it's just not arriving at that position. There it says 13 to negative 2.5. So that's where it's aiming for. Which is, as you can see, is basically my position. So, but, you know, if I start moving, it just it isn't actually getting to that spot, so it's never finishing. So maybe I do want to go character body. Everything seems to be working except for the movement. Oh, but Lise, look, you have the global position move toward happening only if it's finished. I feel like you need to move that out here if you want that to work. Right? That has to be in the physics process. Well, in theory. Let's see what it's doing now. Remote. There, it's at the 13. Oh, it's still staying there. Didn't help it at all. Wow. Okay. I'm a little surprised. Maybe I need to configure the nav agent more good. Path desired distance. The distance threshold before a path point is considered to be reached. Allows agents to not have to hit a path point on the path exactly, but only to reach its general area. If this value is set too high, it will skip points in the path, which can lead to it leaving the navigation mesh. I don't think this is the issue. If it's too low, it'll be stuck in a repath loop. It will constantly overshoot the distance. I don't think that's it. Distance threshold for a target is considered to be reached. On reaching the target, target reached is emitted and navigation ends. Don't think that's the issue. I feel like it's none of these, honestly. Debug enabled. If true, shows debug visuals. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Is it like under the ground or something? I mean, if you do this, you're gonna fall through. Just saying. We got problems. Path custom point size. Is the last line necessary? So the reason why I added this in was so I would have a variable I could track and see if it's updating. So it's... Oh, are you saying this? The stuff that I commented out? Maybe. This is from the documentation. But yeah, I added this in to help me track it. It should essentially be... I guess it kind of doesn't make sense actually, though. Now that I think about it. Wait. Wait a minute. I did this wrong. Oh, what I explained? What do you mean? Don't you need a speed variable? Yeah. Yeah. That's a good call. Yeah, it should still... Exactly, it should still... I was figuring we'd tweak the speed. But yeah, we can try that. It's a good call. If navigation... Is navigation finished? Set the next nav position to the current target. Move toward the next position. I feel like you went this before. I mean, it shouldn't really matter, but... Oh, look, there's a path. Okay. So it's drawing the path. I think it's, yeah, it's just my movement is not set up good. But look at that. It knows. It knows where to go. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure it's a speed thing. I guess I do wonder about that other code that I got from the documentation that I commented out. It's a good start. It is. It's a good start. It makes me very optimistic. Yes. I mean, this is definitely interesting, this velocity thing. I like the movement delta is a good idea. Whoa, you see something? You see something important? That's gonna be too fast, but it's okay. It really, that's fine. And then movement delta, I was gonna say I really prefer keeping this as a magic number at first. Global position equals global position move toward. Oh! Now that's a good call right there. I never use move toward. Oh, Casper. Casper with the save. That makes so much sense. Oh my gosh. You I special thank. To you, I give a special thank. What? Oh my gosh. Thank you. What in the world? Whoops. I just assumed that was wrong. I guess that is Godot consultantry if you really think about it. I'm gonna give you 2 special thank for that. I don't care. You got me a little closer. Oh yeah, it totally worked. Nah, it just, like, as soon as you said it, I was like, that makes too much sense to not be correct. You nailed it. Nice work. Let's go. So I want it to be particularly slow so I can kite it around. Oh yeah, baby. Monster be chasing! Okay, okay. Let's go! You saved me, Casper. Okay, so what I want to really check is what happens. Oh god, it waits. It should change. It's so dumb. It definitely needs to, like, try to change its positions. Okay, what's it gonna do? What's it gonna do? Oh, it walks right through the shelf. Oh, it is going up. Wait, it's climbing. What? Oh, dang. Obviously, it's clipping all through it. But so it seemed like it wait a minute. Uh-oh. I think it's confused. AAA game studio material? Well, too bad for them. They can't have me. So it does seem to get a little stuck somehow. Yeah, it's stuck. It was interesting because at first it calculated a position through the shelves. And then once it reached the shelves, it changed to start going up. Almost like it wasn't until it bumped into it that it realized, oh, I should climb over the top of that or something. See? And then it just skipped it. So I think I do need to tell it not to go in that area, because sometimes it'll just skip. Okay. All right, let's do it. This is not bad though. This is good. I do wonder. So one thing, I think I want to make sure I update the position more often somehow, because like the fact that it goes all the way there is kind of weird. But then again, is it that weird? I mean, if that actually is good behavior if it hasn't seen the player yet, that it finishes its, because if it like heard the player, it's just gonna go to that spot and look around. But if it sees the player, it should be like constantly chasing it, right? Max step height. Wait, what does that mean? You mean the default thing that we were looking at before, or something else? The project settings situation? The cell height? Or is that something else? So here, the cell height is set to 0.1. The main ground is kept to the default, 0.25. Yeah, that. But if I have two different ones that are at different raycast, yeah, for sure. Might have to do some lovely raycast and update if it has line of sight. Yeah. Yeah, right. But it's nice that at least I have a framework for how it chases. And then I guess it comes down to how do we guide that framework? And yeah, something like a raycast could help a lot. So if I have the cell height here to 0.25, let me ask myself something. Do I really need to be setting this? Because I feel like I was just experimenting to see what would get the nav mesh to bake in the way that I wanted it to bake. I'm a little concerned because I did just realize that I didn't save. That was for the row 1 CSG nav mesh, but I didn't save it, so now I have to remake it, which is kind of annoying, actually. That's a little bit annoying. Alright, you know, we learn, we try things, we learn, we find out, we make mistakes. So we're just gonna do it again. We're just gonna do it again. Make that local, delete this, and just make sure you save it separately. So like, I would even call this shelf row 1 CSG for nav mesh. Right? That's what that is. And then this one would be like shelf row 2 CSG for nav mesh. It's a bit much, but alright, just a quick redo, no big deal. We can do hard things. Now technically I could just test this on the other one, but I think what I'm going to try to do is make sure that cell height is always the same. We'll see. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if it's going to like affect how well the nav mesh bakes vertically. If it does, then I need to think about maybe normalizing all of the cell height. Assuming that's even it. But if it is it, then I need to think about normalizing the cell height everywhere to 0.1. Alright. There's that. I'm gonna save this. Oh, we can bake it if you want. Bake it. Then I'm going to save it as a new scene, wherever we're saving this. Shelf. We're just putting it in there. Yeah, because that's fine. I'm going to make a folder. CSGs for nav mesh. Oh, I didn't really want to reset the position when I saved it. Let's save over it. Do you need to rebake it so it connects with the ground? I hope not. Let's just say I hope not. No, I appreciate it. It's helpful. Please don't reset the position. This one already has the position reset. I mean, just redo it. You know, just do it again. What can I say? I like things to be nice for the future. Set myself up for success. It's weird that it adds the CSG combiner. I don't know what that's about. Save it as a scene, overwrite this one, don't reset the position. Okay. Great. It would be nice if that was default though. Just like in general. The reset position. Okay. Great. Back here. That's our new one. Grab the baked mesh, remove this for now, although I might need it. That's why we saved it. Then, what I'm going to do differently is this time, let's make the cell height default. See if that makes the nav mesh not generate correctly. I'm not sure that looked that different. It is different, actually. You can see that when it's 0.1, it doesn't reach up as high. When I make it 0.25, it reaches up higher. I mean, it's not really that big a deal, probably, you know. And what about cell size? What happens if I reset that one? Whoa. It does make quite a difference. But is it like a bad difference? I don't know. You know, obviously you get some weird little cutoffs on the corners. But maybe that's okay. And how does it look without this on there? Oh, look. But look, now it's not filled in the middle. So that's actually not good. What is the border for? What do you mean border? What does border mean here? You mean at the bottom of it? If that's what you mean. The reason why I do that is because if I don't, it won't do the vertical nav mesh. And it probably has something to do with it. It's just like the default behavior, border size. Oh, an option. I don't know. I don't know what it does. I don't know what a lot of these things do. Size of the non-navigable border around the bake bounding area. I don't know what that means. But like we can try it, see what happens. that murdered it. That absolutely killed it. So normally it's at 0. So there it's only on top. So all I know is it is making it worse. But if it's 0, it does it. So I can't say I know what it is, other than I know that it's wrong. Yeah, we leave it at 0. Well, so the cell size is going to be 0.1. We'll try the cell height at 0.25 just to see what happens. See what it's like. As an experiment. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing over here. Update that cell height to 0.2. Bring the mesh back in. Get the bake. And rebake the nav mesh. Okay. Now, I do think we still need to break up the gaps between, or where the rows are at on the general floor. Because it seems like maybe it'll climb, or maybe it'll just clip right through. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's fix that. So what I was planning to do for that was, let's actually create let's drag in that same shelf row nav mesh situation, except this would just be like general. So we'll call it row 0. And then this would just be fully filled out. Now I don't think I actually need much here. Let's get rid of the bottom part. I want to make sure this does reach to the end. Okay. Doesn't really need to be that tall. Probably. But whatever. It could be nice to have it be tall. If I need to use it as a guide for something else, I guess. We could say, maybe I'll say rows all or something. Because it doesn't need to be separate. Now obviously I only have 2 rows right now, and this isn't going to be the final layout, but that's okay. So we'll just do those 2. Now, if I do that and bake it, well, but here's the thing, Lise. You actually, here's the only thing. You have to put that over here, I think. Actually, I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think you should do that. Let's try this. Hey, welcome back, Phoenix. Yeah, the monster is pathfinding. Now, I've added in this extra challenge of verticality, and so I'm having to just kind of reconfigure some things so that verticality is taken into consideration. Oops, that's not what I meant to move. I'll show you once I put this together. No, not collision. I keep clicking that. There we go. Although I think it would still work. Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, so we rebake this, and now as you can see, it adds a gap at those positions. But where this is going to be a problem is the monster won't walk through here. So then I was thinking on each individual row, it adds in a bit of ground for it to go on. But let's not worry about that right now. Let's just see if this makes any difference on the vertical navigation. I am gonna save this. And remove it. Okay. Let's see where it's at. Yeah, right, navigation link. True. Yeah. I might have to look into that. That pulls separate regions together. So as you can see, it does come for us. Oh, so now it's not even trying to go up vertically anymore. What I'm not sure of is if that has more to do with the fact that there's a gap. I feel like we do need the link. I think that's exactly what we need next. But see, it's not even gonna walk through here because of the big thing we set up. All right, let's look into the link. I think it's gonna be necessary. I feel like the link will potentially resolve that. Connect navigation mesh polygons from navigation regions over arbitrary distances for pathfinding. Also use to consider movement shortcuts in pathfinding available through interacting with gameplay objects. Ladders, jump pads, or teleports. Yeah, ladders. It's kind of what we're basically creating ladders. Different regions can connect their navigation meshes without the need for a navigation link as long as they have overlapping edges. As soon as the distance becomes too large, building valid connections becomes a problem. So I could just make it overlap, but especially with that gap where the door is, it would be nice if we could also just close that gap this way. See, using isn't that where we are? We're not on using, oh wait, no, you're on links. Yeah, okay, got that. Connecting navigation meshes. Okay, that's different from linking navigation meshes. Automatically merged. Oh, okay. Or, okay, I think we still want to do here. Navigation links your navigation regions like layers. Links add a single connection between two positions at an arbitrary distance, start position and an end position, and can go in both directions. Thank you for the hydrate, Phoenix. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. I needed that. Navigation links add a single connection between two positions over an arbitrary distance. Yeah, I get you. Start position, end position. Can go both directions when bidirection is enabled. When placed, a navigation link connects the navigation polygons closest to its start position and end position within search radius for pathfinding. So there's two things that are separated. And I guess one of these arrows is the start and one of these is the end. They have debug markers in the editor, love that. The arrows indicate which direction the link can be traveled across, and the visible radius of the position shows a polygon search rate. So is this within a single region, or can this link multiple regions together? I'm a little worried this is going to connect the gap between shelves, which I don't actually want. When a navigant reaches a position of the link, game code needs to react through area triggers and provide means for the agent to move through. Without that, it will attempt to move itself along the path of the link. You could end up with a nav agent walking over a bottomless pit instead of waiting for a moving platform. Or walking through a teleporter and proceeding through a wall. They say either or the same. Thank you. I certainly would like it to be not the same. Well, depends. The following script uses the navigation server to create a new navigation link. That seems unnecessary. I've noticed that the start position and end position need to be very close to the y-axis of the respective nav regions for it to work. Start and end positions are... If they're in the same region, it gets discarded. If you have overlapping regions, beware of this. Okay. So, but like, where do I put it? It's not the clearest to me, but maybe it'll become obvious, because sometimes when you add stuff, nodes in, it'll have like a little warning, like, hey, I need to be a child of this, or whatever. Okay, let's see what it says. Start position should be different than the end position. Okay. Okay. So, okay. This is bizarre. Can we, like, do it at weird... Yeah, we can. So is this, like, saying it'll, like, look for a matching region within this circle? And then... I don't know if this rotation works. I don't really fully understand, but I'm curious to see what happens. So, like, I'm imagining that since that pink circle encompasses the vertical region, and this one encompasses that, it'll know to connect it? I don't know. And then what, I need like a separate one for each? This is some weird stuff. Interesting, but weird. We'll see. I may well be using it wrong. Okay. Somewhere around there. So ideally it would... Oh, look! It's going up! Yeah, definitely a fun to experiment. Okay. So it's interesting because this does kind of make me think that the nav region is too thin, where it can't seem to figure out how to go down the other side, potentially. But it did connect it, which is good. Well, I want to say one more thing, Lise. I think you might have flipped the start and end around, but it says bi-directional, so I don't think that should matter. Enter cost. When pathfinding enters this link from another region's navigation mesh, the enter cost value is added to the path distance for determining the shortest path. What? Travel cost. When it moves along the link, the travel distance is multiplied with travel cost. What do these things mean? I wonder if it... I don't actually have no idea. Genuinely no clue. And like, what if I like move that like that? Let's go all the way down here and see if it can navigate through that. But yeah, things like ladder. Oh no, look, so it literally goes to that one position. So the link is like only defining that one spot. Well, I kind of hate that. I feel like we just need to overlap. I think that's gonna be easier than this. I could see it if there's just like a very specific single spot. So it might be good for those doorways, but I think for this it is not great. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this bake back. And I'm gonna make the mesh a lot thinner this time. Looks like it's for jumping. Do you want your monster to jump on or over the obstacles? The monster is gonna climb over the mesh, or the shelves. It's gonna climb all up on the shelves. I don't know that it's for jumping though. I mean, maybe it could, potentially. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. That's an option. Really, I think it's just for connecting to, like it's saying, if there's a specific spot where there's a gap between the regions, use the link to make sure that gap is connected. And it's only going to be connected at that link, which could be used for jumping. But there's no real obstacle jumping that is going to be necessary. So there's one place left that I think I could actually use it, and that would be for these gaps between shelf rows. But I know that it's not the right tool for this job because I don't want to be putting links in every single place. I mean, on some level it could be nice, like maybe just say only in the center of the shelves is where you should start climbing, but it's being a little weird. So I use in Blender bots being able to jump from one. Yeah. I mean, it could be used that way, totally. But I don't need it for that. Unity. Yeah. All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna try baking the nav mesh with this size, and hopefully it is better. In that, well, that's gonna be worse. No, it won't, because hopefully this will create more overlap. I think that's gonna be the easiest way. Okay, so now you can see it's a lot closer, but, oh wait, no, it's overlapping. It's just overlapping. You can see where this line is a little lighter, or where the mesh is a little lighter. That's the overlap. It's cutting it a little close, though. And I think it would be nice if we just made it a little bit closer overlap-wise. It's pretty wild. I mean, I will say, there's probably like a setting in how we're calculating the region that also could deal with this, but instead of faffing around with that, this will be easier to faff with. Oh, it looks like I didn't do them the same. Whoops. What do we end up making it? .13 or let's even just try 0.1. Okay, bake it. Drop it in. That didn't make much of a difference, truth be told. 0.05 it is. Bake it, move it, get rid of the old one. It's not really getting much smaller. Like, I think it should be good enough, but I would like it to be a little better. So maybe I do have to go in with the navigation region and change those settings a bit. Because it doesn't seem like it wants to. Get closer. So if it was working, I'd want to see that this dark area here get smaller. Nope. Whoops. Okay. Well, then let's... Would be nice to kind of back it up a little bit. I liked it when it wasn't quite so tiny. I don't know, I just preferred it. If it's not going to make a difference, I'd rather it be a little thicker anyway. So no difference. So let's actually adjust this somehow. Min size, merge size, edges, polygons, details, filters. This is why I didn't want to mess with this, because it's just confusing. Let's see what this is like. Let's put this region min size to 15. That didn't matter. What if I make it like 1? Okay. Merge size. I don't know, make it 1. Okay, nothing different. Edges, max length, max error. Oh, sorry I missed your message, Phoenix. It looks like the Twitch chat got ignored. I hate when that happens. It'd be like that sometimes, though. It really do. Let me make sure it's back. Okay, it's back. Phoenix said, are you planning on making some kind of procedural generation for your granny like? I wouldn't say procedural generation. Yeah, Pressfire, how are you here so early? It must be the crack of dawn. Yeah, I do move sliders till it works. Absolutely. So the closest to procedural generation is there's going to be like multiple shelf rows. They're a little bit, yes. So kind of, Phoenix, yes. There's actually 2 areas where that will happen. When you self-collision steep slope instead of just vertical. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea. if that seems like something we need to do, I'll definitely try that. But I'm not sure we need to do that. So there's going to be a couple areas where procedural generation will come into play. There's going to be multiple rows of shelves. There's only 2 for now while I'm testing and getting things set up. But there's going to be multiple rows all throughout this warehouse. And, hey gamer, I'm doing good. How are you? And so those rows will be slightly different from each other. So like here's one shelf example. It's got 3, a gap, and then 2. And here's another shelf example. It's got 5, and then there's a gap on the right side. So maybe there'd be another where, you know, I don't know, it's like this or something. Just have different arrangements. Busy weekend that requires crack of dawn awakenings. Gotcha, gotcha. It's going good. The pathfinding is coming together though. Although I'm having to deal with these little quirks of trying to get the verticality to work right. Tired, but okay. Nice. So then what it's going to do when I have all of these variants of shelf arrangements, the way it'll work is it'll pick a random shelf arrangement to add in to each row. So right now you see that there's the 3, a gap, and then 2, but that one could just as easily be the one with 4, 5, and then a gap. So it will randomize how the rows, they'll always be in the same position, but it's essentially moving the gap around for each shelf setup. And then the other aspect of procedural generation will be boxes. So these shelves will all come with boxes on them. And the boxes are something that the player is going to be able to pick up and stack to break the line of sight with the monster, because the monster is going to be able to see you through shelves. So then the way that's going to work is there will be like multiple markers on each shelf that represent where a box could spawn, and then it'll randomly spawn a box at different places on those shelves. And then the player will have a different set of boxes to try to find and arrange and stack up and stuff. But other than that, it'll be, whoa, wide cat. Other than that, it'll be the same. Hello, Travi. You're looking particularly wide today. I will fix you. I apologize for what I've done to you. This wide cat. There you go. Okay. Welcome, Travi. It's good to have you. It's okay. It's because I feel. As cats want to do. No cat emote on Twitch? There should be a cat emote on Twitch. There totally is. Is it like a high tier one, maybe? And I guess there's always the regular cat ones that Twitch has too. Probably an emote I use the most on Twitch. The cool cat. Okay. But yeah, I tried to keep some of the ones that are exclusive on YouTube to also be exclusive on Twitch. So where are we at? I guess I was trying to figure out which slider I can move around to make these gaps get close. And you can see also over here, against the wall, it creates this gap. So really, I'm just trying to get it to not do that. So we should really see both of these get closer. This one is a banner. What does that mean? A banger. The music? Hell yeah. Yeah, I like this one too. It is Vital Whales by Unicorn Heads. Vertice Polygon details, sample distance. Thanks for the follow, Swartixidibima. Appreciate it. Swart, thank you for the hydrate. Swart. I'm working on a horror game in Godot. I can show you where it's at, even though it's got a long way to go. This monster will chase you. We're not supposed to see that. This monster will chase you around. Oh, it's probably, you might have collision. We'll see. And I'm just now setting up the monster chase stuff. And specifically trying to get it to climb up and down. Oh, it's coming down now. The overlap was key. Okay, forget the navigation link. Oh yeah, look at that. Obviously it's clipping, it doesn't have the animations and stuff, so that will need to be tweaked. But yes, it climbs. And it climbs good. Yeah, it's looking good. It totally works. I think it's going to definitely be a challenge to get it to look okay without too much clipping. Like, ideally, something that I really wish is that the navigation regions would be further apart on the vertical sections. So I'm probably going to have to continue to iterate on how the navigation regions come together. Now, it doesn't go between those when it should, so that is something I also want to try to fix. Because if I walk through this little door, it's interesting. It kind of does, though. It kind of does. You can see it like sort of, hey, we got some functionality. It hugs the side because it's bridging that gap. What's up, Elcaridian? I'm a little worried it could get stuck. It does still get a little stuck up there. Yikes. Hey, Quixote, it goes good. I'm kind of getting the verticality working. Oh, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. Wonder what's wrong with that spot. It's just like, it's wobbling. I feel like what would be nice is there was more, like it would go up to the top and then go over and then go down. As opposed to what it's trying to do, which is go boink and then directly down. I feel like that creates some issues for it. And then the other thing too is I want, you know, yeah, like line of sight kind of thing. Something that will allow it to interrupt. Because if I'm already all the way over here, and you can see the path finding is still going over to that part. It's edging down like a spider, clearly intentional. Yeah! Yeah, it's a feature. Absolutely. Well, maybe not the feature I want. Which, does that make it a bug? I think it does. So it's better. It's better. It's not perfect. I also wonder if, like, changes to the agent will make a difference, but I feel like there's not a lot of agent. Okay, we have, like, options. Avoidance. We're not doing avoidance right now. Target desired distance. Threshold before the target is considered to be reached. Interesting, so we could also do that, which might change its path. I'm just gonna experiment with some of this, though. I mean, again, if it was stuck, why would the player be like, would move? I mean, you do have to move to win the game, so I guess you would move. Let's see if I can get it stuck again. It looks like a potential stuck spot. But it did it. Kind of. It seems to, like, not get down to the ground sometimes. But I'm not sure if it's always that high up. I think it might just... No, because sometimes it's higher. I swear. You're right. It is updating quicker. You're right. Look, it's like literally following me. Good call. I didn't even appreciate that. Yeah, it is. Nice. It's weird because it like slides down when really I'd want it to go straight down and then go horizontal, but it's like it starts moving towards you before it reaches its lowest point. So I mean, there's a couple reasons why it looks like it's floating. One of them is that the mesh is actually not touching the ground. That's a pretty big one. Which I'd probably need to update in Blender. But then the other part is that the navigation, it's weird because it does... I didn't know that was like a shortcut you could get to. Wait, what? What's making it be wireframe? Oh, I know how. It's the render. Okay. Anyway. So, even if I move it down here, I have an animation that's just locking it in a certain position. I think you gotta move the whole thing. I need to open up these different ones. Can't wait till the end of the jam to be able to test games and be like, ha, I would have been way better. Even though you did not participate in the jam. That's funny. I'm sorry that you're not able to participate. That is very amusing, though. Oh, it didn't like that. Let me add in this extra area. But if you had participated, it would have been so much better than all the others. It's a nice self-awareness that you have there. Appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna add a new horizontal split here. It's kind of the way I just do it for animation. Non-linear editor there. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Open up the idle. Wait, where's the keyframes? We got no keyframes? Okay. It's kind of weird, but... Oh, there they are. So I think I just need to keyframe down the new positions. Because just for like the temporary time being, I've got like the this pose being held. Okay. Hopefully it'll be closer to the ground. It might kick its legs out in a T-pose. Yeah, it goes up and down, but it's got a few bugs. But it does like generally go up and down, so that's a win. Crazy, it still looks like it's floating. Are we like above the origin? There's a big bug on the screen right now. There is, yes. The bug, there we do have a bug. It's correct. You're not wrong. That's at the origin. Okay. It's so weird that it just like doesn't want to quite hit the ground. Oh, that looks better. But maybe I just didn't save it. Okay. And then, oh, I wonder if the ground is like a little lower. If that's the problem. I mean, it doesn't really look like it, but whatever. I'm just gonna push this up. So the reason why I'm doing that is because it's a little confusing. Interestingly, this might also make the nav mesh fit more snug. But as soon as I go to rebake it, it'll be the same issue again. So I think I do need to do something that ensures that it offsets lower. So it does chase, it does follow, and it will go up and come back down, but it does this weird thing where it comes down at an angle before it hits the ground, right? So it's like, instead of going up and then straight down, it'll start coming towards you before it touches the ground. And then you can see it just stays lifted up the entire time. So a few oddities there that concern me. Because as you saw, it started out right on the ground. But then it just never bothers to go back down again. It says Functional's ain't AAA game these days. Yeah, I don't play a lot of AAA games. Sometimes. I'll take your word for it. I know there's a lot of games launching that have problems. Even like the Borderlands that just came out. They always be launching them super broken these days. You're not wrong. So again, I could try to get that nav mesh to be lower. We could do the offset thing. Can't wait till the end of the jam to be able to test games. Oh, we already said that. Whoops, wrong message. We got two different platforms now. I gotta make sure I'm looking at the right one. I don't know if I'll be able to make something in time before submissions deadline. That's fair. Work out of nowhere has suddenly demanded more of my time. I haven't even started the project yet. I'm so sorry. Yeah, DLC the fixes. Put together a quick 2D version just cause. Yeah, do something quick. You know, so you still get that experience of practicing scope. But I understand that life can get in the way. I hoped that, you know, a month long would give enough time for scheduling conflicts to work out, but a month still isn't that long, it turns out. Well, we always do it every other month on the odd months. So the next one, the last one of the year, will be in November. Will be in November. Shut down when there's a deadline. Yeah, I too feel that often. Again, why I tried to make it be a little longer, but still, I know. Deadlines suck. I know. Alright, let me try to rebake this. Thanks for letting us know, El Garidian. Still interested to see if you come up with a little something, or solve different problems along the way, without necessarily making the whole thing. Wait, whoops. Wait, but is that the new one or the old one? Oh, we hit this whole thing for one. I'm not sure if that's the new one or the old one, so we'll just bake this, drag it in. Okay. Then we'll rebake the nav, which is gonna be a lot higher now. The offset could be good, that Flip was talking about. Now Flip talked about setting that in code. Right, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Just like literally on the movement. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So let's say, oh, I meant to make this a constant. Path height offset? Oh wait, is that in the region settings? Or you're saying just move the path, the whole path down? Oh, it's a slider? Oh, so it is. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know why I didn't see it. I don't know why. It just didn't click. I feel like I owe you a couple special things. Okay. Great. So we can just try stuff. See what that's like. But again, I'm not sure this is necessarily going to... I wonder if it's that because I adjusted the path distance, that's where a lot of the floating is coming from. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you stuck? Oh, it is super stuck. I wonder if it had to do with that path height. You're excited for this one. Ironic that you're able to create something original and fun for the Brackies Jam in 4 days. You're excited to see if you can make it a month. I mean, you did say that you have like extra work stuff this time, so there's that. And then I guess the other thing is that it's a double-edged sword with the long time, right? Like a month versus 4 days. It has to be positive to go down. What does that mean? Oh, you're saying that I'm putting it up right now. Thank you. Whoops. But a month can be tricky too, because it's easier to think you have more time and you can just like chill. It's harder, it can be harder to budget time when there's more time to budget, for sure. What I don't like about super short ones is that I tend to sacrifice sleep or skip meals and, you know, to like hurry up, and I work longer than I should to hurry up and get something done in time. And so I'd rather at least promote healthier lifestyle behaviors rather than enjoy the benefits of a short-term pressure. So it still is floating a bit, and then it kind of still stays a little bit floaty. So I do wonder if it doesn't have to do with this desired distance thing. So if I put that back to 1, which means that it's not going to correct itself when the player moves until it reaches its endpoint. But I have a feeling that that's going to make it actually hit the ground instead of floating. No, it still floats. What's up, Freckles? Good. Let's go. Obviously, it needs to like face the player and be animated, but excellent. Glad to hear that. So it still kind of goes floaty, unfortunately. It doesn't commit to getting all the way to the ground. No idea how to fix that. Path post-processing. Applied to the raw path corridor. Applies a funnel algorithm. Result in the shortest... It almost shouldn't be doing the shortest path possible all the time. You want to learn GDScript? I am using GDScript. I like it a lot. I'll try C# one day, but I love GDScript. I recommend it. Tile or grid-based layouts can face artificial corners with diagonal movement due to a jagged path corridor imposed by cell shapes. I'm not sure what a path corridor is. Yeah. I love Blender. Let's go. Well, you're in the right place. Those are my tools of choice. Let's go. So you don't use GDScript, but are you using some other kind of game dev tool? Centers every path in the middle of the traveled navigation mesh polygon edge. Creates better paths for tile or grid-based layouts that restrict the movement to the cell center. Applies no post-processing and returns the raw path corridor as found by a path-finding algorithm. I don't understand what these things mean, but I'm gonna click them and we're gonna see what happens. See if it seems different. Interesting. So it's not yet going up, which is interesting and weird. Oh, this is worse. This is a lot worse. Got stuck again. We got some challenges here. Just get out and do GDScript, but you're struggling with the coding. You like learning to set up tile maps and stuff. That's about all you can do so far. Nice. Nice. I mean, it just takes practice, you know, looking up how to do things when you run into issues. The Godot documentation is invaluable. Built in right to the engine. Modeling some scenes in Blender for reference for your book illustrations. That's a good idea. Like, I personally struggle a lot with 2D drawing. And so, what can be nice, yeah, modeling them out in 3D so you get, like, the 3D... a 3D like reference to like draw over. It's a really good idea. Learning to hand paint textures. Nice. I only recently started doing that. It's not my favorite thing to do, but I do it if I have to. Yeah, the docs are great. The Godot docs are ridiculous how good they are. Most of the time. You know, there's a couple blind spots, but few and far between. Blender, yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these tools aren't super intuitive right out of the gate, and so you gotta do some supplement research. What was I gonna do? I mean, this was interesting. Oh, I actually want to put that distance update back up, because that didn't seem to make anything better in terms of its tracking. Or its floating. Whoa. I mean, whatever this edge post-processing thing does, it is making it very difficult for it to go upward. somehow for some reason. I don't even know if going downward will be cleaner because I can't get it to I can't get it to get there in the first place. So whatever that's doing, it's not good. Let's try none. I'm thinking what I'm gonna have to do is redesign the vertical nav mesh a bit. At least. Okay, this is with none post-processing. Come straight down. Oh, it's still kind of floats a little bit. Oh, and there it's not even seeing the vertical anymore. It looks like it got stuck in there. Wow. I mean, it was already getting stuck a little bit, but it seems like that default setting is the best possible one. Yeah, I think this is where it's going to be the most challenging. It lives there now. Is getting the vertical to horizontal transition to be reasonable and clean. But this one does the best with the least issues, this corridor post-processing option. But I mean, it's ridiculous that it floats its way down. Hopefully it's obvious what I'm talking about. Like, it starts coming at you horizontally before it's fully hit the ground vertically. Which, like, doesn't make sense that it would climb that way. Pathfinding algorithm. Options. Only one. Cool, cool, cool. Simplify path. Less critical points removed. Simplification amount is controlled by simplify epsilon. Simplification uses a variant of Raymer-Douglas-Pucher algorithm for curve point decimation. Simplification can be helpful to mitigate various path following issues that can arise with certain agent types and script behaviors. Doesn't sound helpful. Toggle this the way you did doors. Wait, why would this be like doors? Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to different problem solving routes. I think the likely, besides once I'm done clicking these different things and seeing what happens. What the hell? What are you doing? What are you doing? I think remaking the shelf nav mesh is gonna be good. Okay, simplify epsilon. The path simplification amount in world units. 10. At least the 0 one caused some issues. What if the shelf just has an area 3D that puts the monster in climb mode if it's in their way? Interesting. Right, maybe don't use nav mesh for that. It's an interesting idea. Your guy tries to go directly to a spot, disregarding doors, but whenever a door is in the way, he stops and opens it. Yeah. It's kind of like what Bart's is saying. Behavior you're trying to implement? So the behavior pretty much is there, but it's doing it undesirably. So the monster is going to be able to climb these shelves, right? Uppy. And then it needs to climb back down to come after the player. Now, besides all the weird clipping and stuff, the thing that I am displeased with is that before it fully vertically touches the ground, it starts flying towards you. I'm not sure if everybody understands that because it's kind of hard to explain, but like, I feel like you can see it. Like, it's going up now, and before it touches the ground, it starts floating towards the player. So, ideally, instead of floating before it touches the ground, it would touch the ground and then start walking horizontally. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. To sort of like fake the climbing a bit. I think that might be the way to go. You get that they name algorithms after people, but the names are so modern standard that they're hard to remember. Yeah, I agree. Nothing like Pythagoras. Yeah, it is confusing. I wish that it was just like representative of what it actually does. Put in a check that has reached approximately EAA before moving forwards. Interesting. That's true. Yeah, that would work too. That might be like a less resistant path than setting up a whole special coding situation. I mean, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not exactly sure. Like, I guess we could say, so we can look at this, the points that it's going towards along the way. So it's this next nav pause. That's where it's looking to move. So you can see that it's looking at 0.531. That should always be 0. Unless it's climbing. So if it's climbing, it should be obviously not that. But that y. So what we could say is, it's a little weird. It's a little strange that y doesn't, like, look, it's going up, but it's not changing it. It's weird. A max uppy downy setting? Interesting. I'm a little confused by that Y position. I mean, it seems like it only does two different ones, 0.5 or 0.9. But see, it still says 0.9. I'm a little confused by that. So, like, obviously that wasn't 0.5. That's way higher. You can even tell by looking at the node 2D or node 3D at the bottom, right behind, right there. You can see that it says much higher than 0.9 or 0.5. Uh-oh, this happens. So there's also this. Yeah. So, which this does kind of bring back to the idea of maybe not relying on navmesh for vertical navigation. So that this isn't even possible. We wiggling. So if I was going to do it that way, we would need to know when it has approached a shelf. And when it has approached a shelf and is near the shelf, it would need to cease navigation, or we would need to stop checking the navigation. And, well, we can keep checking it. We just would stop having the navigation affect the position. And then instead, we'd switch to some other position thing. The shelves are always going to be the same height. The only so here's the only problem I have with that. We got to think a little bit about it. Because the player is going to be able to climb as well. I haven't implemented that yet. But the player could be on the middle shelf. And if the player's on the middle shelf, I wouldn't want the monster to climb all the way up and over every single time. It would have to say, oh, I've reached the player, therefore I don't need to keep climbing. So, you know, I'd have to also, yeah, some kind of states. I'd have to also code in something that says if the player is on the shelf or climbing the shelf, really if the player's Y position isn't on the ground, then... Oh, look, that was crouching. That's what it's basing its next nav Y position on. It's very strange to me that it doesn't match. I find that really weird how that works, that the next nav position doesn't match the actual position that it goes to. It's really bizarre to me, but I guess whatever. So yeah, so we would need to say whatever, if the player isn't on the ground, only climb up to the Y position that the player is at. Which means if the player were to move its Y position, it would need to then track and follow that. So I think for some of that behavior, it gets a little more complicated than I'd like. So, I mean, if I could make these problems not happen, that would be great. So before I think it's a really good idea. But before I go for that, I'm gonna keep trying to adjust the shelf nav mesh to see if I can get it to be something that it's easier able to work with. So an idea that Bart's had was to make it a slope instead of straight vertical. I think that's an interesting idea and worth a shot. So I'm gonna do that. It's just gonna take a lot of trial and error. That's the name of the game today. Is there like a pyramid or a prism or something? It's polygon CSG. I mean, you could just use just a mesh instance too. I've definitely tried to make these polygon ones before, but I don't remember enjoying it. Hey, welcome, Raf. Getting the monster to chase, and it does require... Oh no, this isn't bad. It does require some tweaking to get just right. That is actually really easy. Let's say, I don't know if we want it to be quite that steep. Let's try 0.5 to start with. Or was that 0.5? Oh no, 0.5. And then am I just sacrificing gizmos here? Not really. Kind of. A little bit. Because I don't think we can select multiple. What is this? Edit polygon. Create polygon. Create polygon? Oh, I could like draw extra points. I see. I mean, it's a little tedious to adjust, but I guess that's okay. Definitely would like that to be like centered. But yeah, the monster do be chasing. It just could chase vertically more effectively. So I'm trying to experiment with ways to do that. And even though we could get really creative and make a separate climbing system through code and stuff, I would much rather not, if I can avoid it. 3.2. Which one is it? There we go. Okay. Now, that's not a very steep slope, but it is a bit of a slope. I don't love doing these point by point. It's pretty unpleasant. I feel like you could just do a mesh instance. Maybe. But it might be harder to combine later. Oh wait, where's my z-axis? Oh, where's my z-axis? No. No z-axis? Oh, depth. Okay. That's fine. As long as it exists. Exists. Okay. Hope you're doing good though, Raf. Can we just center it? This way? I don't think so. I mean, whatever, put it at the ord. No, because the depth, you actually need it to go all the way to this side. Then you can drag the depth out. Depth. There it is. Oops. Whoa, smoothing. That's crazy. Okay, trying to get that pretty close. Okay. And let's see what this bakes into. Should be interesting. Drag it into the nav region. Now, I've set up a lot of these settings in kind of a wacky way, so I might want to even consider redoing that. You know what? I am going to. We're gonna redo it. And then real quick, can we actually just get the old one back? I'm trying to make sure I don't lose the old one if I decide I want to fall back to it. So we'll bake the old one. Then I'm gonna duplicate it. Make the nav region unique. Hide the old one. Put the new mesh in. And then I think I just reset. I'm just gonna make these have all new settings. So put it on default, which is not gonna be enough for that slope, probably. I've not had the best success. Oh no, there we go. Just kidding. Sometimes when I try to duplicate it, it doesn't work good, but I think it's probably just a unique situation. Okay, so it didn't lay down any nav at all. So I would need to change this. We have height, we have slope, all kinds of things like that. Let's mark those. Nothing. Max slope can be very slopey. All good. But still, nothing. Try pulling up the height. Nothing. Max climb, sure. Make it big. Okay. Length. We are dragging sliders now, y'all. Okay. I think we probably still want slope up. Let me look at the other one. Like, what actually made it do that? Oh, the cell height wasn't 0.25? Whoops. Am I setting up collisions? No. I am making nav mesh, which is sort of similar, but this is like, I'm baking the navigation area that the monster will use to determine how it moves. I'm losing confidence in the ability for this to work with verticality in the ways that I need, but I'm gonna stick with it, at least by changing the shape a little bit. So originally I was baking it based on a different shape. Where I guess you could say the nav mesh looked like this. And again, it's a little tricky because the nav mesh doesn't really like getting generated vertically. But you can kind of see the like light blue transparent thing there. That's the old nav mesh. And so I'm trying to generate a new nav mesh, but I have to mess with all these settings so it actually works. What if I put the cell size to 0.1? Seems to be a big one. Nope, okay. Cool, cool, cool. So we'll know that it worked because we'll actually see anything. Now, to be fair, this is quite different than the other one because the other one I had like some ground space. I think it might still need that. And so by that, I mean like a little bit there. It seemed like if there was some degree of floor, it was easier for it to figure out how to build the navigation. So I might need to do that. So let's try to do that again. Yeah, it's one way. It also allows the monster, so like what nav mesh does is it tells whatever you want what, it's like, so you set like a target, let's say the player, and then the nav mesh, normally you might say, would be like on the ground, on the floor. And so whatever you're having follow the player, in our case the monster, will generate points along all of those. You liked the last song? Will generate points on that floor nav mesh to try to get the monster closer to the player. And so I'm experimenting with trying to use verticality here. The floor stuff works fine, but I'm trying to figure out how to get that verticality to work nicely. The last song was... yeah, this one is really good. Raga of Thousand Suns by Hano Digs It. And so for some reason, it tends to like calculate the verticality better if there's a floor around it. So I think I'm gonna try to do that. I was hoping that maybe since it wasn't fully vertical, that I wouldn't need to do this, but I think I probably do. So let's try it like that. So it did find, did it? No, it didn't find anything. That helped absolutely none. Cool, 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 cool. So I'm actually thinking I should probably use all the same properties here. Still make it unique. Rebake it. So that did work. Any chance we could put that at default? Okay. Now I'm gonna try actually removing that again. So this is something. It's definitely something. But I'm gonna try removing the flat part now that we're using these different settings. I mean, it is nice because it provides maybe a bit more vertical space for it, but you can see it's a little weird, right? Like maybe the stickiness makes sense because look, it's like sticking this corner out and then there's a bunch of flatness in the middle. It makes me think that some of these strange shapes in here and edges could contribute to it getting stuck and confused. It gets pretty weird in here. I do wonder if there isn't some way we could code in the nav mesh shape instead of baking it. It would bake it at runtime. I feel like that would still not work though. I feel like it would still like bake it based on parameters more so than like, I really wish I could just tell it, just be this exact position. That's the nav mesh, you know, instead of having to ask it to figure out where the nav mesh should be. It seems kind of silly. Like maybe I'm just not understanding. Oh, look, it didn't do it. Maybe I'm just not understanding something fundamental about how these things work, but it irritates me. I think when people can explain concepts simply like you did, it shows how much they understand something. Oh, thanks. Sometimes when I do actually understand it, it's nice, but I get it wrong a lot. That's why you guys are here to correct me. Thanks, though. That's nice. So it seems like it does need that like ground base. Otherwise it just gets super confused. Unfortunately. And it's not super fun to like, it's not fun. It's interesting, but it would be nice just to like code our own climbing system, but I still think this is less of an investment potentially if it can work. So interestingly, it's actually skipping. Look at that. It's almost skipping the entire center portion. It's doing some crazy stuff. Like, what? Hey, what's up, Bunny Rabbit Sim? How you doing? Thanks for coming through again. This is kind of a mess. What if I make that cell size gone? Bad news. Real bad news. Interesting. 0.1, it shows up. 0.01, not so much. Whoa. The default is 0.25. And that makes it, it's like a very tiny margin for that. Okay, I mean, this is better. It gets awfully pointy at the top. I would really like it not to get pointy at the top. I don't like the pointiness. I suppose, I don't think it's gonna work. I was gonna say I could try like a flat portion on top, but I don't think that's gonna go well. I'm trying to set up some better collision, or not collision, nav mesh for my monster. It does navigate generally, but it's got some goofinesses. I'm so surprised that it still makes it super flat up top. Radius 0. Well, now it's nothing. What if I make it 0.1? I'm just gonna try stuff, because I don't really understand what a lot of these things are and do. It's very confusing. Looks like that needs to be 0. Wait, why is it not? Oh, that's not 0. Make the radius 0, then it will bake it. Height 3, default is 1.5. Doesn't seem to make much of a difference. Why is Blender so Blender? Are you struggling with something? I love that Blender's Blender. It's my favorite part of it. The climb makes a difference. Let's try it at 1 instead of 500. You want to make a line between two verts? F key. So oops. Here, let's do it this way. So there I have a point, a vert, right there, and I have this vert. Select one, select the other, press F, bam, connected. Which is essentially like fill. It's the fill key, kind of, sort of, not really. Maybe it's. Did I just draw a random line? I'm not sure what you're asking. What does the F key even technically do? I don't know, I just do it. I just use it. But it works in a lot of other ways too. So what I did was extrude. You pick the point, and then you press E, and now you can extrude it somewhere else. Like an extra little thing on here. So I'm actually stretching out from there. Yeah, these are definitely a lot of things that often in really simple. Yeah. Definitely basic stuff that if you find like a simple basic tutorial on Blender, donut tutorial, whatever, just some kind of like beginner tutorial, it'll cover all that kind of stuff. So you can also extrude an edge. Fixing normals is good. Very, very good. And then you can also use that F key, by the way, to fill in like a face. So if you have a full loop like this suggested, and you press F, it'll just fill it in for you. Same key for connecting 2 points. That's a nav mesh helper in the importer docs. Have you tried doing the nav mesh in Blender already? You're welcome. Yeah, F3. Yes, F3 is awesome. I love it. Like if I'm like, is there a thing I can do? Hit F3 and just search. Just look for stuff, you know? Yeah, F3 is awesome. Navmesh helper. Wait, so are you saying that I can add a flag that'll make something import as navmesh? Dogs are awesome. Yeah, if you know what you're looking for. I mean, the internet search is your friend. Like, obviously you can ask us first too, but a lot of these things, you know, it's really hard to, I think it's hard to learn tools like this without finding out the answers other people got to basic questions. And once you get in that habit of looking up stuff, like asking a question like how to connect to verts, I feel like the learning really just starts snowballing. But you can also ask us. It's just as good. We got you. I didn't know there was a nav mesh flag. I had no idea. Yeah, it's a good way to learn. First time watching Hyper Game Dev, I barely knew anything about coding. Third stream, I was offering coding patterns advice to Lees. That's awesome! I love it. I love how you guys trying to help me can be part of learning. Let's go. Yeah, man, like, I'm here. I'm here to figure things out. I'm not here as an expert. I'm here as someone trying to make my way the best I can. And I stand by that being valuable. Right now in Blender, you're creating a human-sized sand track. What's a sand track? But struggling with some curved stuff. Interesting. You said you did not use it for yours. Oh, the nav mesh flag? Because you want to put in static objects in the scene later. So you've consigned yourself with dealing with the bake gods. I hate the bake gods. Coffee time. Cheers to caffeine. So that will literally circumvent the bake gods. I hate the bake gods. It's absurd that I should have to, like, only create a nav mesh based on it's trying to figure out what it should be. Well, I'm very interested in that, and so here's what I'm gonna try with that in mind. Assuming that, like, I'm incredibly suspicious, but also way too excited to not give it a shot. So I'm gonna bake this mesh, and then we're gonna export it to Blender. Let's see if I remember how to do that. You guys showed me the other day. It was scene export as GLTF. Just know that using -nav mesh will delete the mesh part, so you'll want it as a separate mesh in the export. Well, I'm gonna use a sample anyway, but that's good to know. Because if I did the shelves on their own, it would create gaps between each shelf, which I don't want to do that. A sand racetrack. Human-sized sand racetrack. Like a racetrack that is to scale. Interesting. You making a racing game? Maybe you said that already once before. Okay, we'll just say this is Blender nav mesh or something. Export that. Go to Blender. Have you been using the spin and curve modifiers for the curves? Oh, you're asking Freckles. Okay, those are useful. I think Pierogigon has a little bit about how to use that, a little tutorial. Pretty sure. I think it's in the candy cane one. Dang, Rogi has been pumping these out. Might even be in the rotational symmetry one.
Here's how to make a candy cane in Blender. Add a cylinder, change the vertices to 9, the depth to 20, go into front view, and move the cursor up 10 units and left 4 units. Go into X-ray and select the top vertices and use spin. Change
If you need
spin
some
to
extra
Y
guidance.
And set the angle to 180 degrees. Cut the base of the candy cane and set cuts to 12. Hide the top vertices. Duplicate the bottom vertices down.
You don't have to do all this stuff.
Editing, and rotate on Z. Turn up the area of influence. Delete the temporary point. Unhide the vertices with Alt-H. Select the edge loops one at a time and double tap R to spin them into place. Here's how to make a candy cane.
Wait, actually,
add a cylinder. Change the vertices to 9.
Wait, maybe it didn't have the spin in it.
Go into front view and move the cursor up 10 units and left 4 units.
Maybe Rogi tried it.
And select the top vertices and use spin. Change spin to Y and set the
there it
angle
is.
to
I just
180
missed
degrees.
it.
Cut the base of the candy cane.
There you go.
Angle to 180 degrees. Cut and go into X-ray and select the top vertices and use spin.
So Rogi's doing that in a bit of a different way. I don't think Rogi's using the modifier, but rather, let me open this up. Oh, we want to import. Just kidding. So we'll start a new one. I think what Rogi was doing was, I've never used the spin modifier myself. It's coming down here. So there's often, with a lot of modifiers, there's like, yeah, let's go. With modifiers, there's like a modifier version, and then there's also like a built-in version, like solidify, subdivide. So you could like search through here, look for spin, and a type of extrusion. And then often there's also I guess it's not a modifier. That is a way to do it. Sometimes there's both. For example, solidify has a modifier, and then it also has a another thing. But yeah, I'm not sure. I've never used this before. You like this one too, Elk? The one that's playing? Oh, there you go. That's not too bad. Obviously, this is not what we'd want, but nice. Seems pretty usable. It'd be cool to implement in a game. Your book illustration is based on an island, and they go around doing water balloon fights, playing with cars in the sand, and making magic card castles. Interesting. Sounds fun. Sounds delightful. Spin, you place the 3D cursor around where you want to spin. Gotcha. Trying to make an arch-shaped ramp for the sand race track, and you have a few things like triangle shapes as ramps and stuff like that. Nice. Bridge edge loop can help too, but spin seems more the tool for the job. Okay. So we're gonna import that GLTF that we made. Oh, so keep an eye out for that if you're on the Discord, Freckles. Maybe that'll help you. Flip's posting in live text channel in the Discord or something. Okay. Bring in the GLTF. Whoa. Why did it bring the shelves with it? Oh, I guess because when you export, it just exports everything. That's crazy. Please don't do that. Please stop. Okay, you only need that one. And now I'm told that I can just add a nav mesh flag. I'm dubious, but excited. Oh yeah, I guess we could put this in here. Shelf. Long nav mesh. I'm gonna be so happy if this works. If the nav mesh just looks exactly like the shape, I'm gonna be a very, very happy dev. Ooh. Oh, that looks good. Wow. This is perfect. It's so weird. Wow, look, navigation mesh. Wow. So it just pre-bakes the navigation mesh. This is awesome. I don't know that I particularly care about saving it. I guess I will. Yeah, I guess it could be nice. So we can update it. Amazing. Drop that in there. Can I just rename this to like shelf nav meshes? Blender won't like that, but that's okay. So I mean, ideally we would just only bring in that. Oh my god, it looks so good. What? Holy crap. I mean, I think you should save this, though. Just to be on the safe side. And then I don't even have to bake anything. It's already baked. Oh my gosh. So that actually created the entire region. Wow. That is cool. Bart's. Thank you. Oh my gosh. What? Thank you so much. That is... Oh, I am so happy. Oh, man. Ooh, that would have sucked a lot more. Okay. Wow. All the rest of this is trash, as far as I'm concerned. It's perfect. Now, I guess I still have to find out if that's gonna be good for its navigation. But at least it's clean. So row 2 is special, obviously. So I'll have to export that separately. I'm gonna not keep this GLTF. Or this textures folder. So if we could just get that baked mesh. No, but I don't actually want, I just want the bottom or the top. I don't want that little part on the bottom. So I'll bake that. Okay. It's midnight now, but you decided to code while watching on your second monitor because you're in sleep denial. Same. I've been sleep denying as well lately. Thanks for hanging out while we make stuff. I love deving alongside other people on streams. Flip posted an example for you if you want to use that, Freckles. Yo, Bart's is like making my life a lot better right now. Okay, bake this. Interesting that if it's the root, it won't bake anything. I guess it makes sense because it always tries to make it a sibling. But like, don't. What if we just don't make it a sibling? Okay. Then I want to export it. Not a lot of options there to export it. Bake FPS. Root node mode. Format. Image format. Like none? Like don't. I don't need no images. I don't need no textures. Oh wait, what did I just save it? Did I just save it? At the root? Okay, so let's import GLTF. No, not documents bookmark. Granny like bookmark. I don't know where I saved it. Where did I save that? In asset shelf. Get rid of everything except with what I need. Probably make this the top level too. That way it imports in a little cleaner. Please? Maybe. Drag away. Drag out. Get out. Okay, then we just add nav mesh on the end. And add it into our misspelled shelf nav meshes folder. I wouldn't recommend renaming it there. Oh, but it's a blend file. It's getting a little, it gets a little confusing sometimes. But so that's not just shelf long nav mesh. That's shelf, really this is shelf row 2 nav mesh, if we're being specific. Then in Godot, I'll try to clean this up a little bit. Shelf row 1 nav mesh. And we'll make this folder named correctly. Open up this. It should be a little cleaner than the last one. Make a new inherited scene for it. Yeah, the last one was looking a little goof troop. Where when I brought that one in, we had this extra node. I mean, whatever. Not the end of the world. Oh, look at that beautiful nav mesh. Oh my gosh! I can't believe I've ever been doing it any other way. Unthinkable. Wow. Wow. Out with the old, in with the new. It's perfect. Now again, I'm still not entirely sure that this is going to be optimal for the monster's navigation, but at least I'll be creating exactly what I want to create to test and see if it works better, instead of having to faff around with who knows what shape. Alright, so now they're both in with our desired nav meshes. Go to the main scene, we'll see that. Kind of. I think so. Yeah, it's there. Okay, let's see how it behaves now. So now the nav mesh is just like a perfect box around the shelves. Ooh. That didn't look good. I do wonder if there's not overlap anymore. I would guess that's probably the issue. So before, especially with the way it fanned out at the bottom. Yeah, so see how there's a gap? I think that gap, it's not knowing to bridge it. Yeah, it's definitely weird. But I will say, I'm not even sure the nav mesh is there, guys. I feel like I don't see it. Like, it's really obvious and visible here. But when I look in the main scene, I mean, I guess it's there. Yeah, it's there. No, it's there. It is there. Okay, just checking. So I think I need to actually make it wider, which will be better anyway, so it won't collide. Nav mesh on pack scenes is gray by default. Oh, okay, gotcha. So I think I do need to make it a little bit wider. So let's do that. Shouldn't be too bad here in Blender to do that. Oh, it would be nice if we could make these quads also. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. The answer is no, I can't remember how to do that. I thought it was making that really low, and that's what made it do it. I mean, it's not the most important thing. Wait, why is it still spinning? I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it does feel ridiculous that these are here when they really don't need to be. Yeah, I couldn't get tried quad to work, so. They're always secretly there. Hey, what's up, Spunk? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the nav mesh situation. It works good for the floor, but where I'm struggling at the moment is... Oh, we should have on the edges and faces. I'm trying to get the vertical stuff to work good. And so I'm creating a custom nav mesh. This is pretty annoying. Maybe I needed to select just like one face at a time for tries to quads. I can never get tries to quads to work. Yeah, you would think, but look. It does that. I guess I could do it twice. Alright, I'll do it twice. I did it once and was like, that's stupid. Oh, but look, I still got rid of it. Not familiar with nav mesh. Thank you. Yeah, it's good. It helps a lot. It helps save a lot of time for sure. But you know, since I'm doing, I was selecting the middle edge. Look, middle edge, dissolve edges, and so that, I know what you're. I think I know what you're saying. Pretty sure I know what you're saying. But you can see it's not doing it right, so it's okay. It is okay. Yeah. It's okay. It could be weirder. Alright, now it's cleaned out. Coffee acquired. Nice KO day. We shall caffeinate. But verticality should... Oh, I'm very jam-ratting. Verticality shouldn't work. I mean, with nav meshes, like, ladders have to work somehow. So it's kind of like a big old ladder is what I'm creating. Now I want to make this a little wider. Oops. Because it needs to overlap with the floor. And the nav mesh be putting a gap. So that you can see the nav mesh is that light blue edge. This light blue edge here. And it puts a little gap. And so in order to bridge that gap, I need to make the shelf nav mesh be a little wider. Nav mesh was built off a single geometry. I'm not sure what you mean. As opposed to, what's a multiple geometry? So the way the nav mesh, there's different ways you can bake it. But if you add in whatever meshes you want to add in as children to the region, you can then bake it based on that region, and it will add it in. Now, for my vertical ones, that baking is looking pretty dookie. So what we're doing now is we're actually defining exactly what the nav mesh shape should be in Blender, and then exporting it as nav mesh, which I just found out can be done, and I'm way into it. So yeah, you can use like multiple meshes, all kinds of stuff. Definitely pretty stoked that this is possible to just export it from Blender. Alright, let's try just that much for now. So that's already got the nav mesh flag on it. This is for the row 1. So Godot will bring in the new version. It would be nice if I could use it as an instance. Wait, can we also fix one thing? Can we pull this out? Move that there. We don't need that extra crap. It would be nice if I didn't have to replace it every time. So I'm actually going to delete that. Bring in the nav mesh. So, oh yeah, that's what Flip was saying. It makes it gray by default, but it is there. I am curious if this will be acceptable. Probably. You meant a single game object slash mesh. You're using CAD engineering terminology. That's okay. Single game object slash mesh. Okay. Yeah, you can base it on however many. Thankfully. Because like here, I want a nice gap between it. Wait, but I didn't keep track of how much bigger I made it. Let me actually pay attention to that this time. Let's scale it up by 2.5. That might be a little much, but if it keeps the monster further away from the shelves, that's actually a little better. Clipping-wise. Okay, then I gotta clean this up, unfortunately. Because it doesn't want to dissolve nicely, and I'm not exactly sure how to use tries to quads, so here we go. Dissolve edges. It works for some of them. For the middle ones, it does okay, dissolving. What's up, Ndoiko? I got the monster to be chasing the player, so that's good, but its behavior on the vertical surfaces is a little wonky, often buggy. And so I'm trying to salvage some hope that, oh, now the dissolving's working for this one. Salvage some hope that, I can get the nav mesh to function well for vertical climbing, because what I don't want to have to do is create a custom climbing thing. Like if it's near the shelves, it'll climb over it. Hey, what's up, Chaotic? Because if I do that, there's going to be quite a bit of complexity since the player can also climb shelves. So if I can like avoid that, I'll be happy. Oh yeah, overlapping verts. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're definitely right. 100% overlapping verts. Yeah. I do not like importing. Good call. I really don't like, yeah, there's 32 of them. I don't like exporting CSGs to Blender. They don't come in nicely. Yeah, I think you're right, Flip. They come in pretty messily. So I'm not a big fan of that. But in this case, it saves me a lot of time because I'll know exactly what the size of the shelf area is. So I don't have to try to figure that out in Blender. But it brings in some pretty messy meshes, truth be told. Does Godot support FBX? I don't know. I do know that Godot is optimized for GLTF. My guess is no. Do I ever use X-ray? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I guess it'd be useful here. Yeah, I use X-ray all the time. Didn't necessarily think it would be helpful here, but it is. Nice. Sometimes I like moving around though, but this is easier. Yeah, I love X-ray. It does to a degree support FBX. Gotcha. Wait, I regret using the X-ray. Oh wait, no I don't. No, it's fine. It's supported if you give Godot the FBX decompiler. Yeah, GLTF is your safest bet. It's like 2 lines rather than 4 verts. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care. Stop it. Stop micromanaging the way I'm doing things. That's not helpful. Alright, so I'm gonna flip these. Let me do things the way I want to do it. I see what you're saying, though, but I would rather do the verts. Feels safer. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Not doing the verts. Explains a lot of views, Gary, when you're making 3D miles. There's no N-Gons. No, these are quads. There were, actually, apparently. Because I didn't see that there was merged, or verts that needed to be merged. Because it just imports crappily. You're making 3D models for your printer? Nice. I mean, N-Gons, well, N-Gons aren't necessarily bad, by the way. It depends, you know? Sometimes they're the right tool for the job. Okay, so I'm sure we have things to merge here. 17. Crazy. N-Gons definitely have their place. Subsurf? Oh, subsurface? Okay, so we're gonna move this by, what was it, 2.5? Or extend it? Yeah, they have their place though. You should look into it. There's situations where they're useful. There's situations where, like you're saying, they're quite bad. But they are very useful. So, for example, let's see if I have it. Oh, I guess I thought I had that saved, but I guess I didn't. N-Gons, Blender, Mesh, when to use diagram, topology. Really thought I saved those. Here's some nice little diagrams. Yeah, right. They're gonna, like, get converted anyway. Oh, I feel like it was on this page. Yeah, it's on this page, if you want to learn more about when N-Gons can be useful. This looks like the right place. In subdivision modeling on flat surfaces, if the surface is planar, the polygon reasonably convex and sufficiently reinforced by edge loops, an N-Gon will not introduce any unwanted form artifacts. They can be useful on flat surfaces, as they provide free zones at which to terminate loops. So if you're bringing a bunch of loops together, it can help bring those together. So they totally have it. I saw that! This is a cat butt! I know. What was that even? The more sides an N-Gon has, the more aggressive the scalloping cat butt effect. Scalloping is when the geometry flow begins to form tightly curved arcs that become more pronounced as the polygon valence increases. I mean, look, I'm not gonna debate what the right thing to do is. You can judge that resource as you want. The resource as you want, and then do as you please. Okay. It always blows my mind how strongly people feel about Blender. Like, whenever I pull up Blender, it's like, I don't know what it is. It brings out something in people. Like, Like, very strong beliefs about what you should or shouldn't do. Yeah, when you export it to Go, it's okay. It's fine. It's just, like, interesting how that happens. But yeah, I mean, look, I have no interest in arguing about what's better or not. I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. There's different ways to do things, and I think that's great. You know. That's all I think about it. Okay, so I want to replace this. You know, I love that you've got your way of doing things. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not really a subject that I have any particular perspective on, you know. And like, even if I did, meh. Okay, so that did not update. Slightly surprisingly. There it goes. Yeah, so I'm making nav meshes, and yeah, just like what Flip is saying, as you can see, it triangulates it on its own, right? So if you have n-gons, it will do that. Now, that doesn't mean it's always going to look good. I think what that guide is trying to say is as long as it's flat, it'll be okay. But if it's curved, then you're probably going to see a mess. Which makes sense, because again, if it tries to triangulate that and it's curved, it's probably going to look really bad. Especially since it was already going to be bad. But in Blender, I have all these as quads. But Godot automatically turns them into tris. So this is what it looks like in Blender. Full-on quads. And then over here, you can see it actually added the tris in there. You're able to import the house you almost built into Blender. Able to import the house you almost built into Blender. You built a house into Blender? You mean like something, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You made a house using some other tool set, and you're trying to get that imported into Blender, and it almost worked. Why only almost? How do you know it's only almost? Does it look wacky? Okay, so now you can see that gray semi-transparent is extending into the floor nav mesh. So let's see what we got. Almost built it. The model is in Blender. Nice. Ooh. Dang. Interesting. So it's not even going up vertically anymore. The old way actually had it go up vertically. So I wonder if it needs to be at an angle. You know? Like, or somehow the nav agent needs to be told that it's allowed to go directly up a 90-degree thing. But I don't know that that's even an option. I do also wonder, like, if the navigation region settings would play into that. Oh, I thought we changed that. I'm pretty sure we changed that. Oh, I didn't. Move this up here. Get rid of that. Save it. But yeah, I think I might need to slope it. I'm guessing that, but now I know that the straight verticality does not make it happy. But I don't know. I'm not really sure. Like, are these navigation region settings just for baking? Or do they also affect other stuff? I'm not sure. Because we have these, like, agents options. The maximum slope that is considered walkable. So, like, if I make that 90 degrees... Oh. I see. It's because it's imported. Well, it's a little annoying, but it's okay. So I'll have to change that every time. So if I make that 90 degrees, I do wonder if that will somehow be better. Okay, and those should be the ones that are in here. So let's see if that helps it. But I'm just not sure. You know, I kind of thought all those region settings were for baking. Doesn't seem to have made a difference. The other thing I also worry about is like the fact that it's like nested. What do you do when selected object won't delete from the options in the delete menu? I'm not sure. If you like, okay, so if you have an object and you press the X key, which is what I always do, press X, it should delete. Selected object won't delete. I mean, I guess I would look around at this scene tree to see if there's something weird going on in there. X key, nice. Let's go. Let me try one more thing. I'm going to make it local and put that as the base. I'm not particularly optimistic, but it's worth a shot. I think the issue might be that it needs to be sloped. It's a lot of experimentation here. But that's okay. Yeah, no good. It's just not even navigating up those. Alright, so let's slope it. Let's slope it. Luckily, we've got the nice simple versions in Blender, so it shouldn't be too hard. I will make it a little easier on myself by setting up a mirror. Oh, it's not particularly centered. Oh, the YouTube chat stopped updating? I hate when that happens. You only missed a couple. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I try to keep my eye on it, but... Alright. We're back. Should see purple lines if the nav meshes properly connect. Make sure you're in object mode. Oh, for Candace's thing. I have seen those purple lines. Oh yeah, in edit mode you can't delete an entire object. In edit mode you can delete individual faces and stuff, so when you did X, you weren't actually deleting the object. So if I come in here into the object in edit mode and I select everything and I delete everything and I come out here back to object mode, you can still see the object does exist up here in the scene tree. So that can be better. You could also right click it, even if you're in edit mode, you can right click it in the scene tree. And I like delete hierarchy. It's just a little more comprehensive. It'll make sure everything in here gets deleted. So that's another alternative. Freckles added a thread and art by you on the Discord for your sand racetrack. Nice. You're trying to cull out all aspects of this model of this house. You have like 10 iterations in this model. It's a mess. Well, you're getting the process started. That's what's important. Alright, I'm gonna let this mirror be what it wants to be. It's fine. I don't care. And then what I want to do is adjust it. Let's just do this edge. Hopefully I don't have to slope it very much. Well, I mean, at that point, I'd kind of rather take this whole thing and shrink it back down. To the way it was. Which is a little more effort than I'd like. This is how the guy is for the NLA action editor right now. Just a wasteland of failed animations. Oh, you have a mess in there. Yeah, that happens. Alright, I'd stop. I don't want to read this. Let me do it. Just let me do it. Micromanaging. Come on now, man. Just let me do my thing. I'm not struggling. I'm just doing stuff. You never know, though. You might say something that I really needed to hear, but that doesn't help me. Alright, so what I do want to do, though, is shrink this back in. I think that was the width that it was. That looks a little too small. Let me see. I think that's gonna be too small. It is. Well, but that's okay. Because what I want to do people love to micromanage Blender. I don't know why. Pull this out just a bit. So it's trapezoidal. That's a pretty subtle slope, but maybe a good starting point. So we'll bring it thin like that. Add the mirror on. Get these bottom edges. Pull them out. Save it. So now both shelves have a trapezoidal region, baked region, or they should. Here, save that. There we go. Alright, let's see if it's better. Mirror modifier is to make sure that when I make the trapezoidal part, it applies it on both sides. So like if I don't do the mirror modifier, then I have to do it on both sides, right? So as you can see, only one side is slanted, but because I add the mirror modifier, now both sides. So I only have to drag one side. A lot of ways you can do that, but that's the way I chose. So unfortunately that did not help very much. It does raise some questions Like, why was the other version so much more effective? Were there any weird settings that I forgot to unset? By the way, I don't think so. I think these are all pretty good. Because I had changed that path post-processing, and that caused some issues. Do I still have the old? Let me get the old one in here. I'm just kind of curious to see. Good night, Phoenix. Enough Lua for 1 week. Hope you managed to fix your oh yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Thank you, Phoenix. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad you're getting some sleep. It's important. Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to do that. You're right. There's lots of other ways to do it. There's always many ways to do things. You're right. Thanks for pointing it out. Blender, man. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I guess because there's so many different ways to do things, and folks are very much attached to the way they like to do things. But like, if you see someone else doing it different, it's okay. It's alright. No, it's different if someone's like, I don't know what I'm doing, I can't get this to work, I need help. Okay. Then I understand. But then again, sometimes y'all tell me a tip that I really did need. So, it's worth trying. I hear what you're saying, chaotic. You're just putting that out there. But you can say it's less variables, but it's just not the way I wanted to do it. I wanted it to be locked to the center more. Anyway. It's just different, you know? Alright, so let me get the old one in here, because I'm just kind of curious to see if it is climbing on that correctly. The inverts, I don't know what you're talking about. There's no inverts. I'm gonna look at the old nav mesh that we were using. Real quick. Oh, I didn't save the region. I remember deleting it now. I think we can probably easily bring that back with GitHub. Maybe. Kind of. I'm just gonna discard the changes in these. Shouldn't be too punishing, really. Okay, so that's the old nav mesh right there. This is what it originally generated. It's kind of interesting though, because it's like maybe if you can't generate it, it's also giving you a clue that it's not gonna work good. But we'll see. So these are the original ones. And you can see it's kind of like this tent shape, and it came to a very specific point at the top. And as you can see, all types of triangles and verts. And there's some things about this that I don't like. And so I was trying to get a much more specific shape by defining it in Blender. Now hopefully I didn't just set something else incorrectly, and that's why it's getting a little goof. Nope, it climbs that just fine. Now the reason why I don't like this version is it has, sometimes it gets caught and stuck and does some weird things. But it actually is able to navigate that really well. So there's just something. If we hide them, do they not work? Or do I have to do more than that? So I need to make my custom nav mesh be a little bit more similar. Whoops. Be a little bit more similar to the... I muted the music on accident. Oh no, we gotta do more than just hide it. A little more similar to this one. In what ways does it need to be similar? I'm not sure. Oh, we can just make it not enabled. But I am curious, what if I try this? What if I take the new nav mesh here, and what if I actually paste well, I don't want to, okay, don't do that. That's not what I meant. I really just wanted all the properties. So we'll come up here, copy properties. Hopefully it doesn't replace the mesh, but it might. You murdered it. You killed it in cold blood. What I'm trying to see is if I set all of these settings to be the same, will that make a difference? Because I'm still not clear on if these navigation region mesh settings actually help define the way that the agent uses it. There's not that many changes, we can just do each one. I'm gonna keep the cell height though, 0.25, so it doesn't yell at me. Agents 30500. 30500. Anything else? I think that's it. Okay. I'm not super optimistic, but it at least rule that out, so I'm not going to wonder if that's causing any issues. Okay, that's that one. I don't want to enable it. And I want to pull in. So the only difference I've done now is I've replaced, the nav mesh that I brought in from Blender. I've replaced some of the properties to match the nav mesh that we know works, even though I'm not terribly happy with how it works. At least it does work. And if it goes on too long and it's still not working, I'll just make a custom climbing system. I will, but I'm gonna avoid it as long as I can. Alright, so I've only done this on the first set of shelves. And let's see if changing those properties made it any better. Nope. It's still not going up vertically. So that had nothing to do with it. Great. Now I know that. So let's try to give it more of a slant. And so like what Chaotic was talking about as a different way to do this instead of using the mirror. Chaotic was suggesting like grab this bottom face and then make that wider that way. More or less. But I would rather use the mirror myself. So that's what I'm gonna do. so I'm gonna grab both of those edges. Oops, too many edges. Just those. So we did 0.5. Let's try 0.5 further. See if that helps. It could be like that point at the top. Like maybe it just wanted a point at the top. I don't know. I kind of hope not. I don't know, because I feel like that was causing some of the issues too. Okay, so now I've stretched out that trapezoid in the bottom a little further. It's interesting. And let's see if that helps. Maybe. I think the one that does work has bottom face as well, right? Looks like it does. So the bottom face, or the other one has it too. And this one works pretty well, but it could be causing other issues. Like, yeah, I still might actually want to remove it, because it might have been what made this one goofy as well, actually. But, in terms of solving the immediate problem, which is getting it to even acknowledge its existence and use it at all, I don't think that's going to make a difference. But it might help with it getting confused and navigating places it's not supposed to. Or being, yeah, being glitchy. But I at least like to get it to actually go up using the custom one. But it's not. It's like it just doesn't even acknowledge that it's there. Maybe I could try dragging it out. If I put two shelves close together, will I see the connection marks? Let me try doing it like that too. Yeah, I mean, I never saw those connection marks before, and it still worked. Do I have to be selecting something in particular to see those? I have seen them somewhere, but I don't remember where or why. But like, even if we look at, oh, whoops, put the wrong one in there. It's okay. I think even if we look at the original one, I'm not sure that had it either. On debug navigation in the top left. Okay. Let me get this to be the correct one though. Would be nice. You said top left. Debug. Visible navigation. Oh, like in the game. You don't mean in the editor. But like when the game's running. Okay. I feel like I have seen some purple in the editor. I don't remember where. Yeah, it's just making the meshes visible. So if I do the originals, let's see if those show up. So that's the original collision there, or the original nav mesh. Oh, look, purple. The internet? Whoops. I didn't even realize I was using the wrong internet today. That's an oopsie. Sorry, the stream dropped out a little. I'm on the wrong internet. That's okay. Welcome, Ruggy. Yeah, it's coming along. I'm trying to figure out the monster navigation stuff. The monster is supposed to be climbing up these shelves. And it kind of works sometimes, but not often. Not as often as I'd like. Interesting that that isn't reaching out there. I guess we just need to make that wider. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on the backup internet, which does that sometimes. Because I was on the backup internet in the last stream, and I just forgot to switch it back to the main internet. But, I mean, it's pretty fine most of the time, so I'll roll with it. Yeah, it's strange that this creates those connections, but the one that I imported from Blender does not create those connections. Why? What makes it not be? We do have this use edge connections thing. But that is checked here. We'll use edge connections to connect with other navigation regions within proximity of the navigation map edge connection margin. What is the map edge connection margin? How do I know? But yeah, this is very strange, a bit surprising, honestly. I'm just gonna put it in here just to reduce potential issues. And so yeah, as you can see, there's no purple. Yeah, I see it now. I do. But yeah, it's not creating it here. But again, if I switch it to the original one, let's put them both on, it'll create it. So this is what you're talking about, is that purple. It creates it if I use the connects edges to edges. Okay. If I use the one that we baked, the nav mesh that we baked, it connects it. And we see the purple. Since yours is edge to face, what does that mean? Edge to face. I don't know what that means. Because to me, it doesn't look that different from the one that was baked. It looks the same to me. It seems like it's filled in all the same places with the faces and stuff. Move this shelf to the left until the purple shows. Interesting that it does like go away. Nice. Okay, well I'm gonna get rid of the old one while we do this. Okay, so this one isn't doing it. I mean, it's literally just not even creating the connection, no matter what. I think that the Blender made nav mesh, I think it has fundamentally something about it that isn't registering correctly. That's my guess of what's happening. Yeah, it's flat. And were you doing it from Blender? Dude, we need to get the right block list messages over there. Were the normals correct? Yeah, the normals are correct. As you can see. Unless it wants to be flipped the other way. You know? Like, just, do you want me to make them red? Godot? Because I can do that. Noted. Roki. I will add that to my to-do list. So yeah, it's definitely weird that the connections aren't appearing. Not really sure what its problem is. But it does explain why it might not be working. Just curious if I apply that mirror, if that makes a difference. Probably not. It's gonna do it automatically anyway, but ruling out things. Nothing. Bizarre. Well, I'm not sure what to think about that. Again, if I bring in the old one that we baked not through Blender, that one creates, see the purple? It creates those purple lines there, indicating that it's connected. I don't know. That's a bit confusing. Godot, navigation, region, connect, purple lines. Extend, baked navigation region to end of terrain. How to remove the purple lines. Fit the whole square. Character gets stuck on tile map because the navigation agent doesn't use radius in path. Where do I even define all of these, though? Adjust the edge connection margin property in project settings. If you don't see the purple lines or they aren't connecting, check the following. Check for exact edge overlap. Increase the connection margins. Yeah, we'll try that. Use navigation link. Really don't want to do that. If you scale a navigation region, don't think we're scaling them. Wait. Well, I will say the transform isn't applied, so let's at least do that. Weird. I mean, that's just the position, so I don't think that's gonna matter. Still no purple. So let's try adjusting that margin, perhaps. Very weird. Default edge connection margin 0.25. Make it gigantic. Nothing. Still no connection. No, there's something endemic to it that just makes it not work. Again, here on this one, it does. I'm not sure that distance adjustment, margin adjustment really did much. Default link connection radius. If I put that back to 0.25, it still seems like it's linking the same anyway. This is with the one we know works. Make the radius bigger. So no. It's not looking more better at connecting. Looks the same to me. Man, I'm so disappointed, because finding the ability to export from Blender was just like awesome. I was so excited. And that excitement has just been absolutely smacked down. Unfortunately. And Flip said that they were able to get those connections to work somehow, exporting from Blender. Only affects World 3D default navigation maps. What does that mean? World 3D default navigation maps. That's a good question. Let's try that. Two shells next to each other. Nada. They do not. World 3D default. No, though I don't have much confidence in that making a difference, I'll rule it out for you. It'd be pretty sick if it fixed it, though. Yeah, just checking stuff. Yeah. I mean, it kind of looks like I just recreated it anyway. No, it didn't. Okay. Oh, wait. Why did that matter? Why did that matter? Why? Because they aren't edges in the sense of a nav mesh. I guess my confusion, I mean, I'm glad it works. I guess my confusion comes from the fact that, oh wait, this doesn't either. Whoa. I didn't even know that this didn't. According to nav meshes, edges don't connect to anything else. It's stupid. But thank you. Let's go. Indeed. What in the world? Okay, hold on. Well, then if that's true, then I want to go back to not having it be a slope. I don't want to do a slope if I don't have to do a slope. That was just to try to get it to work in the first place. There's a lot of good free movies on YouTube. I agree. That's true. Accurate. Accurate statement. Now that's going to be a little on the thin side. So I'll probably want to drag it out a bit. Dude, amazing. Thank you, Flip. That was, I don't even, what? It doesn't, the nav mesh only considers edges to be things that don't have a face attached to them. It's ridiculous. How do you even know that? How did you even know that that's true? Because, like, obviously in Blender, we still call things edges just because there are, even if there are faces attached to it. Like, we don't cease to call them edges. You intuited, get out of my face. All right, 1.3671, sure. Why not? Dude, what in the world? Okay, come over here. Get rid of the trapezoid. A little bigger. Because you worked in tech support for over a decade, it's your superpower? Okay. Alright. But did that usually take you into edges on nav meshes? Isn't that just like people spilling things on their keyboards and not knowing how to open up their email? I guess it can be a lot of different things. You have an intuitive sense of how programmers design things, so you pick up why things work faster than most. Interesting. Ma'am, if you try plugging it in, welcome, Sean. Exactly. Tech support for tax software. Very specific indeed. Okay, this might not actually be wide enough. Looking at that. Wait, why is it so far away? You also have to intuit tax instructions as well. That's a good skill to have. I know, I was thinking that, Sean. Isn't that like a tax program? Oh, I gotta get rid of the bottom faces. The most important lesson that we learned. That was all you, Flip. I would have never, like maybe in Googling my problems, maybe it possibly could have come up. Maybe. I believe how dumb some people are with who handle other people's taxes. Oh, dang. Noted, I guess. Jesus. Okay, no bottom face. Drag it in. Make sure that one's not enabled. Save this. Better show me those purple lines. Is it because I moved it around? Maybe I moved it around, actually. But wait. No, because now it's floating. We don't want that. You were connected to one guy who was trying to email their clients' taxes to them? Okay. He said, I can never remember if it's this email or this one. I'll just put in both. You mean like sending other people's taxes to the wrong people? That's a mess. There's gotta be law against that or something. In Blender, how would I use a cube to create an indentation in another cube? And the first cube is not visible, but you can see the indentation of the shape it makes in the second cube. Oh yeah, Boolean. Yeah. I do think that's one that can be done without a modifier, right? Maybe not. But yeah, that's correct. That's the answer. It's like there's one cube, here's another. But no, I think there might be a... Oh, it's still just a modifier. It's the same thing. Alright, very good. Let's see if I remember how to set this up. Generate Boolean, the operand type object. So here, let me just try it first before I instruct. Yeah, so what you'll do is you'll put the modifier on the shape that you want to get the indentation. And then in the object section, you'll want to set it to be the thing that's actually cutting into it. And then you can hide that, make it not visible. And stuff. And I mean, you could do other things too. You could come in here. Something that can be nice is go into viewport display and making it a wireframe, so that way you can actually see through it and still move it around. You can apply it and then delete the temporary cube. True. That's true. Yeah. Very true. But, you know, if you want to adjust it, it might be nice to keep it, you know, until you're sure that it's the way you want it. You know this song? You probably do. All these songs are like the greatest hits of things that YouTubers put in videos, because all this music is music that YouTube says, you know what, you're allowed to use in videos. We won't give you any penalty for that. And as a result, these are just in tons and tons of YouTube videos, all these songs. So you can always be sure you're probably hearing some kind of thing that is in other videos. Oh yeah, you told me about that Scarlet Fire. I still have a bookmark for it someday. It is in the audio library. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I did my best to go through it. It's a very clunky, unpleasant interface, so it makes it quite difficult to find things. But basically I just went through, usually in the member streams, I would just try like some random genre or something, some search term, and then just play all of them and listen to them and decide which ones I felt like I could do game dev to. And that's what we have. Let's go. Team Hyper Game Dev, helping people out. What am I doing right now? Oh yeah, no lyrics. No. I don't see that I can't do game dev when there's lyrics in the background. It distracts me. Yeah. Namely code. Alright, getting these on the ground proper. So I do think it's odd that this one all the way on the ground connects just fine. But this one all the way on the ground, not so much. Although actually you can see it's not purple connecting on the left side. So I probably need to make them all a little wider in order for those things to work out. Shelf 2 wants me to move it higher. So let's try a couple things. Start with shelf 2. I'm gonna make it end in a more convenient place. I don't really understand why I should have to do that, because it's already at the origin. So like, what's your problem? I don't know. But apparently that's too low for it. Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's that this friggin' floor is hovering, which is super annoying. So is there a way we can fix that? I know it's like not a big deal, but what if it didn't hover? Floor nav mesh. Like, is that even possible to control? I don't know, but I'm gonna try to find out. I am. So whenever I bake that, it's always above a little bit. Don't think it's that height stuff. Whoops. Cell height. That just made it be nothing. But I don't think that's gonna make it lower to the ground. Oh, it does! Whoa. Nice. I think besides 0. Oh no, we can go lower. Nice. I mean, I wish I didn't have to, but it's okay. It seems pretty close to the floor. Maybe ever so slightly still hovering. I'm trying to get just at a good spot so I can like see. If I put it at 1, it looks like it's basically underneath. 0.02 looks good though. So if I do that, I believe I have to go default cell height and make that that. And then I don't want the monster to have a height offset anymore. I haven't made animations yet, but probably in the next week, maybe Monday, member stream, Twitch sub stream, I'll probably do that. I don't know, I still have to put some details on it, like adding in the eyeballs, some like just maybe better mesh stuff, and then yeah, I will want to get animations, but it is set up to be animated. So like we've got you don't get how I know coding, modeling, and animation? You only know coding and you suck at the other parts. I mean, I'm just determined to know how to do all the things. I may not be great at all the things, but I want to know how to do all the things. I mean, really, it's just making games that have all the things by myself. That's it. So it does have the inverse kinematics on it. So it should be hopefully pretty easy to animate. If recalculate normals doesn't flip a mesh correctly, how do I tell to flip a face? Flip. It's just called flip. So I have it saved, so I don't even really think about it very often. I have it saved to my quick favorites, but it's literally called flipped. Flip. So different ways you can get there. Probably face. Maybe. Mesh. I'm not sure where you find it in the menus, truth be told. So like what I do, if you do the F3 trick, so hit F3, search up flip. Oh, we gotta be in edit mode. Make sure you're in edit mode when you do it. Search up flip, mesh normals. Mesh, there it is, flip. So if you select a face, you can go to mesh, normals, and then hit flip, and that'll flip it manually the other way. But what I like to do is things that I find myself using often, like flip, you can right click on it, and then there's like a add to quick favorites option. And if you do that, every time you press the Q key, it'll be right there. Yeah. I love the quick favorites. Quick favorites are life. So it's just the Q key. We'll pull it up. And any setting some of them work better than others, but like anything that's in here is gonna work fine. It lets you put some wacky things in there that don't always turn out well, but something like that, it's gonna work great. So again, you just right click on the option in the menus, and then you can add it to quick favorites. You can also assign a shortcut to it if you wanted, but that stresses me out. So I don't do that. Hearing your name a whole bunch, yeah. Different flip. Or is it? Okay, so where are we at? These look good. We got purple lines everywhere. The floor is closer to the ground. I guess let's see what happens. Now we've got the fully vertical shelf meshes. Nav meshes, that is. So let's see how it navigates up those shelves. Oh god. Hold on, let me hide some things. Okay. Oh, it's not bad. Alright, so we obviously get some clipping. It still kind of floats through the air to come after you. So you see, it doesn't go all the way to the ground first. Like maybe we can implement some rule that fixes that. Oh dear. A few oddities. But as long as it doesn't get completely stuck. I do think that this is better. I wish it would stay at the top a little more before it, like I wish it would go up top, cut across a little further. Yeah, of course, Candace, you got it. But it's better. It's absolutely better. It's not getting stuck in the same way. It's not bouncing up and down. It does make some strange choices, but it's okay. You're gonna kill Godot with the model? Is it like a lot of faces and triangles and stuff? But it's good. It's pretty good. This is better. Why do you have to do things a difficult way? Oh no. Definitely so much better. Oops. You've been crashing both Godot and Blender a bunch? Well, I guess it's good to test the limits. Oh, it almost got stuck. So it gets a little goofy. Godot hates light maps? Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of like not interested in messing with light maps very much. I might have to, but hopefully I can avoid it. So it's a little glitchy sometimes, but it doesn't seem to fundamentally get permanently stuck, which is good. Anytime you change the level, the light maps poop themselves. Oh no. Oh man. I don't know about that, light maps. I might just try to use shaders and stuff. There's some good like fog of war shaders that can sort of create this like darkness effect. Only activated for export and final testing. Nice, that's a good idea. Yeah, it's doing well. It's doing well. This is nice. Now about that floating. That's gonna be tricky. Yeah, it will be. It will look better if you can get it to work. That's true. Right, but just not for testing. So the floating thing I'm talking about is that before it fully reaches the ground vertically, it starts floating towards you. when really it should go all the way down first and then start coming towards you. Error calling from signal body entered to callable. Cannot convert argument 1 from object to object. Oh, I hate this one. This one's bizarre. I don't know that I've been able to figure this one out. Cannot convert object to object. What, you're gonna make an object an object? Hell no. If you make the model look at the direction of the next position, it would be a lot more menacing. Yeah. Adjusting the height, adjusting the agent height might help with the floating. Agent height. What do you mean the agent height? So I mean, I know that there's on the navigation region the agent's height, but this seems to just be for baking purposes, I think. I still haven't quite figured out if that's true. So you mean like over on the navigation agent only helps with going under things. But I mean, look, there has to be some, like, someone has to ever had this before. If anyone's ever had a ladder that an enemy would climb and come down from, someone's had to deal with this before, you know? On the agent, there is the height offset, which helps move the model down. Yeah. Yeah. But, you know, I mean, that doesn't make the most sense for this unless I used that sometimes, you know. Is that what happens in Metal Gear Solid? Jeez. Someone has to ever have dealt with this. No. Okay, flip. Look. Alright, that's already been dealt with, okay? It's not floating, and actually it isn't fine, because when it was floating, it wasn't connecting with the shelves on the bottom, so definitely wasn't fine. And so what I did was I lowered the cell height. The cell height is much lower now, and it connects just fine. So because it's that low, I don't need to adjust the offset anymore. So the offset is not being used, doesn't need to be used. I don't think, I mean, maybe, but it seems kind of impractical to like adjust that offset every single time. I will say it does seem to be floating in general, so maybe we do need to put a little bit. It's a little surprising that it's still kind of floating. It's a bit hard to tell, honestly. Yeah, but again, the problem isn't that. The problem, and I hope it's clear, I feel like it's confusing, but the problem is that it floats when it's coming down. Yeah. Alright, so this character will go up, and then when it comes down, instead of getting all the way to the bottom before it starts coming towards you, it starts coming towards you. So that's what I'm trying to solve right now. Now I could, the idea that I have that I don't particularly want to do, because I would like to think that there is some kind of way to tweak it so it doesn't do it in the first place, but some idea could be that it knows that it's climbing, and if it's climbing, it makes sure it gets all the way down to the origin or whatever before it starts going horizontally. But I have a feeling that might be a little tricky to try to code in. Godot nav agent ladder all the way to ground. Well, so that's what I'm not sure I understand, Flip. So maybe you can answer this. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you don't know. That's what I was exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. And in my experiments, it seems like that's the case, but I don't know that I've done every possible experiment. But yeah, I think that all of these are just for baking. But I mean, I could be wrong. Good evening, Lucas. Welcome. Could be wrong, but I think it is just for baking. Godot nav region nav mesh settings like sampling just for baking or not. Strictly for the baking process, do not affect runtime performance, according to the AI, obviously. So if that's to be trusted, then it's not doing much for this situation. In Godot, a navigation agent cannot automatically climb a ladder in the same way it walks on a flat surface because standard navigation meshes do not account for the vertical travel. To make an agent climb a ladder all the way to the ground, you need to use a combination of Godot's built-in features and custom scripting. Yeah, I was kind of afraid of that. Yeah, exactly, right. And the only one that it provides is A-star, although I'm sure we could make it do our own thing. Yeah, exactly. It's looking for the shortest path. And yeah, of course, it's shorter if it cuts across. Navigation link. Yeah, I could do a navigation link, but I really don't want to, because it's going to be a lot of extra effort that I don't think is necessary. No. I don't want to set up the links. I think that's going to be the wrong way to go about this. Let's see if just anyone else has had this issue before. Floating above the ground. Prevent nav agents from getting something. Agent moving perfectly in the Y-axis to meet the height of the patrol path, and then it stops moving and won't move along the X and Y. I wish it would stop. Is there a way to know which mesh it is on? Yeah, I'm gonna need to do that anyway, because I'm gonna want a climbing animation. So, definitely possible. You know, it would be nice if I didn't have to set up a custom way to do it. Because it seems like such a basic thing, right? Being able to navigate up and down ladders. Okay, I think this is a different issue. Yeah, it's not quite the same issue. I think I'm gonna have to do that though. That's my fallback, and I think we're falling back because I guess I kind of wanted to not always do shortest path. Trust fall time? What does that mean here? Trusting future you to figure it out. Yeah. Indeed. Godot nav agent. We'll see. Dang, what was I gonna look up? Not ladder, but... Oh, let's say... Don't use shortest path or something. No, I actually want it not to take... No, but I want it to not take the shortest path. Oh gosh, all these results are just telling me how to make it to the shortest path if it's not. Generating strange inefficient path. I wish I had your guys' problem. No. Navigation agent. How to make it not use shortest path. Utilize navigation layers to selectively exclude certain navigation mesh areas from pathfinding calculations. weighted costs. For more complex scenarios, consider implementing a system where certain areas or road segments on your navigation mesh are assigned higher costs. I did try messing with this a little bit, the path post-processing. It worked very badly when I changed it to anything else. So that's this setting here. It was quite bad. Intermediate targets. What does that mean? But maybe with this improved nav mesh, it'll be okay. Oh god. Yeah, that's nope, that's a mess. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, but okay. This is without any path post-processing. Yeah, it still floats. No good. Randomness or detours. Oh, there you go. Intermediate. You were saying that. Instead of setting a direct target position, guide the agent by setting a series of intermediate target position values. Yeah. So I think this does make the most sense. It's probably the simplest one. So I guess what I would do is say if it's climbing, or really just anytime it's going from a higher point to a lower point. Because it's interesting because you do it like is diverging from even the path that it's laying out, right? And you can see that because it'll as far as I can tell actually lay out the path correctly where it should come all the way down to the floor. So looking at those red dots that it makes. Okay, it's got a bit of a crazy path right now. Oh no. Okay, there, it got it eventually. Okay, so right here, it does have a dot that's all the way down to the ground, but it doesn't follow that dot. So there, you can really clearly see it. It's mapped out going straight down and going this way, but it doesn't follow that. Instead, it breaks away from that. It's not actually showing the true steps that it's taking. So we could say that if its Y position is decreasing, or if it's going from a higher to a lower, or we can detect if we're on the shelves, something like that. Use whatever this is right here. Use that. I mean, I'm curious what it says its next position is. I think it's at that point. Well, but I've also noticed that this doesn't work very well. Yeah, so okay. So this is very interesting to me. I've noticed this. It calculates the Y next nav position based on the target's Y position, instead of the Y position of the nav mesh. So perhaps we could, I mean, I do need it to know the player's Y position. Yeah, there's slack. I don't know, I think I turned off the simplify path thing. But, you know, maybe I could make sure that this is always 0 if it's coming down from a shelf. Just intercept the next nav. I think that would be the easiest if I have to intercept it without flipping a switch like simplify or whatever. I think that would be the easiest way to go about it. Okay, so yeah, simplify path. I didn't have much success with it, but that was before when I was already dealing with other issues, so let's try it. And there's the epsilon, which changes it somehow. Okay, let's see if it comes all the way down. No, it does not. So I'm not fully sure I understand with this. The path simplification amount in world units. 10? Something? Stuff? Things? Oh, well there, it just totally breaks it. Can I change this in real time? And it matter? Here, put it to 0, see if that goes back to normal. Nope. So that that didn't go well. That went very poorly. Hold on. Let's make it 1. Turning down the path desired distance. Okay. So this actually is going up. Yeah. This is going up. It's coming back down. Still be floating though. Let me try one thing at a time here. Yeah. I am kind of curious just to understand exactly what this simplifying thing is doing. So I'm going to keep experimenting with it, but yeah, let's try that too. Oh, it's bad. Okay, alright. No, I figured it out. Okay, alright. No, that makes it considerably worse, actually. Okay. Lower the path desired distance. The distance threshold before a path point is considered to be reached. Interesting. Allows agents to not have to hit a path point on the path exactly. If it's too high... Okay, this is actually awesome. Wait, make it 0, dude. Okay, it can only do 0.1. Oh, wait a minute. That sounds like exactly what I want. Good call. Okay, so it's going up. Comes down a bit more abruptly than I could ever want it to. Oh, that seemed better. That seemed a lot better. Yeah, that was good. Nice flip. Nice. Let's go. Perfection. Perfection. Special thanks, special thanks, special thanks. Oh my gosh. You've saved me. See, I was about to code something. This is why I wasn't gonna just start doing that. Gotta try all the easy things first. Thank you, Flip. Okay. Great. Alright, so what remaining problems do we have? Well, I do wish it would, like, climb a little more horizontally before it started coming back down. You know, it's very, like, it just goes straight up and it comes straight back down. Now, obviously, we do have a few little glitchies there, which we could... I think that's a common problem, the jitter that folks have. And the docs, like, talk about how to deal with that. But, you know, if it clips a little bit, it's not the end of the world. I think it would be nice to see it, like, facing the player. And then, you know, when it's climbing, I would think it should face the shelf. So that'll be, like, its own special thing it needs to do. But it's good. It's really good. This is good. This is excellent progress. Let's freaking go. Okay, I'm gonna commit it. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Editor cap. Oops. Editor cap follows much better. Good, so I'm gonna actually mess with the, facing the player. Now, it only should face the, okay, actually this is getting into like a little bit more complexity, right? So it should only face the player if it sees the player. If it hears the player, it should be facing the direction it's moving. So I guess we're getting into the states of the monster. I think that's where we're at here. Now I know Flip had like multiple sub-states going on, so we'll see if I need to bump into that or not. Good evening, Freckles. I'd say you say that to Lucas. Yeah, I see. I'm like, you were here, I remember. Good evening again. It's become evening. Thank you. Let's just start with an enum. We can expand it as needed. So what are the different states? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I might just get to a point where I'm like, wait a minute. This is gonna need more. So I always forget to capitalize my enum things. You did it? You got your house in? Let's go. Aircap states. There's patrol. Chase sound. Chase sight. Now climbing is something to think about. I mean, especially for the animations, it's going to be really helpful. But technically, it should still be chasing, which maybe for climbing, I would want a separate enum for that, because you could be climbing and doing something else. Except for patrolling. You won't be able to patrol, it won't patrol and climb at the same time. When it's patrolling, it'll stay on the ground. Let's call this, intention states. Direct. I mean, they're kind of all different patrol states. I must name it fantastically. Targeting states? Yeah, that kind of makes some sense. Targeting states, and then let's also say climbing states. You could just do state, it's true. Climbing states, grounded, climb up, we'll just say ground. So that's basically not climbing. On ground, climb up, climb down. And then I'll want a variable called targeting state, which will point to the enum. And we'll do the same here. Looking at your enums include the first state as a null state. That way, you know if you forget to set something. Interesting. I never thought to do that. Kind of makes sense. I tend to just utilize the default as a convenient way to not have to worry about setting the first state. But I like that because it forces you to like be intentional about setting up the system. I'm gonna keep that in the back of my mind. It's a nice idea. Target state, climb state. Okay. So I'm going to try to set up this patrol state. Because that's in theory before it sees the player. Which also means what's its distance for seeing the player. This is where raycast or some kind of area detection is going to become quite useful. I feel like I'd rather use an area than a raycast. I mean, we could do a shape cast, but like, why not just use an area? I don't know. So I'm gonna say area vision. Give it a collision shape. Now it doesn't give me .3D ray shape used for fist collision that tries to separate itself from any collider. There's not like a cone shape on here, so I might have to create that myself, which is a little irritating. Obviously, we could make a mesh, bring it into Blender, and then modify it to be a collision shape. Yeah, I might do that. Is there a way I can make that? No, it's gonna invert it. Don't do that. You know, I could do this totally in Blender though, because I do already have the mesh. Yeah, let's do this in Blender entirely, actually. I think that'll be, oh geez, I think that'll be better. Cone seems overly complicated, but I think we could do cone and just give it like less verts, the minimum verts. Although it can sometimes be a little funky. I think you will like it. I know you're not doing a member stream, so you won't see it till after stream, but even with a few material issues and a few face issues, it looks really good. Nice. And so this is something you brought in from Sketchfab, right? And it's like something that you had worked on a long time ago. I don't know what it is with the Blender pyramids. It was like funky. Can mostly walk around the house. Nice. Look at this mess. I might as well have just made it myself. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. It's the house you were going to build. Right. Got it. Probably. And you just made it in Blender. Your Blender skills are improving. That didn't take long. First floor mesh was mapped. Gotcha. Oops. I'm gonna be in edit mode. I'm gonna duplicate this. And then I'm gonna merge it at the center. So we should get a single point. Actually, let's do it this way. There we go. Take that point and move it inside the monster's face. Then I'll connect all these together and bridge them. No? Okay. That's fine. You know what? I'll just do it. You know what? We'll just do it like this. Although it might be better if it isn't a point. Eh, that's fine. No, this is fine. I mean, does it make the most sense that, like, its vision is worse near it? I feel like its vision closer to its face should be better. Right? I don't know. I feel like I imagine, in my imagination that this is how these types of, like, visibility ranges are usually conceived, but, like, why would I want it to look like that? Doesn't it make more sense if it's like this? I want an arc. What are you talking about? But yeah, to me this makes a lot more sense. Like, so that way it can see better on its sides. A pie slice. I guess. What's the advantage of that over this? Yeah, I understand the shape you're saying now. Quarter pizza. And then this could be extended as needed. Probably want to give it a little more vision than that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, it makes more sense. Maybe we could look to see what other games do. Stealth game enemy vision cone. Yeah, but like this doesn't. I guess it does make some sense because it's like it doesn't make a lot of sense though to me. In fact, I don't think what I'm doing makes sense either. Like, it should be like a straight corridor. Like, why would you have worse vision right next to you? Like, I guess it could make some sense, like, if something is behind me, but if something's right here, I could see it. It's not like I can't see it because, oh, my vision only goes here, I can't see something right there. Like, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Old Splinter Cell GDC talk, where they talked about the enemy visibility being coffin shaped. Oh, I like that. Splinter Cell enemy coffin shaped vision. No, I guess it's just talked about. With the coffin, you get the width, but you also get it narrowing the distance. Yeah. But I also understand how, like, if something's further away, you can see more. I kind of get that, too. Alright, let's do it this way. Take this. Thanks for your input, y'all. Take this. And I will make this actually larger. And then I'll bridge these together. Still feels like it really should see much better next to itself, you know? Like if you're right there, come on, it should see you. But then again, I do also understand how it would be better out this way because you're seeing more. So maybe something like that. It's a pretty big range. I guess then it comes down to like, it's a game, so it doesn't have to be totally realistic. Yeah. Wait, it makes sense for a bug because it's being feely on you? I mean, bugs also have a lot of eyes, especially spiders. It's being all feely on you? Okay, I kind of like this. I just need to make sure that it's not going to exclude if you're crouching. Because I got them feely hairs. Oh, that if you're close to it. Yeah, that's true. You're right. Bug whiskers. Yeah. I mean, if this was a human, I think I would still do it the same way. There we go. Let's try to flatten it. Modeling AI perception and awareness Splinter Cell Blacklist. Oh, nice. Yo, let's check it out. Love GDC talks. We used to have watch parties for GDC talks once upon a time. Hey, what's up, NTB? Welcome back.
That's clear. This is Vision in Blacklist. So if I were you, I'd be like, what the hell is all this crap, right? But
you don't know if you guys gonna have a recast Vision area or what?
So first of all, we do actually have the standard.
Your monster can't see yet? You've made all the states, but the monster still can't see? Wait, this is so gigantic. Wow, that's a very large range of vision. This whole yellow area is the enemy's vision. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, you can see, look at that. Look at all that it can see. That makes total sense. It's interesting. So it like gets wider and then it starts to get more narrow. It goes zoop, zoop. Wow. Why? Why? I guess it's not really getting, I guess it's just like, it's icy, and then it's like straight ahead. It's interesting. Good to think about. I feel like I should give some special thanks here. They still do raycast to check if the enemy can be seen, I'm sure. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Who said that? That was Johnny. we'll say enemy vision. Oh, okay. All right. Enemy vision. Probably don't need this column. So they're hiding behind a box, but inside the vision cone, they won't get seen. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, 100%. Totally, yes. So I will need to set up a, yeah, 100%. Hey, what's up, David? Welcome. How are you doing today? They recasted several bones on the character, and the enemy can only counts if a certain number of bones are visible. Whoa! Back in 2004, you learned by modeling your apartment. Nice. Like Sims or something. Love making your own house, my own house. You need to learn Blender the same way you learn SketchUp. Make a floor plan, then 3D model of your current house. Yeah, having like a project you're motivated to make is a really good learning opportunity. 100%. Nice, and the scope is really clear too. Love that. Very tired, but good. I hope you get some sleep soon. Thanks for stopping in here. I'm setting up enemy vision stuff. I don't know, probably flip. I'm setting up enemy vision stuff right now. The enemy does follow the player, but it's following the player a little more aggressively than it should be. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Like, we could do like that. But I'm not sure I really appreciate... I mean, I guess it does kind of make some sense, because it's like telling us the widest it can see, and then as it gets further... Like, it's sort of saying the optimal range that it can see is this, like, the coffin portion, if you will. I like it. Or the max width that it can see is that portion. It's interesting. It's quite a long range of vision. But let's see where it gets us. Okay, so this is vision range. I could import it directly as a collision. That could be fine. But of course, I'm gonna want to move it anyway. Yeah, it adds like a static body. It's super annoying. Hate that. And I mean, you can kind of change those settings, but I haven't really ever found it to be particularly satisfactory. Truth be told. Materials animation. I feel like there should be something that lets you configure how that shape comes in. Node type suffixes. Yes. Animation. Modifiers. Export geometry nodes instead? Whoa. Oh, just trying to see if I can configure the collision to not import with a static body and be collision only. Call only does not work. It still brings it in as a static body. And I remember there was a way to tell it to be a little different. Like you could either tell it to be a rigid body or a static body, but it's fine. Because ultimately I don't want it to be there anyway. So I think what I'd rather do, or I think you could even tell it to be an area. There was definitely a way to configure that. I do remember there being a way to configure it. Let me try something different. I'm going to actually bring this into a different project. So I'm going to save this as yeah, right, you can do the yeah, you're right. You can add the flags. I could have sworn there was a way you could change it within the import settings. Editor cap vision. Save that. All of this we can put in the trash. I will keep the mesh though. But we'll just set it to no import. So it's just there as like a visual reference. It will increase the file size, but it's okay. But I don't know if there's, yeah, I don't really want it to be an area body. I'd love if it could be an area, but I don't know if you can do that. Godot, Blender, flags. Physics body type, only visible if some of the above options are enabled. Only visible if generate physics is enabled. Yeah, and you can choose area. So you actually go down to the mesh itself. Interesting. I mean, if I could not... Let's try it again. So it would be very convenient if I could just have it make the area for me right then and there. Would love that. Yeah, but I don't really want to do that because I want it to be linked to the Blender file. And I know what you're talking about, like if you are going to be talking about how to keep it linked, it is possible, but I found it to be a bit finicky and suboptimal, and I would prefer to avoid it if possible. But one can, if you, also in the import settings, you can have it save something separately. Yeah, I'm not seeing any settings in here. You can have it save something separately, so that way it still has inheritance, but I found it to be a bit finicky. No, it's not. It doesn't even show up, actually, as a mesh, which is interesting. Maybe because we're saying that it's collision only. So, I mean, I might even want to take out the flag altogether, right? Forget the flag. Oh, this is the wrong file, actually. But, I don't know, it wasn't there for the monster. So I'm not sure it's going to be here for this either. But we'll see. Yeah, it's a weird set of conditions to meet to make it work. Okay, so if I just make it a regular mesh, now I have the generate option. So you really don't even need the flags. So now I can say, make it an area. Oh, and we can define the shape type. Love that. Show me. Nice. Hell yeah. Let's go. Easy. So yeah, giving a flag is not always the best option. So we can get rid of this one. Vision range. Cool. So I'll drag that in as a reference. Kind of rather call it vision area, personally. That way it still hints that it's an area. It's a little pedantic, but I want what I want. Okay. Good. Oh, it overwrote those settings. Hate that. Hate that. What? I guess because I renamed it. Let's assume it's because I renamed it and it was like, look, I don't know what this vision area thing is, but it's different. I guess out of curiosity, just to make sure that that's what happened, I'm just gonna adjust it like a insignificant amount. Let's just make it flat, and hopefully it won't override that. Nice. Okay, great. So we've got the vision area. We are going to want to raycast for blocking, but let's just start with this. And if the player enters that area, it needs to engage into chase. So, set up and ready. Vision area. Body entered. Connect on body entered. I don't know that exit. I don't know, we can always change it if I decide I need it, but I'm not entirely sure I do need it. I mean, I guess. No, I mean, yeah, I guess we would want to know if it's out of range. But I feel like even in Granny, it still chases you down, even if you get out of her range. But you know, if you put like an object between you and Granny, she won't necessarily see where you're going. Like she'll like, let's say you run away and you hide under something and she didn't see you go under it, even though she saw you at first. If she doesn't see you go under something, she'll still come to exactly where you are, but because she didn't see you go under that or go into hiding, she'll stop short. Those types of games usually always chasing, but when you are in range, they give chase. Yeah, so the way that, at least I'm planning on setting it up, is, and the way that it works in Granny, is that the monster is patrolling like a certain area. Yeah. There are different games that do it differently. Granny specifically has the monster patrolling certain, like she randomly moves to different waypoints, and that's her patrol area. And then when she sees the player, then she actually chases. So it's just, one could definitely do it that way, where it's always chasing. But I quite like the patrolling thing, so it kind of gives you an opportunity to like watch it and observe the monster a little bit, and just like be like, oh, there it is, oh crap, you know, and then like see it walking around. I quite like that. So yeah. What you're doing is saving the player's last known position. Ooh, good idea. If she loses sight of you, she'll investigate the area around that. That's a really good idea. I like that, Johnny. Nice. I might do something like that. I'll give you a special thank for that one. We'll say that's vision. But for now, let's keep it stupid simple. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could do it either way, but I quite like the patrolling thing. Just gives you that opportunity to like observe the monster walking around, instead of just always knowing that if the monster is always chasing you, you know. I think it's something that makes Granny unique, and I quite like. But definitely not necessary. If body is player, we would want to update the state that we're in. So with the target states, there's patrol, chase sound, chase sight. So I'd really only want to do it if it's not already in that. So let me also set up, I like putting some of these default change state things. I kind of want my change state logic. No, I don't know. I was going to say it'd be a static function that's globally accessed, but sometimes I like different things to happen. I mean, here we're literally not doing anything different. I think on my game state script, my state manager. So this is obviously more unique, and I wouldn't want to have that be static. But that's just it. Like, what if I wanted special? Yeah, let's not do that. This walkthrough of the house uses less graphics memory than your NPC Explorer game. Nice. The 2D one? Love that. Compatibility mode probably helps a lot too. So if your other one was in... Yeah. No, I mean, look, so for example, I really like I'm experimenting with static functions. So I do have a static script. And this one is checking to see it'll change a state if certain conditions are met. So it double checks like, hey, is this a right time for it to happen? Hey, what's up, Frank? Thank you for the hydrate. You were curious as close as the logic goes. Yes. It's good to be curious. Welcome. And so this can be accessed from the monster, this can be accessed from the player. And you know, Again, not necessarily particularly interested in discussing best reasons to do things, but to me, if it's something that's going to be used multiple times by different things, it's useful as a static function. So for the change state, all that it does is it updates the state and it prints it to the console. That's all that it does. Now, I am also thinking of implementing a check if that state is blocked. But I didn't actually need it. I was just curious to try to implement it, and so I just set it aside for now. However, so maybe for just the player and the monster, all I need to do is change it, and that's it. But again, like on the game states, actually different things happen based on that. Although, you know, I could still separate that, but you can see it's quite different. It could also have like a hook function that runs. I think I want to make the change state be a static function. I think I do. I think that would be really nice. And then we could just say, you know, whatever the thing is that's calling it, it can run a hook function after that. Now, of course, hook functions in Godot tend to work best when you're extending something that has a base class. But I don't really want to do that here. So I would need to feed in the method for it to run, which I'm kind of okay with. You know, I like this. I'm gonna do it. Weird question. Is there a function like in Revit where you can duplicate an object over a distance equally over X number of objects? Yes. Array. In Blender, an array modifier will do that. So you can make a cube. Yeah. If I make this cube, generate array, you can see it puts it right next to it. And we can do a whole bunch of them. Separate them out. You can also add in curves too if you're feeling fancy. But yeah, that's the way. Let's go. Okay, so I'm going to find this one. And I'm going to make this a static function. You don't even have that in SketchUp? Blender has it all. And if it doesn't, there's an add-on for that. Okay, so this is going to need to pull in a couple things. It's going to need to pull in, very similar to this, a bunch of things. So like in this case, whoa, if it has change state, if state however is set to player. Oh, so this has got some special checks in it to see what it is. Oh, this is for debug purposes. That's what this was. But you could still make that generalized. The only thing is, if you want to, that's where it gets tricky, is getting that printed out. It's already past 5. Dang. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll probably be here. I'm only halfway through. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe I'll see you when you get back. Nice work today, by the way. So I'm gonna get rid of these debugs. You were doing 7 days to die with a friend in the evenings on a server. Nice. A little social gaming. It's nice to have scheduled social gaming with people that you enjoy playing with. I don't think I've ever played 7 days to die. I'm not sure I even know what it is. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to pass that in. But yeah, I'm gonna let it go. I think you still want the change state thing. Although it's not gonna have it anymore, so don't do that. Static stateever.name. You know what you could do? You could say, you could keep it simple, because the states will print otherwise. So we could just do, whenever this happens, stateever name is requesting a change state if. Oh, it did not like that. It didn't like that at all. It hated that. We'll do it like this. A change state if. Change state if request is approved. I do want to modularize this because I'm finding myself adding this state logic to all of these different things, and I don't want to do that. If it does match, state however names change state if request was approved. And then we should see the change happen. Now here you do see that it runs change state. So that's, we're gonna have to modify how that happens. So it gets a little weird. So what things do I need to change the state? I am going to need to know the states enum how do we, on the player, do we have different ones? Because we have, okay, we only have that. Okay. We'll see, I'm just experimenting with this. States enum, which did we decide was an array of integers? We'll see. States enum, new state, it's all integers. States enum, new state, and That's it. That's all we need. It could be nice to have to do the state haver as well. Which we'll just say is a node. State haver is requesting a new state in this particular enum. So it would take in the state's enum and set. Well, but it's not state's enum. That's incorrect. I do think you should still pull that in. I mean, we could say current state, but it's a little confusing, if I'm being honest. So this would actually be the current state, which we'd be updating to the new state. Can we call it something else? Can we say set state? And then we'd say state haver name now what it doesn't give us is like the name of the enum, which would be nice. I think we could probably get that though. Because if we do player states keys, I feel like we could also say, I'm not sure. GDScript return name of enum, not the things in the enum. Return name of, well, not enum, sorry. Return name of I mean, it would be kind of nice to get a variable's name as a string. I hate that. Yeah. That is one thing that this kind of, but then again, if you're doing a string anyway, it could be not such a big deal. Because normally I would just type it in what it is that it's updating. So like in this case, it was player state. But if I wanted to fetch that, I think that's gonna be hard. Return name of variable type. What? Is that real? But it would still have, we still have to feed it in there. It would still have to have a reference to that variable, which it won't have. He hasn't moved. He goes up and down whenever the fire gets too hot. I don't know if you can see it. You can see a little bit. When he gets overheated, he takes a little break and then he comes back. He's chilling hard today, Sean. He is. Well, I mean, in theory, I'm not fully sure this is gonna work as well as I'd like it to. fact that I'm not able to clarify what the states were is a little annoying. But it's not a big deal because we can still get the names. I don't know. This might not work. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if this is gonna work. But my curiosity is taking over, so here I go. State haver name. State haver name updated. Changed. Changed to the changed a state to some state to that. We did the arch using the Boolean modifier, but the UVs are terrible. I mean, yeah, I guess you just had to fix the UVs. So you applied the Boolean as well? Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to experiment with different ways of unwrapping. Right. Yeah. That is true. It does wild things. I mean, in this case, well, this isn't very complicated, right? So it did a good enough job. But that's very different from an arch. But something that might help in terms of UV unwrapping is to use smart UV. It doesn't always get the job done right, but it can help. So make sure you're in face mode. I think this is right. Yes. Oh, he didn't apply it. There you go. Non-portable water emoji. Non-potable water emoji. It's good to keep in mind. Non-potable water. You never know. If you've applied your Boolean modifier and you're in edit mode, select all the faces. Make sure you're in face select mode. And then you can right click on it and expand UV unwrap faces. And then you can try smart UV project and then hit unwrap. Then go to UV editing and take a look at it. Something that can really help a lot is going to the overlay settings here and checking on UV stretch, because that'll show you like either more blue or more green to show you how it's stretching out over the entire mesh. And then you can always try different things, adding in seams and stuff. So a seam can also help a lot depending on how things are going. For this, it's not really necessary, but you could clarify that a certain edge is a seam. And for that, you would just select the edge, go to edge, and mark seam, and it's gonna look like a little thicker. Especially when you're talking about like rounder organic things, it can be useful. And really, you'd want to employ this if when you go to look at this, there's some weird stretching or it's not equaling out the way that you want it to. So it does take some like trial and error, but Smart UV Project might help you a lot more if you haven't tried it. So there's a lot of words. Let me know if you have questions. States enum. Technically, it would be the current state at this point, but we can say new state. Yeah, I guess if it's bringing in the old state, we could track that too. Can I remember keys in array integer? Whoa, right, keys. Keys is a dictionary thing. So are enums dictionaries? I guess they are. They have the curly brackets. Whoa. This seems fraught, but I'm very curious to find out if it works. So then for this, we'd actually just want to run change state here. We need to pass in the state haver. This doesn't actually take in the enum. If the current... If... This might be a mistake, but I'm curious, so I'm doing stuff. I might very much regret this, back out, and just change my mind. If the state's enum... If a state's enum current state on the state haver does match that, so then we at least pull that in. So first we'd want the state's enum. Oh wait, state haver is first, my bad. State haver, state's enum. Set state, which we're not actually pulling in here. Kind of doesn't make sense to pull that in though. Why do we need that? It's not even being used. Oh. Because that's what we want to update it to. This is a little messy. I feel like that is current state though. I think it is. Yeah, it's the same thing. Just call it current state. Don't get weird. Don't get fancy on me. Current state. In this case, it's target state. Can I call non-static? Oh, this should be static as well. Is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4. What's up? Insane? Me and Casey visited some antique stores today, and we discovered what I can only describe as a Dora the Explorer, but as a turtle kick. Okay. A Dora the Explorer as a turtle kick. Okay. I've read your words. That's supposed to be LOL. Okay, Dora the Explorer as a turtle? That sounds cute. Welcome. That sounds like a gem. Antique stores are full of good stuff like that. Sorry about that. I accidentally used the backup internet today. I didn't mean to use the backup internet. I accidentally used it. So it means that it drops out once in a while. I should just switch to the proper internet. I just don't feel like it. So sometimes it does that. Buffers for a second. I'll switch it back later. I mean, look. I'll look at that. You've intrigued us too much. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what that would be. I think that's Dora as a turtle. I think it's like supposed to be like a pillow. And so like you're able to like sleep on it, but then again, it's like how do you explain, like you can't just put a humanoid into that position and it not raise questions about what it's supposed to be. It looks nice, looks comfy. A tiny Dora riding a larger turtle Dora. It's delightful. Sign me up. You look so soft. Some sausage people? Is that safe to search? What the heck is some sausage people? What are you talking about? What is that? I see it, they're like flat. Things that would normally stand up. Are flat down. Nice. I hope these are pillow sized, otherwise I don't really get it. But why not? It's cute. Use them as tokens when you play card games. Hey, what's up, Angie? How you been? Welcome. You still playing indie games on stream? I've been all on YouTube for the past few years, but I started streaming on Twitch again. Little vinyl ones. I mean, it's cute. It's just cute. I can understand that. This is totally not the most productive thing I could be doing, but I can't help myself. I want to learn, try weird things. You've been awesome. Still play indie games off stream. Nice. That's good too. Yeah. I'm on YouTube, but I'm on Twitch now too, which is nice. Glad you've been awesome, dude. Awesome. Let's go. You're not okay. You're not fine. You're not good. You're awesome. You bought a house? Dang. Okay. That's a hard thing to do. Congrats. Let's go. Two hours away. Okay, that's like kind of far, but also kind of not far. It is far, but it could be further. Still in a general familiar area. Wow. Congratulations. That's a big thing. Love that for you. I know, right? I know. Yeah, I guess the hardest thing is getting approved for it because, you know, mortgage and all that, you can pay it sort of like rent. At least, you know, in the sense of a monthly payment. But yeah, I think the hardest thing is getting approved for it. And putting down a down payment as well. Had to change the job as well. And is that a good thing? Oh, because you moved. Right. I see. So that is a big shift. A lot of things are changing. But you said it's awesome, so it's good changes. Speaking of changes, changing these states. Self. States enum, which would be player states. current state, which would be that. No. That would just be player state. And then new state. So that's where that's how we'd update this. I am expecting this not to work and potentially not be fixable. Oh right, I did add a new parameter in here, which was the state's enum. We moved in June and tried to work in the health system and in schools as a special need educator, but both systems laughed in your face. Oh. So you went back to nonprofit community organization. That's okay. It's cool to know what you're up to and how you're doing, Angie. Laughed in your face like those are hard jobs to get or something? Like openings are rare? Alright, this is probably definitely not gonna work. Expected indented. What do we do? Oh, I forgot to finish this. Pass. Let's circle back to that. That's where I started to get distracted. This is when I wanted to change states. Oh, the vision area. I didn't set it up right. Oh, capital A. Okay. Nonprofit community organization. Nice. So it sounds like you're still working in a way that aligns with your values, even if it couldn't be exactly what you were hoping for. Nice. Did I see your hydrate earlier, Frank? I'm not sure. Invalid type and function change state. The dictionary of argument 2 does not have the same element type as the expected type dictionary argument. Whoa. Got employed by the health system to work with kids in the system, but it wasn't on your values. I don't know what you mean, but I respect that you wanted to work in a way that was aligned with your values. Did you? Well, here, I'll take a drink anyway. Oh, there's another hydrate. Thank you, Frank. What does that mean? Dictionary of Argument 2 does not have the same element type as the expected type dictionary argument. Interesting. So what does it have, if not that? Gotta hydrate. What would it call itself then? I'd listen to the government or whatever and not what you thought was best. Right. Yeah, education can be like that, I've heard. You can't do what is best. Yeah. That sounds about right. That sounds like it'd be a very short trip to depression. I don't know how I'll be able to, like, exactly identify what that type is. But maybe we can figure it out. It says it's a dictionary. It sure looks like integers to me. But I think maybe the array is the mistake. Because we did a dictionary array of integers. But I don't think it's an array of integers. It's probably string. Oh, it's string integer. That's what it is, I think. I mean, I assume that's a string. I'd be a little surprised if it wasn't. Alright, hold on a second, hold on a second. Hey, Kai Guy, welcome. Yeah, it's going well. Thanks for giving a hello. Hello to you as well. Yeah, it's going good. You know, I'm getting distracted with doing things that I want to do that aren't necessarily going to get things done, but it's okay. The monster do be chasing, though, which is good. I'm trying to set up different, like, states of how the monster chases you. And then it started wanting to, like, set up a, like, static function for changing states, so I don't have to rewrite the change state code all the time. But it's kind of getting me into a situation. Work today, switch shifts to different days of this week. Oh. That could be fine. So we're a long way trying to translate. Oh, it's okay. It's not good, Angie. All good. The crab like is crabbing. It is crabbing. Yeah, so as long as I don't change states, I think I can show you where it is. It shouldn't. Okay, it's supposed to have its arms not like that. Let's just fix that real quick. And then I feel like we could bump up its speed a little. Whoops. The face hugger is hugging. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to adding like more animations and behaviors onto it. Let's make its speed just not that much, just a tiny bit faster, just a little bit. So I can't crouch because I currently broke crouching. So I don't know if I'll actually be able to show you the climbing. Oh, there it goes. Nice. So it does attempt to climb, although it's taking a very strange path to get there. Don't understand why I went all the way over there. It's got some goofinesses in the way that it is. I wonder if it's because, yeah, it's an ettercap, like a slightly humanoid spider monster. The spider goof is the bad guy. Yeah, it's a spider goof. So obviously I haven't set up all of the animations and everything for it. Oh, this is good to test the corners it tends to struggle with. Yeah, it's got some problems. It's a little glitchy. Who needs collision? It's got some problems. It seems like it really struggles with the ends of it and figuring out that. So we got some stuff. I mean, hard mode for the monster, easy mode for the player. It's not the final speed. No, we're just testing stuff out. Definitely not the final speed. Come on. It doesn't even animate or turn around. No. Actually, no, it doesn't have collision, in fact. Yeah, no, it doesn't. No collision. Yeah, I don't know why it goes all the way to the edge. So sometimes it's good, sometimes it's different. Yeah, I think just like the way the targets are updating. I remember seeing in the documentation, like if things are jittering like this, you actually can't see it on stream, but I can see it jittering. That there's certain settings that might need to be changed. See you later, Kai Guy. Thanks for stopping in, seeing what we're up to. Hope the new schedule is working out okay for this week. So it's alright sometimes. But that's going to require a little bit of tweaking here and there. But I actually want some of these states to change, and I'm experimenting with this way of centralizing my state change logic, and it is needing some love. It doesn't have the same element type, so string was wrong. Yeah, I'll tweak away. Yeah, I literally just set it up today. We'll get there. I probably should stop being distracted by this. But there's nothing I hate more than repeating myself. So if I can avoid it, I will. GD script enum as an argument. Thanks, Angie. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think that that's true. A dictionary with a string integer pair. So is it some other issue? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm still with my partner. Yeah, they're non-binary. Yeah, we've been married 7 years? Together for like 11? One of us would have to die for that to dissolve. 2017, so 8 years. 8 years. But still, that's very close. Look at that. Let's go. It was the time to do it. It was when love was in the air. Still with you, Mr. Hubby, but you win because we've been together since 2007. Oh yeah, we met in like 2013 or 14. Yeah, we both win because of love. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It does look like I'm putting it in the right place. I mean, I don't think I should need to do this, but I guess I'm a little curious if that makes a difference somehow. I mean, technically, I guess it almost wants the colon. So I might not be able to refer to it correctly. Oh, is it there? Did I miss it? Oh, I didn't see it. Thanks for letting me know. I missed it. It was so long. My brain skipped it. So where you work, a crisis can occur spontaneously. A bleep crisis result from long progression from a stable state to a vulnerable state. Whether you're experiencing dark thoughts or concerned about a loved one's behavior, our counselors are there for you by phone, in groups, or in person during planned interventions. Nice. So you're like doing some social work. Some like really valuable social work. Look at that, it doesn't even fit on screen. Love that. Counselor. Nice. Oh yeah, Twitch ads are the worst. They're like mandatory. My partner is also a social worker, as it happens. Greenworks works, apparently, and football. Green words work and football? Oh, the ads? Hate those. Yeah, Twitch doesn't even do any kind of ad targeting, which actually kind of sucks. Because you just see like things you couldn't care less about. Right, so you literally can't hear what I'm saying. Why not? Why is this type not allowed? I have to use enum value as dictionary key. Right, but GScript pass an enum as a parameter. No, the entire enum. The whole dang enum. Alienware gaming laptop? So many ads. It does help. It does. Thank you for sitting through the ads. Have a class of a node with those enums. Yeah, right, but that's not exactly what I was wanting, truth be told. Dang, that's a lot of ads. It's such a engagement killer on Twitch. A lot less ads on YouTube though, for whatever that's worth. Trying to pass variables into enum. Pass in an enum as a method parameter, that's C#. Have you returned? So many ads. I hate that they have so many ads. I hate it. I feel like I should try. I'm trying to experiment with different lengths. Maybe I should have it be broken up more. Because it's so aggressive with how many ads it does. Get your arch done. Now you just need to do a refresher on setting up PBR materials for your sand. Whoa. Do I know what PBR materials is? Congrats, Freckles. Let's go. Arch made. This is apparently the hardest thing in the world to figure out. Yeah, Twitch ads, they're awful. I'm so sorry. They just they make us have them, and then we have to force these tons of ads into a really short time. You know, unless we do pre-rolls, but who wants to do pre-rolls? Okay. So how to type an enum in GDScript. How to statically type an enum in GDScript when passing it as an argument. Here's everything I said about your wall text. Oh yeah, it sounds like you're doing good social work. And then I mentioned that my partner is also a social worker. Enums are not first class types, so you can't directly use them as static types in function parameters. You can still enforce enum-like behavior. Clever tricks. I don't want clever tricks. I don't want no clever tricks. Who wants that? Not a social worker per se, but you work as a psychosocial worker. Nice, nice. Sounds like you're doing really good, valuable work. Especially if you have the fortitude to be able to support people in their time of crisis. It's awesome. We need more people like that. Yeah. That's all we can do is our best. So I can't pass an enum as a parameter and it be a direct reference, i.e. between scripts. You can't pass an enum value between scripts and have the receiving function use the same enum's name as a static type. Are not first class types. Named integers scope to the script. As you see, the good in people first It's natural. Right, right. You're like the right person for that job. Yeah, assuming worst intentions can be easy to do. But yeah, if you see the best in people, that's perfect. Who better? Yeah, this is not going great. Thank you, Angie. I don't think this is gonna work. No, I don't want to refer. Rap enums in a class? What are you talking about? Is Copilot like your static state changer? I don't know. I have no idea. You want me to ask it? I don't know if I want to know its answer. Because it's, I don't know. Maybe. I'm here! Yeah, I'll keep sharing the light. You too, Angie. I already know you are. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by, Angie. It's good to check in, see what you're up to. How you doing? Congrats on the house, by the way. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Right back at you, Angie. Just curious, yeah. Action hugs you and disappears quietly. Thank you. Action hug! Who doesn't want a nice action hug once in a while? Type it as an integer? How can you type it as an integer? It's a dictionary. Yeah, I might just have to repeat this over and over again. But sure would be nice if I didn't have to. Listen, old 1940s radio to pick out samples for main menu musics. Nice. Are some of that, is that like public domain stuff too? It's a really good idea. I did kind of get the sense that your game was at like an old people's home. So maybe that checks out. Public domain music, definitely underused by me. Alright, I'll try it, but I'm not optimistic that it's just going to accept it as an integer. Yeah, because look, I can't do keys on an integer. I hate that. I mean, you could always try to redefine it. States enum, like actual enum dictionary string integer and set that to be states enum as dictionary. It's gonna be terrible. There's no way that works. There's no way that works. Can I convert integer? Well, I know. Yeah, this is useless. Alright, well, I guess I'm not gonna do it this way. I wanted to, but it's not going right. It ain't working out the right way that I'd want it to, unfortunately. I do actually want to keep some of those changes. That was a long detour, I know. I really, really wanted to not have to repeat that over and over again. But this is just going to be easier, so it's what we're going to do. The radio play isn't public domain, but sampling other works is transformative for fair use. Theoretically. Obviously, fair use is only determined in the court of law. So, like, yeah, I usually do 12 hours, so we're only halfway there, ya baba. But yeah, I mean, fair use, you can't just say, that's fair use. Like, someone who's a copyright holder can still be like, disagree, I'll see you in court. So I'm like pretty dubious of that. But I mean, look, if you're like into making music with samples, it's just a risk you take, obviously. And then the other thing too is like, will an automated system still pick it up? If you change it enough, it might not matter, obviously. And then also, they're probably not going to come after you if you're not making money on the song itself. You know, either way, it's a risk, but it's a mitigatable risk. Alright, so we're not going to do that as much as I really wanted to. It's not the right move. So I'm not gonna. Instead, we're gonna go back to the monster. And not entertain this distraction anymore. But it was interesting. I'm glad I did. I learned some stuff. Common practice in music making. Yeah, and it's always a risk. You can use samples you purchase from Splice, but those have been getting hit by auto-detect more than what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just always a risk. Like, it's just the reality. Like, fair use is, just because it's common practice doesn't mean if you have a song that makes a lot of money and a record company notices that you're using one of their songs in the remix or in your mix, doesn't mean they won't come after you, even if you think it's fair use. But I get it, yeah, you can take the risk if you want. Some of us are just more risk averse. I'm very risk averse. Okay, so I want to create a change state function here. See, this is why I didn't want to do it, because now I'm just creating like this new thing that's the same as what we were already doing, but it's fine. I guess the other thing that comes into play too is what kind of state are we changing? Well, in this case, I'm going to change the target state. So in that way, I might want it to be more targeted. The new state would come from target states. Right? Yes. And then we'll say target state equals new state, print it's your jam and I'd like for you to play with music on, so if you think a word or two from a 1940s radio play is going to trigger YouTube's copyright system, I'll shut it down. You know, I'm not actually sure, but that's not the rule. The rule is you have to have created all the music yourself, which just helps prevent that even from being an issue. So it'll be muted if you didn't make the music yourself, AI generated, or you plan to copyright it. Which I guess now you've given me a reason to think about a new condition to add in there. But yeah, to me that doesn't sound much like you made it yourself. I mean, it does. It's tough. It's tough. That's a gray area for sure. It's a really gray area. I suspect it wouldn't set it off, but again, I don't know. I'd have to hear it. So to me, that's like a special case, and you can try it and then send it to me. Or you know what you can also do? You could also try uploading the song to YouTube in an unlisted video, and YouTube will scan it, and you can find out if it catches anything. But it might not. So yeah, if you try the upload thing, that's helpful. Yeah, see if it catches it. Eder cap, target state. I don't know why we're saying player state. You should just say player. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I hear that that's the way you think about it. I think it's just been a long-running thing with samples, you know, as like is it stealing or isn't it? You know, like ethically, legally, it's just literally up to a court to decide that. That's the only arbiter of is it fair use. And in terms of the jam rules, it's tough. Again, it's a gray area, for sure. So because you're in that gray area, I would just say stay in touch with me, either a community post or Discord or whatever, and we can figure out if it sets off the sensors or not. I mean, it's a debate. Flip. What do you want me to say? Like, it is a debated thing. Like, it's the nature of it. It's a debated thing. And you know what a lot of hip-hop artists do? Is get sued for using samples. And so, often they will seek prior approval. It's a whole thing. Like, you can read about it. It's a real thing that, you know, if you are making samples, you have to like think ahead a little bit and make sure you have a license to use those samples, depending again on your reach, right? So like it's also possible that your music doesn't make enough money for the rights holders to give a crap about you, or much less notice that you did it. But a disgruntled fan could make them aware of it. For example, I mean it's like a whole thing with a rich history of legal troubles. So it's, again, I'm not trying to make a judgment about whether someone made their own song, but the rule is designed to cover the risk that could come up as someone who's trying to live stream and not deal with claims. You know, and what you're doing is kind of pushing a little bit. Like, it's a little bit, it's pushing right up against the boundary that rule is setting. And, you know, I'm not gonna argue about what rule it should be. The rules are the rules, you know, and it's helpful to like think about how they could be changed, but, you know, is it an exception that I'm just making because you want to push the boundaries, or is it an exception that is actually useful to think about in the future? you know, to me, my instinct is it should be muted. That's my instinct. And again, it's not about making a judgment about whether you made your own music. It's just a catch-all way to describe numerous scenarios that are likely to set off the claim process. But it's just an easy, I thought broadly understandable thing, but I can see how that is confusing the samples thing. I can see how that's confusing. You won't use it? I'm sorry. I hate that like hampers the creativity you want to add in. And again, it's only for the live stream. Took a nap, feel better? Yes. It's good to listen to our bodies, but it's not always easy to listen to our bodies. Glad you feel better, therapy. Took some nap therapy. You've been taking naps. Nice work. Alright, so we're just gonna have this in a bunch of places, even though I think that's stupid. It is what it is. So if... And let me actually name this a little better. On body entered vision, just so it's a little bit more clear. On body entered vision, if the body is the player, we would want to switch to chase sight. So we'll say change target state to target states chase sight. Okay. Now that doesn't do anything right now. So I actually haven't set up the different waypoints that the monster will use. Really, I would just want it to, you know, go up and down in between the halls and hit different waypoints there. I don't know that it needs to be particularly complicated. Like, it could be kind of randomized. Like, maybe it switches directions randomly. I think a path node would be good here. And it stays to that path unless it's chasing. Then it breaks off the path. Now, I did start to mess with paths before, and it wasn't great, but that was before I had a more structured, like, level concept. So it should be a lot simpler now, but that could change because there's going to be like an area over here and over there. So we'll see. I'm going to give the paths one more chance. Thanks for being in touch about that, by the way, Flip. I appreciate that. Let's say, and so really I'm just using this. I'm not actually going to have it following that path per se. Like, it's just going to, it really, I mean, I could just put down markers. Yeah, why even use a path? Just use markers. I'm not even going to use the path. Yeah, let's just use markers. This is going to be easier. Header cap, waypoints. Although, you know, I guess what's nice about the path is we can, like, determine a direction that it's going, whereas if I just have a bunch of waypoints, you know, it needs to, like, know the order. But we could just have an array. We could add them to an array. Yeah, you know, this will be fine. This will be fine. Although I do want to think about them being in order from one end to the other. And it might be a little harder. You know, maybe I will use the path now that I think about it. I just think it's gonna make it easier to organize it. It's just, you know, paths are kind of messy, finicky to work with. So I guess I'd rather the monsters start over here. Although, like, the monster could randomly choose its starting place as well. Okay, so there's a point. Add another one. It's kind of hard to see those points. Are they real? Are they actually happening? Oh, that one's just... Wait, what? Oh gosh, I hate Path 3D Node. I hate it with all my heart. Okay, put this at the center. Move the first point to be somewhere else. Please. Okay. If you add another point, do be dropping it at the origin. Actually, let's try it this way. Ideally, it would be creating it at the same level, but I guess I can always adjust it. What's up, Skate? Oh, there we go. This is nicer. Yes. So what I'm trying to set up now is the patrol path for the monster. Now, it's good to keep in mind that's going to be different, though, right? Because how's it going to cross this threshold? In which case, the markers might be better. But in order to do that, this is kind of tricky. It's kind of hard, actually. Trying to make an open world map for one of your side projects. Nice. It sounds cool. What kind of game is it? I mean, I think it would still... I think it kind of doesn't matter. Like, I think if I just put it down the center, the navigation should see that it, like, can or can't go through a certain area. The only thing is, I don't want it to climb anything. So it's gonna have to know... Okay. This is gonna be a bit of a challenge, but I'm okay with that. I think. Probably. So for now, we're just gonna put it down the center. I mean, it's not great because then you also want to define... What if you don't put it down the center? What if you do it, like, up here? And then... just go up like that? What if you tried something like this? So obviously that's clipping through, but hopefully the navigation agent would handle that. Because all we're using this for is the points, not really the path. But what's nice about using the path is it just kind of helps enforce an order a little better. Okay, so very simple patrol path. Edgar patrol path, and for the chase state, we considered using a pathfinding algorithm. What's up, Grammy? We are using that. So Godot has built-in navigation agent tool stuff, and by default, it uses an A-star pathfinding algorithm. So this is not for the following. It's okay, welcome. It's not for the following part. This is for the patrolling part. So, like currently, jankily, the monster will follow you using the A-star algorithm and come after you. And then what I also want is a separate state. Yeah, I think that'll fix once I put the other thing. The monster is a finite state machine. The monster has state machines. Yes, there's states for sure. So the idea is that sometimes it's patrolling, sometimes it's chasing. So I'm setting up this path as a way to have a reference for where it patrols when it's patrolling. And state machines are part of it, yeah. So normally, for now, it's been in only the chase state, but I want to change that to so right here. This is kind of the chasing. This line. I guess it's this. No, I guess it's this. Really, it's just setting what the target is. That's the only thing that's different. Interesting. So actually, all I have to do is say, well, it would be nice if this was handled in the States. So let's make it handled in the States. Let's say match new state. If that is target states, you asked if Godot has something. Are you, what do you like making games in? 'Cause it sounds like you're familiar with things. Target states. Oh yeah, it never auto-completes here, unfortunately. So patrol is not that. We'll come back to that in a second. Target states. Chase site. You write games in JavaScript. Nice. Badly for fun. And for work, you write Java and JavaScript. I just started making a game in JavaScript because I just want to learn JavaScript. Mainly for like web tools and stuff. But that's pretty awesome that you like, no, I make games with JavaScript. Love that. And is that just like because it's something you know, or is there like a reason you're like, no, there's JavaScript is where I like to make games. I've also not been using any libraries. But maybe you're also talking about like Phaser or something. Or maybe you're going full no library. So all this is going to do is change the target. So for the patrol, the target would need to be like somewhere on that path. And somehow I need to tell it to find those points on the path. I mean, this sounds a little crazy, but I kind of wonder... Yeah, you just know it. Oh yeah, Pixie. 3JS, nice. Nice. Yeah, that's fair. If that's what you know, make games however you can. Love that. .3JS or Pixie.js. I think those have been recommended to me. Definitely Pixie. And I've used various libraries without really appreciating why I'm using them. Which is why I'm trying to learn vanilla. So I can be like, oh yeah, that library is gonna make my life easier. So I could have like a follower that's just constantly vacillating between all those points. But I don't know if I like that. I feel like what I'd prefer is we just get these points as an array. We just fetch them and they're there as an option. And it just moves to the nearest one. Maybe at first it picks a random one at the beginning. So obviously I am gonna need to find that. So what if we could do like a waypoint manager or something? Monster path manager? Whoa. Wow. If he moves the nearest one, he'll just walk back and forth at one end. The middle path is longer. No, it's not what I'm saying. So I'm saying that it'll pick a starting point to go to of all these. And then for the nearest, that'll be, let's say it stops chasing the player, right? It says, oh, I see there's no player there. Got it. And then when it returns to the path, I might want to say, find the nearest point to its current position when switching back to patrol mode and start there. So I had set this up for like adding in markers, but I don't think I want to do that. If we could just get an array of vector 3s. Which I suppose... Yeah. We're not gonna do that. But I will say, populate waypoint array. And so I want to fetch that path. I mean, you already have this monster manager. You might as well just make it a child of it. It's going to make your life a lot easier. It just is. Easier to find things. So we get the path. I mean, I guess we could just... Because there's a lot of different ways we could do this. Curve, change curve, set curve, get curve. Why no more stuff? I mean, we can get points. Oh, it is called curve. Wow. Got it. I see. What's up, Rogie? Yeah, follow path. Yeah, I'm not going to use that for this. I'm only using the path for setting the points. Yeah. So I don't actually want the monster to be a path follower. I'm just using the path as a way to set points and be able to easily see how they're connected. It's more a convenience thing. The monster is going to be moving independently of the path, but it's just going to fetch the points, so it's easier for it to know where it should patrol when it's supposed to patrol. So I'm kind of mixing the two together. You know, if I do end up using a follower, it would just be like oscillating back between the end and the beginning, and then maybe the monster just like follows that. Like, that's totally a possibility. But yeah. Thank you. But I'm thinking I don't particularly need it. But it's apparently get curve. So what does that return? A curve? Here's the thumbs up. Number 1! I guess I'm kind of curious to see what this... I'm going to say print... Patrol path curve. Like, what does that even look like? It's just the curve. Okay. YouTube has multiple peace sign emotes, but the thumbs up one was at the end. Yeah, I guess they do have a couple peace sign ones. The like weird stretched out smiley. That one kills me. How will the player escape the monster or trigger chase mode? A radius around it? The player will have to outrun the monster and hide behind boxes. Yeah. I think it's so funny how stretched out that one is. So the game is going to include a bunch of shelves, and the monster can see right through those shelves with no problem. So all these shelves are going to be stocked with boxes that the player will have to grab and stack up, and that will break the line of sight. So you'll have to learn to like build little shields for the line of sight and run and hide behind those. But of course the monster will have to not see you run and hide behind there, otherwise it's going to get you. But I think the monster is going to be slower than the player, so certainly. So it's definitely possible that you could outrun it. It's a little stuck. I think it might be stuck though too because I changed the... We're mid setting up the state changes. So you have to like outrun it so you're out of its range where it can't see you, but it's still gonna chase you until it decides that it can't find you. The monster will have some sort of ray tracing to see the player. Yeah, ray casting. Yeah, there'll be a ray cast. So it already has like a visibility range that I'm just now setting up. You can kind of see it. Actually, it's easier if we switch to this. So it's that big coffin shape there. That's its current vision area. And then there'll be another ray cast that checks to see if there's an obstruction between the player and it. But, you know, can't do everything all at the same time, so just taking things one at a time. And I want to set up the patrol states, because I want to make sure it swaps between the two effectively. The box stuff, I'd love to get to it today, but I doubt I will. So I'm not going to worry too much about that just yet. Yeah. And then in case this context wasn't known, this is all for Game Jam, the Game Like Jam. We do this every odd month of the year. We make games like other games. And this month, the game that we're making like another game is Granny, or the game that we're imitating. So it's not about making little clones, it's about having a game that gives you the scope, or making a game where the scope is known. You already know how big the game should be, what the loop is, those kind of things. It's a month-long jam, and I quite like the way the patrol and chase system works in Granny, so I'm essentially emulating that. Okay. So we do have this monster path manager. And I want that to populate the waypoint array, so the curve just prints out a curve. But I would want to actually get the points. Get baked points. I guess we'll bake the points. Tessellate? What the hell? Because I did see that option. Bake interval. The distance in meters between two adjacent cached points. Changing it forces the cache to be recompiled the next time the get bake points or get bake length function is called. I don't need that to change. But that's very interesting. So let's say that get baked points. So hopefully this will print out a whole array. Nice. That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. Why are there so many points? Oh my god. Jesus. So that's like literally every point in the entire array. It's not just the points that I set down here. It's like every step. But I guess that's what that interval is saying. Wow. So what if I make it 100 and then we print it? It might just consume it. Nice. So now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which I think is how many I put down. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, oh no, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. This is better. Oh wow, it added curves. I didn't. Okay. Huh. I wasn't expecting you to do that, but you did it anyway. Okay. Pick up and throw a box to distract or slow down the monster. Yeah, so that will already be kind of built in to an extent, because the monster is also going to be able to hear things. So if you bump a box, the monster will hear that and will go look for it. That's assuming it doesn't already see you. So if it sees you, a box isn't going to distract it. At that point, you just have to get out of its vision. But yeah, if it hasn't seen you yet, you could totally use the noise to distract it. 100%. As far as slowing it down goes, I don't know, I feel like this monster shouldn't be slowed down by a few boxes. I'm kind of thinking it's just going to push them out of the way, but I might also have it actually destroy the boxes if it crosses paths with them, which would reduce the total number of boxes the player has, but that's just sort of like a potential balancing thing. Not necessarily something I'm like planning to commit to. Okay, I know you can select multiple points. It's just kind of hard because that giant gizmo gets in the way. Here, try this one first, then that one. So I want to take that array and really just duplicate it or assign it, I think is what you'd want. No, that's not a... It's not a thing in Godot. Append array. Oh no, it is a thing. Okay. Oh, impact vector 3 array. Excuse me, that's different. It's got different stuff. Okay. So we'll just append it then. Appends impact. No. And remind me on assign. Assigns elements of another array into the array. Okay, we could try that. So I think I would actually want to say to the waypoint array, assign... Oh, you murdered it. Assign the editor cap patrol path. Let's see if that works. And then we'll print the waypoint array. So ideally it has all those points, and it does. Excellent. And we can also just fetch that, but it's fine. A little easier to me anyway, to give it its own special name. And then over on the editor cap, if we're in the patrol state, it's going to need to fetch its next target from that array. Now, one thing I'm not sure about, if I'm setting the current target here, I think that's, but will it update it constantly? I don't think it will. So I think you need to keep whatever target it is updated, by the way. So instead of running this, what if we pop this in here, make this a local thing? Oh, wrong place. Put this... I mean, it's a little weird, isn't it? No, it's fine. Here, come here. Pop it in physics process. Don't give it any parameters. And we'll just say that the current target gets updated to different things. In this case, the player. This has no parameter. I mean, we don't even really need that, do we? Through the documentation, calls the points you place control points, but doesn't seem to have a way to just return those. Yeah, it is weird. I mean, I was able to return them, I just had to set, like, a bake interval. So they're gettable, but it does seem odd considering they're all just outlined right there. You know, like, just give me that. Just give me that stuff. But it's okay. It's okay. So we just update the current target, that's it. It's always navigating to something, whatever the current target happens to be. So then, if we're on patrol, it's going to be a little more complicated. So we would want to say get something like get next waypoint. And have that return one of those points. I'm going to make this its own function. This is follow next waypoint. Okay. Get point in. Right. That's only going to be a single ID or something. A vector 3. A single vector 3. Okay. Yeah, that's something. Didn't seem like what I needed. But it is something. Follow next point. Find what to iterate over. It might help. I don't exactly see how it might help, but I love that you're like learning and looking up things. Maybe I just don't understand what you mean. But it's not really a problem. It seems good. I got what I need. You know. Yeah, it's patrol time. Exactly. Yeah, that's okay. Get next waypoint. And then what it's gonna do is pull from that manager. So monster path manager .ref waypoint array, but what are we gonna do with that stuff? We have it, but what? So I think for now, just to keep it simple, we could just have it go to the next point, go to the next point, go to the next. I mean, no, this will be fine. No, we can do this. Hold on. Let's say I won't worry about the nearest right now, just to keep it simple. I guess we'd want to know where we're at in the array currently, so it knows what direction to go in or whatever. I mean, let's just make it random. It'll be simpler that way. But that's not a next waypoint, right? You want it to iterate through and return a different one. So we kind of would like a start patrol point. Last patrol point. And that's going to be nothing to start with. So we could say that. Let's try that. Can't make it null. It's okay. We'll say 0. If last patrol point is set to vector 3 0, then, well, let's also set up the array. Variable waypoint array. But it still needs to know, well, that's last patrol point. It still needs to know what direction to go in through the array. If it's set to 0, waypoint array pick random. And we want to assign that to the last patrol point. And return that as well. I mean, it's always going to return the last. Well, that's not true. Well, I guess we would say we don't just want last patrol point. We'd also want like next patrol point, which would just be what it returns anyway. So let's say next waypoint. And then we'll set the next waypoint to be the last patrol point, and then return next waypoint every time. Okay. That's only if it hasn't been set yet. Normally, it will have been set. So if it has been set, I would want to find the position in the array that it's at and somehow make sure it keeps feeding the next ones. Returns the index of value in the sorted array. Curve D has point count, so you could iterate over point count using vector 3 get point in, then make a set from the vector 3 control points that are returned. Yeah, I mean, the path 3D isn't usually used for what I'm using it for. I'm kind of just using it in my own special way. But generally, you may not even need to use it that way for what it's intended for. It hurts my brain to try to understand what you're saying. I'm gonna be honest. I bet it does work. My brain can't take it. I can't do it. Find custom. Returns the index of the first element in the array that causes method to return true. If you want the I'm just gonna look it up. I feel like this is good for it. Don't give code, GDScript, find what are the two methods for finding an index in an array that is one before the given index or two after the given index. Yeah, if that's what I was thinking, find. Right, and then just do +1 or -1. I love that. That's a good idea. Now, obviously, we wouldn't want it to go into negative, so I'd have to have some kind of boundary there. That makes a lot of sense. So otherwise, next waypoint equals last patrol point, either plus or minus. Kind of want it to flip a coin. Variable direction integer can equal random integer range between 0 and 1. Or you could even do I mean, I don't want it to be 0. You know what? Let's do it like this. I'm going to create a direction array and make that be an array of integers, and it's either -1 or 1, and then we can just pick a random direction. So the next waypoint equals last patrol point plus direction array pick random. Now the only caveat here is -1 could be sufficient because that'll just take you to the end of the array, but I kind of rather just not do that. So we can set next waypoint to that, but if next waypoint is less than 0, then just do it again. Until it isn't less than 0, basically. Could always just have it change it too. I mean, wait, let's think about this. Because if it, let's say it's 0, it's on one end of the array. And it goes to -1, what I really want it to do is I would want it to... So actually, if it's less than 0, I'd want the next waypoint to be like absolute valued, basically. Yeah, maybe. Oh, right. So I guess I meant the index. Okay, so this is actually a bit of an issue here, because this is pulling in vector 3s, which I don't want it to pull in. What I actually want to get is the index of it. Because pick random will actually give us the value. But I would rather... We could do find. That would give us that. So if I were to say... Next waypoint index we say pick random, and then last patrol point or waypoint array, find I mean, that one's, we don't care about this one. So we assign next waypoint index to waypoint array find next waypoint. And then if next waypoint, so you don't even want to do this plus thing. This is wrong. We want to set the index first, actually, which won't actually be there. So I guess actually what I want to do is say the last patrol point, or no, next waypoint index equals the last one. Pick an index and set it? Yeah, you could do that too. That would work. Last patrol point. So it'll find the index of the last patrol point. And then we want to change it to the last patrol point. We could even, no, we didn't do that. It's all good. All I gotta do is just not do what you say. It's pretty easy. Sometimes it's frustrating. It depends. The only times it frustrates me is if I'm trying to like solve a problem and experience the joy of working it out myself, and potentially the suggestion spoils it. But you're good. Variable, I'll let you know if I'm not interested, or I'll just move on. Okay, we're gonna call this last waypoint index. And the next waypoint index will equal the last waypoint index plus the random direction array that it chooses. But if that is less than 0, just absolute value it. If it is greater than the waypoint array size -1, because otherwise it won't return it quite correctly. If it's greater than the size -1, so I'd actually want to take it back 2 steps. So I guess we could put this sooner. I mean, it really depends which one it picks. Well, that could be what you could say if... Nah, I guess I will do this. If it's greater than it, because what I'd want to do instead, so it'll be 1 greater in that case. I'd kind of want to subtract it by 2. It's kind of crazy, but okay. Next waypoint, -2. Oh, sorry, index. 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 All those need to be index. Finds it in the array. Okay. So then when we want to calculate the actual next waypoint, we say next waypoint equals next waypoint index find, or sorry, waypoint array find next index. Well, no, but the waypoint array is an array of vector 2's. Oh, we set that up here. Did I type it? I did not. Vector 3's. I mean, the waypoint array has vector 3's in it. So if we're finding... Oh, it does return the index. My bad. Whoops. That makes sense. Yeah, that is what I want. Thank you. That is what I want. I special thank you. I always forget that because I'm wanting to, like, let's say coding consultant. I'm always wanting to, like, use a method. But yeah, when you're doing array stuff, you just put it in brackets after. No method needed. Good call. Alright. So it's returning the next waypoint as the current target. We'll see how this goes. It's probably not going to work good. It would be nice if we printed it too, just to see. Although it's going to be kind of weird. Next, or ettercap. Next waypoint. And then for now, I'm gonna deactivate the player chasing, just so I can observe the patrolling. Work out the offset, then apply that to the index. Yeah, I mean, probably. Okay, so it looks like it didn't actually switch it to patrol. Nailed it. Just run into the shelf. No problem. Done. So it's only going to do that if it has switched to the patrol state. So I do in fact want to make sure that when it starts out in that state. So we're going to say change target state right at the beginning. to target states, patrol. That way, it actually runs that in the first place, instead of just going nowhere. Okay, so the only problem is I don't necessarily want the monster. Like, this isn't the most necessary thing, but I don't particularly. I really need to get those center nav meshes down. But I don't particularly want the monster to climb unless it's chasing the player. I think that's a more fun thing to have as like a surprise that only happens sometimes. So this takes me to turning off a nav region depending on what state we're in. So this should not be very difficult. I think we actually will just have a navigation region enabled or not here. The only thing is I have to access that and make sure it changes. So these are all currently in instant scenes, so I could slap a script on it, on each one, like a script that they all share that's the same. Oh, layers. I mean, so if I do that, how do I tell it what layer to target? Just literally on the editor cap? Okay, I actually like that a lot better. Nice call. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. I think so. I think that's the right answer. 100%. 100%. Thank you. I mean, not that I doubt what I was gonna do would work, but this is by and large, the optimal way to do it. Good call. Special thank. Okay. Love that. So we'll say this layer is floor, and this one is shelves. Yeah. For now, we'll just do it like this. We're gonna find out. Let's see what happens. So I'd actually want it to by default. Well, actually, not really. Well, yes. Really, it would just either add or remove the second layer, depending on what state it's in. So if it's in the patrol state, we'd want to remove that layer. So let's put it on, and then obviously we need to make sure. The thing I like least about that is having to remember to put these on that layer, but it's okay. And then when we're in patrol, nav agent, navigation layers, set navigation layer value to the layer number, and then like a true or false. Nice. Okay, so 2 false. Now we could like set up an enum for this. Could be just nicer that way. Probably the right thing to do. Enum. It might even be good to globalize this. I already have global collision layers, so we could say enum nav layers and say that floor equals 1, shelves equals 2, so it's more readable. then say globals, nav layers, shelves becomes false. And then when it's chase time, set it to true. Okay, so by default, the shelves layer is being navigated. But what I want to see is that that will not happen anymore once it switches to that patrol state. Okay, so it does... Oh! Okay. Let's see if it properly removed that. So over in the editor cap. Indeed, 2 is not included in there. Okay. So this isn't the navigation region that we're actually using. It's an old one. Don't care about that. Hey, Symbol. Welcome. Thanks for coming through. I'm working on a horror game where you're trying to escape a warehouse that has a very scary spider monster in it. And I'm setting up some of the navigation stuff. And it's like behavior. Yeah, scary spiders. Definitely. Oh, there it worked. Weird. I wonder if it was still... This actually might even illustrate some of the other problems it was having. Like why it wasn't... Interesting. Maybe leaving that other one behind, it was still working. Kill it with fire! That is the traditional Hollywood knowledge. Yes. Okay, so it didn't actually pick a next waypoint, which actually makes a lot of sense, because this is only on patrol that it gets a next waypoint. When in fact, we need to say that as soon as the navigation is finished, it needs to update to the next target. So we kind of need to know if we're patrolling or not. So if the navigation finishes, this is fine, because that would be getting updated constantly if it's chasing the player. In theory. I do wonder if... Well, let's just... Let's try something different. Let's say update. Update. Next. Nav position. And I could pull that in directly. We wouldn't even then need this match statement. We could directly pull in the state. We'd still want the match statement, but just in a different place this time. And so we do want to run that. When we switch it, but also at the end of every point that's reached. Now I do think for like the player, I probably wanted to actually update more often than that. So we'll have to see. But for now, let's have it pull in a current state. Which will be target states. I guess we will say target state. Although that's shadowing another variable. Current target state. Okay, then that matches the current target state with one of those conditions. And then whenever the navigation is finished, the next nav position is the current target. So I kind of don't need current target anymore, potentially, for now. Instead, we'll say get next waypoint. See what that gets us. So that way it tries to run more often. So what I'd like to see is when it gets to that end, we see another next waypoint appear. Okay. Well, it did, although it didn't print it, but it did pick another waypoint. Nice. Can't say I love its patrolling it's doing, but okay. All right. Wow. Interesting. I'm especially surprised that it's not printing a next waypoint. So something is not running that's supposed to run. So let's see what's happening. Oh, first of all, I didn't pass a current state in there. You don't really need to, truth be told. You can just check what the current state is. And Lee's get next waypoint doesn't run update. So that's why it's going back and forth. Okay, I made an oopsie. Okay, get rid of all this. This is nothing. We don't need it. In fact, we want to match whatever target state is to one of those. This doesn't need to know the new state. It's just going to go see what the new state is. And then instead of running get next waypoint, because that's already built in to update, we would say update next nav position. Right, but we don't want to return it. Finding problems and fixing them. That's my life. I love it. It's my favorite thing. So we will continue to have it be the current target. Okay. Let's see where this gets us. It is my favorite thing. Okay, so it is picking next waypoints. A bit early, I'll say. Now, I feel like one of you, was it Graham, predicted that it would go back and forth. It is definitely going back and forth. 100%. Not that I fully understand why. I mean, if it's randomly going between -1 and 1, why wouldn't it go further? you don't have to. I'm happy to acknowledge if others are right. But I know it's fun to be a little mean to people on the internet. It's just bad vibes, but you're not being bad vibes. If you said that, but you didn't say it. You just said that you didn't say it. Which is different. Yeah, and then it definitely resolves its position a little early. Well, if you didn't intend the bad vibes, then... So, let's see what's going wrong here. Oh, this is on the editor cap, I guess. So it tracks the last patrol point. Let me see, actually, what it's looking like in here. No, I mean, it's, you know, I feel like folks really enjoy being right, and I respect that, but I like being wrong, because when I'm wrong, I get to learn why I was wrong, you know? So, like, I'm gonna put on spoiler goggles, because I want to figure it out myself. It's spoiler goggle time. I don't want to be spoiled at the solution. You know, I enjoy saying, I'm gonna do it this way to see if it works. And then if it doesn't work, now I get to figure out why, because there's a lot of learning, right? And so then next time, I'm less likely to make that same mistake. Yeah, it's spoiler goggles time. So I'm sure what you said was really helpful, and I'll look back if I really can't figure it out, but I would rather practice my debugging skills. I know, and yet it doesn't stop anybody from trying to give me all the answers. It's like, you guys, I might as well just use ChatGPT sometimes. Like, I don't want to. I want to learn. Don't be my chatbot. Okay. So, but you know, sometimes if I miss something that is really egregious, sometimes it's helpful. So there really can't be like a hard and fast no spoiler rule, because it just depends. Okay. So on the editor cap, looking for the last. Oh, if it's an underscore, does it not appear in here? Oh no, it's right there. Okay, last patrol point. So there it's saying, it would be nice to see the index, honestly. That would help me a lot. How can I tell you Darth Vader's Luke's father? Wait, he is? You monster. Alright, let's just look at it. So when we go to get the next waypoint, we establish the waypoint array, which I don't really need to do here every time, but that's okay. We set up a next waypoint index, and a direction. If the last patrol point is set to 0, give us a first last patrol point. And it'll just pick a random point in the waypoint array, and then return that. Now, if it isn't set to 0, it is going to assign the last waypoint index to the last patrol point that it goes and finds. Then it's going to set the next waypoint to the last waypoint index plus whichever direction. So either it's going to be increased by 1 or decreased by 1. And then it does some corrections to make sure it's not at a particular end of the array. So it doesn't go, it stays within the boundaries of the array. Then it will set the next waypoint to what that waypoint index has been set to. Now, it keeps doing the same two, back and forth. If the waypoint index equals the last one, let's say it was always adding 1, right, every single time, just as like an experiment, right? Let's not even use the direction array. Let's just always have it add 1. So there, it's literally always picking the same point. What if I have it add 2? I like the spoiler tag. It's nice. Okay, what about this? What if we slap a plus equals on there? And we multiply it. Well, but the problem is, it's not going to give you a random direction, right? This seems like a mistake. It's a bad idea. You could say, don't know if it's gonna matter, but I'm trying it anyway. If I say last waypoint index, or no, you would want to set the next waypoint index. No, that's correct. Like, I guess I'd want to say... Oh, it's a little confusing. I don't love this at all. Set that to last waypoint index. Either increased or decreased. And then plus equal that with this. I don't think this is gonna work. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna work. Sorry about that buffering. I'm using the wrong internet today. And I don't feel like switching it, since it's only happened a few times in 8 hours. We'll be okay. It's a rare buffer. No big deal. Alright, so let's try this. Don't know if it's gonna make a difference. Probably not. You're just gonna go back and forth? Didn't drop for you? Nice. Think it's going back and forth? I don't think that helped. I might be looking at that spoiler. Yeah, I think I'm looking at that spoiler. My little head can't wrap around it. Alright, spoiler, bring it on. It jumped after the fact? It's crazy. If you do the direction thing, you can just make the enemy randomly change direction occasionally. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. Checking the closest point to go to, right? Should it actually have a direction it's walking that it switches at either end of the point array? That didn't make any sense. That is not... I don't understand. No, so like the behavior that I'm looking for, that I'm intending, is... You match with someone that's older than you on Facebook dating? It sounds like you need to move on to somebody else, potentially. Or, you know what? Maybe confront the person about it. And if you can't talk to them about it, then that is a good sign that maybe you should move on. Made a little tiny glass for patrol routes. Cool. Alright, so my intention is, so if we have all these different points, okay, point, and they connect to each other in some fashion. So the monster is wherever it is. Maybe it's been chasing the player. It'll randomly pick a point to go back to. So it'll start wherever. Maybe it starts there. Maybe it starts there. Maybe it starts there. So from wherever it is, it'll go to that point. And then I would want it to pick a random direction. So it goes to this point, and then it's like, am I going to go left or am I going to go right? There's nowhere left, so it would go right. But then it might say, actually, I'm going to go back. Or it might say, I'm going to go forward. It might say, I'm going to go here. Or it might go there. But obviously, it shouldn't just go back between the two. So it might do that. Or it keeps going. So I could have it, and this would be simpler, but I could have it go all the way. You gotta set boundaries. Look, you have to. It's an important life skill. I believe in you. Is it a linked list? That's more for like inventory management stuff, right? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, more like it could go either direction, basically. That way the player can't necessarily anticipate it, but because otherwise it's just very predictable. And I'd rather it be a little bit less predictable. I feel like what might work better is it does go between each end and it bounces back. And at each point that it gets to, it can, I mean, that's basically what I'm doing. Like, decide if it's gonna go all the way back or not. So, like, it could get up to here and say, alright, I'm gonna go all the way back. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm trying to do anyway. So, like, the way I'm imagining it, yeah, man, you gotta set boundaries. If you're not willing to set boundaries, nobody can help you. You're just doomed to get stuck in the same crap forever. I don't think there's any more good advice you can possibly be given than to set boundaries. That's all there is to it. So, like, what I would like is you have these different numbers that represent the points in the array, right? And so you're at this point, and then right there, either it's going to take you that way or it's going to take you that way. If it took you that way, so we could also, I'm fine with that, like it can go all the way back, but it's really the same thing. I feel like I'd like it to either say, I'm going this way, now I'm going to stop and go back. What's up, Art? Welcome. Yeah, so I'm making a game that's like the game Granny for our Game Like Jam, which is a jam that gives you the scope for the game. We spend a month, we work on it every other month, so the odd months, starting with January. We're in September, And we're making a horror game so we can have a game ready for Halloween. I mean, look, if it's not, you know, you don't have to be with somebody. You know that, right, Freckles? You can just say, I'm done, goodbye. That's it. If you think there's no way forward, get out of there. This is Godot, is the game engine. Should be a link in the description box on how to download it. Monster works from end to end. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, Freckles. Look, ultimately, I'm not a relationship advisor, but you know, the trauma dumping can be a little much. But at the end of the day, if you're not willing to distance yourself from someone who's hurting you, and you're not going to take any advice to do that, then you're just not going to do it until you're ready to do it, until you learn that lesson on your own. So that's all I have to say about it. Practically, it's just the same thing, easier to implement as monster works from end to end of the path. The monster turns around occasionally. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, is the turnaround. That's literally what I'm doing. So, like, it's not about, like, the way that it determines where it goes is based on what index in the array that it's at. So literally turning around is going to a point that's behind it. That's it. So, like, for example, I mean, okay, one thing I want to do is actually keep better track of these things. Yeah, get next point versus get previous point. Next waypoint index. It would just be nice if I could, like, monitor this a little better. And where are we printing it? Right, so after we get it, we print the next waypoint. It would be more helpful if we printed the index not only that, let's say next index is that. Variable next direction set to that. Expect those who work with code and use high levels of logic to think through and build stuff like this. Nice, thanks. Yeah, I enjoy it a lot. Direction equals 1 divided by -1 if point ID x is at either end. Direction equals negative direction point ID x plus equals direction, then at random turn. Direction equals negative direction. I am not parsing that well in my brain. Yeah, it's okay. You're good. It's okay. You can also join the Discord, and in live text, you can use the backticks, 3 backticks, and if you put like Swift with it, like, so in the live text channel on the Discord, you can do Swift, and then say whatever code that you want. Function ready. Whatever. And then end it with 3 backticks if you want. But literally, don't worry about it. It's fine. So, I would love to say next index. Yeah, no problem. Next index. Let's do next direction. Last index. Oh, but that's scoped into there, so I'd have to move that. We gotta move all these out of here. Especially for debug, I often regret scoping things so narrowly. Okay. Last waypoint index. Next direction. Kind of be nice if these were on their own lines. Last index, next direction. Next index. Next waypoint index. And then I'm just gonna add in another new line. So it kind of isolates it a little bit. Okay, I'm very curious to know what this outputs. Header cap, last index 0, 6, 7, 6, 5. Last 6, next 7. Last 6, next 5. Last 6, next 7. Oh, the direction. Where's that? I didn't do that. It's a little hard to see because it clears it so fast. Do I work in game dev or am I solo? I mean, I work with other people sometimes, but it's like a hobby. And to me, part of the hobby is learning how to make money with your games. But it's not like I put food on the table if my game sells or not, you know. Okay, so I picked -1, then I picked 1. Then I picked -1. So it just keeps picking 1 and -1 back and forth. That's the problem. It's not actually a 50-50 coin flip. It's always picking the other one. Wild. Why? Why is it always the other one instead of debugger? I am debugging. Yeah, I mean, I see what it's doing right here. Look at what I've typed. -1, 1. The direction is always going back and forth instead of picking a different one. Yeah, okay, but I don't see how that helps. You admire it? Thanks. I just enjoy it. Got a full front and back end developer course and still have ways to go. Yeah, I'm just here because I enjoy it, you know? Yeah. You should pump the trauma dump brakes. But also, you just gotta do it. You gotta do it. You have to just break it off. You can't be afraid. You just have to do it. And look, if like having your number is nothing. It's nothing. Now, if they knew where you lived and they were potentially someone who has demonstrated physical violence and stuff, okay. But if it's just phone number messaging, just block them. It's really easy. So yeah, so the problem is just that it's actually picking the other one instead of... So I think my problem is the way that I'm randomly getting this. Which I don't think is what any of y'all were saying was the problem. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to say direction is an integer that equals random integer range -1 to 1. And then what we're going to check for is next direction equals what if I can do an if statement in here? If direction is less than 0, -1, else 1. So that kind of biases it to forward. Oh no, it did not like that. It's okay. It's fine. If direction is less than 0, next direction equals -1. Otherwise, it equals this. Which rooms are you in Discord? You've joined the channel but can't seem to find the chat for this. You have to join, and then you also have to react to the rules. So, in the rules page, come down to this one, not this one. But here, react to it, then you'll see the rest of the server. Then you can scroll down and go to live text. Right there. That's the one. Live text. Alright, if else, next direction gets set to, we could even make it a little more fair. Maybe make it -2. If it's not less than 0, next direction equals 1. Alright, then it will add that on, and let's see if this behaves better. Okay, so it was -1, then it's 1. So if it goes back and forth a little, I'm okay with that. I just don't want it to always go back and forth. Dang. It'd always be going back and forth. Every's Blender, yep. So I made this monster in Blender. And then sometimes I also use assets. Generally I make all the assets, but lately I've been trying to make more too. Dude, that is so crazy that it's always going back and forth. But I guess maybe it makes sense But it doesn't. Why is it always picking the other one? Well, actually, look here. Oh, look here. It did do it twice. Yeah, just block them. Yeah, don't worry about that. If that happens, now you have a great excuse to get a restraining order. Well done, Freckles. Yeah, we got Blender up right there. Blender. I love Blender. Alright, so this is crazy. Is it overlooked and underrated? I mean, maybe in like the industry, but I think for most of us indie devs, it's like the thing. Because it's free. And damn good. I can't believe that it's always going back and forth. It drives me nuts. I hate that. You know what I'm about to say? I'm about to say just pick random ones. You know? Like, what is that like? Like, what if we just pick random ones? Morbid curiosity here. How weird does that look? No, I don't want your code, but I'll look at it. I want to solve problems. It's fun. Like, do I seem upset? I like having the problems. It's okay. So the next patrol point will just be a random one. Sorry, it's next waypoint. That's confusing. Should probably make that more consistent for my own well-being. Okay, make that waypoint. Yeah, if I need it, I'll think about looking at it. Reminds me of that meme, I want problems, always problems. I don't know that meme. Direction equals 1 if point ID equals 0 or point ID equals point size minus 1 or random greater than 0.95. Direction equals negative direction. Why does that work? That'll make the direction not be random. Dude, what is this meme? What even is this meme? I've never even heard of it. ADHD don't like Discord. My ADHD doesn't like dealing with notifications. So like to me, it's like what I've done is tuned them out. Where I just don't care about them. Little red circles with a number in it have no effect on me. Don't care about them. That's too much effort. It's too much effort. Yeah. Okay. Well, here's what I'm gonna do. instead of all that, this returns a vector 3. We're gonna do this. Yeah, it's good. Don't worry about it. We're gonna try something a little different. This time, we're just gonna always give it random ones. Swear to God. I swear to God if it goes back and forth. Everyone with ideas on what to create? Got notes for days? It's understandable. Even when it's looking at the entire point array and it's picking a random one, it'd be bouncing back and forth? How does that make sense? I mean, it actually is going between different ones. Now, it's a pretty small array. But what I want to see is it going a little deeper. You know what? You know what I think might be part of it? Is it can't actually get inside of there. It can't go in here because there's not nav mesh down there. All right, here's what we're gonna do. You saw a -2 somewhere that didn't seem right. Yeah, maybe. I'm honestly okay with just like not even doing that idea. It doesn't really matter. But what I want now is to make sure that it actually has nav mesh at the gaps. Because otherwise I can't actually see it go those paths. So like in here, we need a nav mesh. We just do. I do think we could make this in Blender. I think that'll be totally fine. So for this, it should be on the right, on the left. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what the size is going to be, so I'm going to start with the second one, since it's much more clear what the size is. Let's add, we don't even need to add a plane. You can just come in here and connect these together. Floor nav. And then what's the size on that? Suppose we can just approximate it. 5.7. Hey, thanks, Graham. Appreciate you. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. It's nice to meet you. Maybe I'll see you next time. I see your skills. I see your skills. You got them. Oh, then the other thing I need to think about is this has to be on a different layer. Yeah, it helped. Maybe. It helped me know I needed to do something totally different. Yeah, and if I decide to go back to it, I'll take a look at that code you dropped in the live text for sure. I gotta give you a special thank. I think we already did give you a special thank. I'll give you extra special thank. Good luck with your own projects and stuff. Can we call this something else? Can we just call this shelves? And then I'm gonna separate this into its own thing. And call this floor. Now the only thing is, we'll have to update the layer that it's on, which it's not gonna, I don't see a way I can configure that here that I can tell. Unless there is some way to configure that. Would be nice. Would be very nice. If check generates a nav region child node, keep the mesh visible. Yeah, but can we do layers? Nah, I don't think we can. Hate that. I hate that. But maybe it'll be okay if I just change it. I mean, it didn't seem to mind that I just adjusted it on the fly there. Try to find that too. It would be nice. Okay, we said that was 5.7. So let's go back to row 1. And we'll just approximate it that far. Yeah, it didn't seem to, like, be a problem. Although it might get... I do worry it could get, like, overwritten. But... oh well. Oh, come on, Blender. Blender. Leave the rulers. Don't get rid of the rulers. I feel like there is a way to leave it. Whatever, we'll just make a marker here. There, it goes to there. So about there should be good. Separate it. Call this shelves nav mesh. Oops. Did I name it wrong? Nope. We'll call this... no, you did name it wrong. Wait, did I? Nope. Floor nav mesh. No. You didn't realize the jams start about how many time and less? 18 days left. 18 days. Is it obligatory to use Godot? It is not. You are free to use whatever you like, Chili. The only caveat is you have to be able to embed the game in the browser. So it has to be HTML5, WebGL compatible, whatever makes sense. So if you look at the past Game Like Jams and you go to the submissions, you can usually see pretty clearly on everyone's games, they're all embedded in here. So as long as they're embedded, but if they're not embedded, like it can't be, downloading can't be the only way we play your game. If that makes sense. Hopefully it does. Some sort of top-down dungeon crawler. Alright. So it is good to keep in mind that the jam is about making a game that evokes another game, right? So in this case, we make games that are similar to the game Granny. There's links to that game. Now you can definitely interpret it as a top-down dungeon crawler. But you know, the further away you get from the original, you know, the less likely it is to rank high if you care about that. Like, if it just motivates you to make games, that's cool. You can go for it. But part of the point of the jam is to give you what the game type is, and then you kind of put your own twist on that. But yeah, you could make it dungeon crawler-ish. You could. I see. I think that's possible. Yeah, so I do feel like this could get overwritten, but that's okay. All right, so now I have the floor on there. It looks like it connects. So now I should be able to actually walk between the shelving areas. Nice. There we go. It's a little hugging the side a little too closely. Oh, Jesus. So obviously it would see me at this point. It seems to like change its mind a little sooner than I'd particularly like it to. Hey, what you doing? Are you stuck? So that is like a problem that I've seen people have. Let me see if I think it's time to try to deal with that. It's hard to see on stream, but it's actually doing like a jitter thing. Nav, agent, Godot, jitter, stuck, that kind of stuff. Towards the target each frame. You move past the target, then the next frame move back towards the target and overshoot it again. Do some math to land directly on the target, or stop moving when you're within a certain range of the target. You had that problem too? Oh yeah, we're not doing JavaScript today. For the rest of the month, I'm doing Godot. This is usually caused by Blender. Very infrequent path updates every single frame. Pathfinding needs to find the closest position that are valid on the navigation mesh. If a new path is requested every single frame, the first path positions might end up switching constantly, causing it to dance between two positions. Don't check if they're the same. Check if they're close enough to be considered the same within your desired degree of accuracy. Always use a distance check to dampen speed at near target positions. Oh wow. Okay, this is like something to think about. Okay. So right now, every physics frame, it checks to see if the navigation is finished or not. If it is, it updates to the next nav position and reassigns it. But every single frame, physics frame, it's updating the target position, which I think might be causing the issue to some extent. Of course, if the player changes positions, it would be nice if it recalculated. But I don't know if that's the only issue, really. Like, it could also be that... Oh, it did not like that. Right, because it hasn't started yet, so it can't be finished. So for the first one, we need to set its target position, so it can go finish to somewhere. So like, what is the current target position? How did you fix it, Flip, when you had that problem? Oh, but didn't you move on from using the nav agents or something? You do use them. How'd you fix it? Does it not expose target position? Cool. Cool. Alright. Okay. Breakpoint could be fine here. Doesn't really matter. Oh, but it's still not going to expose target position. You'd have to set that somewhere. You check every frame if you reach the target, but you check if the distance to the target is less than 1. Instead of if I'm directly on the target. Well, that's what those others keep saying, but it's like kind of confusing me. Like, I guess it makes sense. So you're just never gonna actually reach the target points. You're always gonna stop a little short. Kinda hate that though. But okay. Right here. Is navigation finished in the physics process? Yeah, close enough. Hate that. But okay. So it starts at the origin. So like if navigation target position is set to vector 3, 0, this isn't gonna fix it. I already know it's not. Update next nav position. No breakpoint, please. You save that as the target position. Get next path position. No, you don't. Okay. Okay, but if we're saying... So is navigation finished doesn't even seem like worth keeping. I'd want to create my own check for that. So like if nav agent target position, hate that. All right. If nav agent target position is less than or equal to the next path position, but we gotta say by how much. Like, it's so annoying. Approximate next target equals the next path position minus offset prox target so weird that it's not like designed better. Constant, offset, prox, target. And then I guess I need that technically on every single one. I hate that. Get final position. You use that to get the target position to check against. Whoa. Oh. Interesting. Very interesting. That's what get next path does. But also I still have to say, like, when are we close to it? So I still need to know if we're a certain distance from it. Which, like, how am I even gonna do that? Yeah, the very next bit. So if I want it to do final, I don't actually want it to be final, right? I want it to be a little short of final. But like also, I don't even know how I'm gonna type that. Returns this agent's current path. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, there it was. Get final. Oh, I lost it. Returns a reachable final position of the current navigation. This position can change if the agent needs to update the navigation path, which makes the agent emit the path change signal. Okay. But I still need to tell it to stop short to some extent. I'm not really sure how to do that. Like, subtract something, but like from this, we also go on the y-axis. But if I subtract it, this is really weird. See what I'm saying? Like, I can't just say like vector 3. Right. Distance 2. Totally. I forgot about distance 2. Totally forgot about that. Alright. So if global position, distance 2, nav agent get final position is less than or equal to approximate target radius, then do all this. And I mean, I could still tell it to get the next one to move to. It's just about not letting it actually reach that final position. But I don't know. Then again, maybe I just could just do final there as well. I mean, I guess we could also do next. Wait, why do final? Just to skip the intermediary. But do I like the intermediary? I don't know. Alright, there's some things to try. I'm gonna actually try final as the only one here. And then yeah. mean, that seems like a little too far to me, but maybe it's fine. I don't know. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so approximate target. Distance, we'll say. Like, I could be wrong, but to me it just feels a little high. So I'm gonna make it 0.5. See what that feels like. Really seems like something that should be built in, but it's okay. Yeah. When you hit the point. Yeah, that makes sense. That does seem to be when things get weird. Alright, I'll try it. See how that's different. So obviously it's just, you know, it's a bug that happens sometimes, but not all the time. So we'll just have to see. I still wish it wouldn't hug so closely. Oh! That didn't work. What, tell me more about this distance too right now. Oh yeah, we should do a variable. Distance from final pause. Oh, you know, maybe like one time, just because someone told me about it, and I was like, cool, don't know when I'll ever use that. But maybe this is a good time. Okay, there it's at 11.66. Copy paste code in there, and it will spit out stuffs. Wow. Yeah, I guess I'm still not sure when I would use that. But it sounds useful. If you wanted the distance while it was breakpointed, you could copy paste it in there. Oh, interesting. I feel like that's because of the climbing, where we set the climbing to be as close as possible. I think that's potentially part of why it's hugging so closely. So maybe if we're not climbing, it shouldn't do that. Okay, so it got stuck right there for some reason. Maybe I need that 1 meter. So the distance from final position is 10. So that's definitely not less than or equal to 0.5. It's not less than or equal to 1 either. I mean, I even wonder if we don't want to say next path position, you know, instead. Yeah. Yeah, be random. It's really gonna do some random points. Yeah, I think this is better than trying to, like, come up with some weird setup. I mean, what I don't love about this, though, is that it could potentially stay in a very specific area. I could have the randomness change when it reaches a final position. Yeah. If distance final position is less than or equal to approximate target distance, it updates the next one. I'll never leave that area? I don't know, maybe. But, you might be right. But I actually want it to not update it unless it's on final. So technically this is next. It's kind of unpleasant, but setting this up, but it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Distance next position is less than or equal to the approximate target distance. Next nav position equals current target. I mean, why even update that? Like, what's even the point? I don't think that does any good. I can't even see why that's useful. Yeah, that was nothing. There was no reason to do that. There was no reason to do that. It doesn't make any sense. But it still gets stuck. So now it won't roll it again when it gets to that intermediary point. But it seems like, especially when it runs into literally near a wall, that's when it gets super confused. So this will be fine, which is weird because like the walls aren't there. You know what I think? I think it's possible that the point is outside of the nav mesh. Because remember, there's like this weird like... Oh! Oh, true. You're right. Look at all those little points next to each other. Why is it saying that? Why are you saying that? Well, I guess I do wonder if we say if distance from next position is less than or equal to approximate target distance, then do the next step. Now, that's not going to be great. I don't think you want to do that. But what we could do is update... Okay. The next nav position. What am I looking for in the inspector settings? I mean, I can check it, but what am I looking for? What do you want me to look for? If distance from next position is less than or equal to the approximate target distance, we need it to be moving toward every frame. Wait, what might be two? The top one? Oh, it's very small. Well, so that's, okay. So that's the other thing, right? The reason why it's very small is so that way when it's climbing, it actually reaches the floor. But, yeah. But it's 0.1. If it's not climbing, but then again, if it is climbing, it could also still be a problem. So that kind of sucks, because what setting this to 0.1 did is it meant that it would fully go to the ground when it's climbing down. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it still floated a bit, I think, even at that. So I do wonder if I don't... This is better, but I do wonder if I don't want to change that if it's currently climbing. So it does jitter a bit, but it moves more. Definitely good call there, Flip. Oh, this is usually a pain point. right here. This also takes it outside of the nav mesh, which I think is why this causes an issue. Because the nav mesh doesn't actually reach there, but the point is there. And so I think it just gets isolated out there, and it can't find a way back. If I were to guess. So I could try rebaking that so it gets closer to the edge. I don't know, because it happened and I never fixed it. It is because it is, man. It goes outside the worlds? What are you talking about, man? Oh, you mean the point? Yeah, the point do be behaving strangely. And I'm not sure why. 'Cause it's just right there. So I'm not exactly sure why. Oh, well, it could be the floor, actually. The approximate floor here. That could be why. So I might want to make that a little shorter. Could be part of it. Yeah. But still, I feel like it should be able to kind of figure it out. Okay, update that. So that's a little shorter. Okay, now it's shorter. Although, of course, we have that little corner there, which scares me a little bit. Like, it's another place it could get stuck. I don't know. Make sure this all has the same layers and stuff. It does. That's the wrong one, though. Check this one. It does? I hope so. Okay, great. It's already going right for that spot. But you can see now, it doesn't extend out as far. Oh, it still gets stuck! It's so weird. And it's always right there. But maybe if we adjust that same desired distance. I do have a feeling I need to change that from when we're climbing. Let's put it at default. Oh man! It's crazy. 10! That got it out of there. It seems like quite high. What are you doing? You can't do that. Yeah, it's weird. And it still kind of hangs on some of these spots. I feel like it'd be helpful to see the nav mesh, too. Oh yeah, show the paths, too. Why is target desired distance so high? I don't know. I don't remember. Genuinely don't remember. Oh, I think I said it's so high so it would chase the player. It would like adjust how quickly it chases the player. So like if the player moves, then it will respond sooner. Though I don't think lowering that helped us here. Unfortunately. I do wonder if I don't know. I'm not really sure why it sticks there. I mean, obviously it goes all the way to the end. Something that would be nice. Doesn't provide position less than approximate target distance. Yeah. We could try that. We could try that. Though I'm gonna start with print output. Okay, it's changing target. Changes target. It is hugging a little too close to the walls in general. Okay, then it gets stuck. No target change at that moment. Yeah, we could step through. That could be good. It's always on the ends where it gets stuck. Yeah, it's intermediary, and then also always... I mean, I don't know if it is intermediary, because I feel like it's both. Like, it's... Because I would guess that the final point is over here. But then again, I guess not, because it draws this whole thing. So, I guess you're right. Weird. Yeah. Weird. But it's always on those walls. I mean, it's getting close to the wall. Yeah. But I don't even know how much stepping through is really going to help me here. Especially, it's running every frame. But it could be interesting to see where that is. Yeah, I mean, I'll try it, but I think it's gonna be pretty unpleasant to go through. Okay, we're gonna do it as soon as it gets up to a known stick point. Which it hasn't hit yet, although sometimes the corners it gets hung on too. Okay, it looks like over here it's gonna hit it. Oh, it hit it over there. Dang it. I didn't see that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, we're doing the multiple linked paths. Yeah, right. You're right. It shouldn't ever even go that way. Yeah, that is really weird. Okay. Let's put a breakpoint in there. This is gonna really be unpleasant. Yeah, I can't say I'm fully sure what I want to be looking for here. Oh gosh, and it captures my friggin' camera, or my cursor every time. Oh my god, that's so annoying. It moves my cursor over to the window. Yeah, this sucks. This sucks real bad. This is not practical. F10 and 11. Okay, that's nicer. That is nicer. Still pretty slow. Oh my god. Are we unpaused? I can't even tell. What are you talking about the bits? You gotta be more specific. What are you talking about? What do you mean we? Don't tell me what I'm doing. I want to be looking at the game. But look, buddy. If you're not gonna tell me what to look for, and I'm just doing it so you can look, that's boring to me. Like, what am I looking for in here? You know? If I don't know what that is, this is a waste of my time. Okay, but what about it? What am I looking for? Alright. Stressing me out. The backseat is backseating too hard right now. It's stressing me out. So, I'm gonna have to try something else. First of all, break this off. Hold up. Oh, jeez. We know it's gonna get stuck there. But we could look while it's in that stuck point. But again, like, what am I even looking for? You know? Like, genuinely not sure what any of this is gonna tell me. So, I mean, it's going like a fractional distance. It's going like a fractional difference between the distances. Yeah, I don't know. This is boring. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so I'm gonna look up other people who've dealt with the problem. Can't have you backseating too much. It's stressing me out. Okay, if you're moving on a plane, if you don't update target position every frame. So I don't think I am, but if I am, let's try not to. It is going every frame. Yeah, I mean, I know it's okay. It's backseating. It is, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so I'm telling you, man, I gotta come up with some new rules. I don't know what it's gonna be. I have no idea, but I like that you're doing it, because it's giving me some ideas. Keep it up. Alright, ancient target position equals nav position. So if this is only going to happen when it's updating the next one, I feel like it's just not even going to work. But yeah, just nothing happens because it has no initial position, initial target. So, I mean, we could say as soon as it changed, I mean, it's supposed to, right away, it's gonna say target state updated to patrol. And whenever it goes to patrol, it's supposed to get the next waypoint. And so if it gets the next waypoint, all that does is return so it does have a target right there, but the next nav position isn't set because that's waiting until it reaches the next point. So I would also need it to update next nav position in order for that to work. Is that declared up here? It is. Well, I think if you do update next nav position, that'll do that. So let's do that. That song, oh, it just ended. Let's see. Pause it. It was Trapped by Quincas Moreira. So we'll say that when the state changes, but it does update it. And if it updates it, it'll update the current target. But that's not gonna, what updates the next nav position? Update next nav position. And is that what we call up here? It is. Well, I think that that's not doing what it says it's doing, would be my guess. It's setting the current target, but not the next nav position, because that was happening every frame before. So I guess what we could say as like a starting thing, just to get things rolling, we could just say next nav position equals current target. So it has an initial target, and then run it. Yeah, but it's not gonna run because we're not doing it every frame. So, I mean, a tween could be nice here, maybe, instead of using move toward. Okay, so it's updated the next nav position. But it's not going to be moving toward anything yet. Follow next point does run every frame. And it does constantly update the global position moving towards the next path position. With that said, that's the nav agent's next path position, which is different than... I see. That's what I actually would want to set. So, okay. I feel like we should be putting this all in one place. So come down here and run that right there. Then you don't have to do all this weird stuff. Okay. Let's see where that gets us. Alright, well it did map out the course, but it isn't moving. RGBs are still crazy. Remind on this time, apply the modifier. Alright, 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 alright. Trial and error, trial and error. Redoing can be the right choice. Sometimes. I am a little surprised that it isn't moving, considering we have a next nav position. Like, what more does it want? So I could try breakpointing this. Although, it doesn't tell me what this is in here. Unfortunately. Maybe this is where the evaluator can come into handy. Could look at, but the nav agent doesn't report that, unfortunately, which is super annoying. Alright, let me try this evaluator thing. Nice. I like that. That's a nice one. 5.904 is the next path position. Okay. Great. So it has that. So why aren't you moving toward it? That's not gated by anything. And in fact, when I put a breakpoint there, it hits. Because that shouldn't be, it's not its current position. But I'm gonna have to say, so I don't, in the evaluator, what is it basing? Like, is it relative to this open script or something else? Yeah, but it's whatever script. I mean, I don't even know. Like we're not telling it like, is this like global, like what global position? Like global position relative to what? Wherever it's paused, that is the scope. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So it does say 0, which is interesting. I was about to check what the current EtherCat position was, which I feel like would have also answered that. Why do you look so broken right now? What are you doing? Okay. What are you doing? Why are you growing outside the window? What the hell's wrong with you? What are you doing? Godot, what are you doing? What are you doing? I hate that. Okay. So yeah, that's exactly the current position. So its next target is currently being seen as the place that it's at. Okay. Don't do that. So really, it should know that it's there, right? Now we did find that we were doing the final position, things weren't great. Or when we switched from final to next, it would get stuck. But I think at least if that's done, it will move. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh my gosh, why is it being this way? Why is it glitched? I'm gonna have to restart Godot, I think. I think it's broken somehow. If nav agent has skip path position or something, what does that mean? Alright, I gotta restart Godot. It's glitching out on me. It's glitching. I don't know why. Evaluator is dangerous. I wonder if it was the evaluator tab. Anyway. It's okay. Skip path position? I mean, that would be honestly, it's irritating that, but it seems like the advice that everyone gives from searching around is to implement a distance check. So I'm not fully convinced that that actually exists. Something funny, your monster is so tall that the player can hide from it just by ducking. Doesn't matter if you're 2 feet away, in front of it, and out in the open, it can't see you. Is that what you want? That's kind of fun. That could be fun. This path desired distance. If the value is set too high, the navigation agent will skip points, which can lead to leaving the mesh. So that's the only place the word skip appears in there. As for the path desired distance, which is quite low. Too low to be stuck in a repath loop because it'll constantly overshoot the distance. I think this is too low. But then again, the problem still happens even if I lower it. So, I mean, the way that it makes that sound, that would help. Non-existent function, get, next. Well, let's keep it final for now. So it is moving, which is nice. Love that. Oh, and it immediately got stuck. Cool. Great. Awesome. But I bet if I put this low again... No, it's still stuck. My God. Interesting that that gets it moving at first. Oh no, it's moving. Okay. 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 Oh. Jesus. Jesus. Okay, let me try this for a second. I'm gonna try making this next path. Do I remember you? I think so. Welcome back. So I know it gets stuck in an area if I have it update this frequently. It's probably gonna go that way or something. Okay, yeah, you can go that way. So So I could also just have it not actually pick a random one every time. Okay. I mean, I will say this does seem to work a little better. I would just want to not have it roll a new random position every single time. So we could say in get next waypoint, do like a waypoint counter. Waypoint counter default. Maybe say every 4 points it picks a random one. Where were we? Here. So every time it gets down to there, I'm gonna murder all this. Every time it gets down to there, waypoint counter minus equals 1. If waypoint counter is less than or equal to 0, then we pick a random new waypoint for the next one. Now, the other thing to think about is I do want it to actually advance, which it's not going to do, and it's just going to stay in the same spot, right? So I still need to give it a new final position, which is not going to work well this way. But I think I have a potential idea. When to go eat, come back. It's been 9 hours, still going. A mega level X-Men mutant. I just hyper focus. I'm just a hyper focuser. I get into what I'm doing and I like to get things done. Waypoint counter less than or equal to 0. This is wacky town, but I don't care. Pick a random one and then reset waypoint counter back to the default. Okay, but also if it's not at 0, I would want to check to see if is it updating the last waypoint? I don't know. Maybe. If the next waypoint... If... waypoint array has the next waypoint, then I'd also want it to pick another random one. This is weird stuff. This is very weird stuff. Oh. You think a beginner could learn a valuable amount from watching streams here and there? I don't know. I mean, people have said that they do. It's possible, but I'm not gonna sell the stream that way. You gotta decide that for yourself, you know? Is watching someone learning and struggling through things who may be further ahead in using the tool than you, does that sound like something that could be helpful? Here's your answer. I think it depends. Maybe chat can answer that question better than I can. Okay, so it is getting stuck, which was certainly not my intention for it to get stuck. Yeah, for sure. So that's going down. Why did it restart? It's only supposed to be if it's less than or equal to 0, that it resets it. Why are you resetting it so often? So the counter is at 2. And then it is increasing it up to 3 and then decreasing it. Why are you doing that? Why? Why are you like this? Why? Why would you do that? I don't understand. Why would you go up? You never go up. Nowhere in here am I telling you to increase. Why would you do that? What? How is that happening? It doesn't even make sense. What? There's not even a plus sign in here. How does that go up? How does that go up? How is that possible? I wonder if, I don't know. I don't understand. What? Why? It's also weird that it's on there twice. Not sure I understand that. It seems like it's switching between those two. Sometimes you don't realize something was helpful until months later when you run into a specific problem and the solution just hits you from memory. Totally. Right, I saw someone else dealing with that. Totally, I like that. I wonder if, I mean, I don't see why that would make any difference. It doesn't make any sense to me, but love that, Johnny. It's so weird. But that's also like the problem I was having before, too. Dude, what? Why is it increasing? Why is it increasing? Why? Why? And why are there 2 versions of the waypoint counter? What the frig is going on? Oh my gosh. I'm so confused right now. Why are there 2 of them? Why? I created 1. I made 1. Yeah, code readings are cool, right? Nice. Glad it was helpful. That was my reaction when I first saw it, too. Oh yeah, there probably is a version of it. Dude, why? Why is there 2 of them? I do not understand at all. That does not make any sense to me. And why would subtracting it ever have anything to do with it counting up? I'm so confused. I don't get it. I feel like this was similar to like the direction problem. But okay, so there's a waypoint counter. Yes, I have the... Wait, why is it... But why is it there? But that's the default. Well, yeah, that's the default. So why does it... Okay, that's what that was. Oh, Jesus. Put an ellipsis or something. Oh my god. Alright, so that was just... the constant is what it was showing. Oh, I made it a variable. Okay, first of all, that's supposed to be a constant. But I don't think that's going to make any difference here. Ellipsis. Give me the ellipsis, Kai Guy. But even then, I don't think that's going to help much. Great. Well, at least I can rule that bizarre thing out. So waypoint counter is at 2. I swear to God, if it goes up to 3. Like, why? Why? Okay, it's at 0. Great. Excellent. Wonderful. It's at 3. It's at 2. It's at 3. Why? Why is the counter increasing? Dude, what is going on? I don't understand. I feel like I'm going crazy right now. Take the current waypoint counter and subtract it. Like, that's it. So weird. It's driving me nuts. I mean, you're not gonna have the last one to look at. I just don't get, does anybody understand why it's doing that? Because I don't. I'm saying minus equals 321032. Okay. Printing. So it seems that it's updating faster than the inspector can keep up. That's why it's doing that. Jesus. Okay, never mind. Printing was what I needed. So notice logic variables using underscores. Yeah, it's just something I'm trying to get used to. Although I'm not really using it as consistently as I'd like. But in theory, it's saying that it's a local variable. Like, this variable should stay within that script and not be called outside of it. It's just something I'm experimenting with. I know a lot of folks like to do things that way. I don't love it myself. I feel like it's just kind of annoying. But, you know, other people do it and swear by it, so I figured I would give it a try. So that's what that is. All right, so let's make the counter be way higher. Let's make it like 10. Although that's still gonna lock us into weird places, but really what I want to see is if it will now not get stuck in those places that it tends to get stuck in. That's all I really care about. You ever fall asleep so tired at your desk? Sometimes you'll be trying to work, next thing you know, falling asleep? Maybe. I don't know. Usually not. It depends. But see, look at that. It goes from 1, 0 down to 9. So it's doing that like every frame. Yeah, it's optional. Although there might be some ways that like Godot will report things differently if they have an underscore or not. Potentially. So when does that happen? The subtraction thing is supposed to happen every time it's going to get the next waypoint. So get next waypoint is called whenever we switch to the patrol state. Nice. YouTube. Indicate a private variable or method. Yeah. Yeah, private is a word that is true. Yeah. So it's only called in this one place. Whenever we update the next nav position. And that happens when we change target state, which isn't going to be happening constantly. Personal, but I think maybe some languages expect it. And then also, I think that even in Godot, it might treat things differently. So it might show you the variable or the method in a different way if you have an underscore on it. Like in the inspector or something, potentially. In autocomplete. So for example, I guess this would be one way to think about it. So if I look up the EditorCap class here in the docs, all of those underscore, everything that I've underscored doesn't appear in the list of properties. So if I were doing autocomplete, like I was trying to call something from a separate script, it wouldn't even bother telling me about the stuff that has underscores on it. It only shows you the other stuff that doesn't have an underscore. So even though Godot doesn't mind, it will matter. It does affect something. Follow next point. If distance from final position is less than or equal to the approximate target distance. So that's when it's running it multiple times. And this is in the physics process. So there's just, it's updating it constantly when it's in this window, which is not good. We do not want that. That is bad news. So I might rather... Did you mean do a thumbs up? Pierogi earlier also did the #1 finger instead of the thumbs up. Easy misclick, maybe. Or maybe you're like, no, I meant to do the #1 foam finger. So really, it shouldn't be doing this tons of times. It should do it once, and then it pivots it entirely. Mustache. Yes, true. That's true. You have typed mustache. Except it has some, like, shaves on there a little bit, like, because it's split up. Bit of an alternative stash, I guess. So I'd almost want like a flag or a state that makes sure that it's not going to come back around to this. Or the distance from final position changes, the next path position changes. I mean, ideally that would update, so it wouldn't even cause a problem. Oy, oy, oy. I find it so weird that we have to engineer this in. I find it so weird that it can't just do that. I'm gonna comment it out. Yeah, the character body. Yeah, maybe I need to switch to character body. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to go character body. Yeah. You know, I like that. So that, because that just gives me move and slide. Then I'd also have like is on floor, which would be really nice. Okay. You know, I think I'm gonna try that. Oh god, but then like what do I now have to reimagine? That's a good call, Flip. Oh, Jesus. So we wouldn't want to use move toward anymore. We would set its velocity. Alright. You know what? I'm down. I think that's the right move. I do. I think it's the right move. I'm here for it. Let's do it. That was gonna be like my fallback if this proved too irritating. And it has proved irritating. Definitely. 100% irritating. This is the way. Sounds good, Flip. Yeah, not until then. Thank you. We got Art Byronic on the server. Let's go. Show us your stuff and stuff. Can we keep the transform there? And then we just move the whole character body up, please? So, don't really care if it's exact at this stage. Just kind of good enough. Character body. It's the way. It's been there waiting for me all along. Okay. So, but then I do have to implement the character body. Which is very important. Choice of what node type. What if I'm wrong? You're very new to Godot, but you've thought about that. You just gotta be willing to change and experiment, and hopefully someone nudges you in the right direction if you're lucky. Turn off the collision. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. But then we'd lose out on the is on floor. Wait, can move and slide work if there's no collision? Doesn't move and slide need collision to work? Move and slide doesn't need that? Yeah, become a live streamer so chat helps you out. I mean, chatbots. You know, if you're stuck, just tell it not to give you code or just to give you a hint or something. Because if it just gives you the code and you copy and paste it, you don't learn anything. And you probably are going to paste something that you shouldn't. But as far as getting advice goes, It can be helpful. Sometimes misleading, but generally helpful. I didn't know that it didn't need collision. Well, I guess you get the move, but none of the slide. The sliding relies on collision. It is very strange to be. I don't even know that I understand what the point is. Godot character body 3D collision off, move and slide. This just seems so strange to me that you would do that. Does not work until something collides. Signal buddy! It's signal buddy! So then what, I, like, just so you get access to velocity? That's the only reason? Wild. Navigation's handing where it should be going, so you don't need to care about sliding off stuff. Yeah. Alright. Alright, no collision layers. Wow. And I guess we won't get to enjoy Is on Floor, but that has to be okay. Alright, so we got the character body. Now I need to do stuff with it. So before, we were using move toward, but we don't want that anymore. Instead, we want to slap on a move and slide. Now also, it's not containing everything. So I'll still have to like track it along with that. I mean, I could make it the top level. Probably is easier if I do that, honestly. Oh, it's not gonna let me do that. Because we're on the, yeah, whoops. Okay. Well, alright, so then let's do it this way. Let's create a new scene. I mean, it won't even let me do it. Re-import and choose the route. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, I could, right. Sounds very annoying. I feel like we're gonna lose all this stuff. I mean, I didn't really do much. I just added the nav agent with the settings. It's not that much. Alright, let me try it, let me try it. Let me try it. I mean, I could... So often what I do is I just create a new scene and then put it as a child there. But that works too. This might work better, even. Move, slide, and climb and just work, dang it. Okay, thanks. Yeah, pretty much. But like here? What in the world? That's crazy. Don't murder everything. Don't you murder everything. Nice. I didn't know that. I never tried to... I never even clicked on that. Special thank. Big special thank. Okay. Love it. Alright, but I will give it a collision so it stops yelling at me. But we also accept that it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's super good. I can't believe how good it is. It's fantastic. I'm still gonna size it, even though it kinda doesn't matter at this point. I just can't help it. Yeah, that's an amazing tip. What have I been doing all my life? Not that. Definitely not that. Okay. So then we don't need to set up this character body reference. It's just what it is. So put move and slide at the end, and then we do velocity stuff. And it's like, do I need to set up gravity for that too? We'll just try it. We'll just try it. So we'll say velocity. Sorry about the little hiccup. Sorry about the internet hookup. Or hiccup. The internet hiccup. If the internet became unhooked up. I'm using the wrong internet today, and I don't feel like changing it. So sometimes it'll buffer, but rarely. Okay. So I guess we're just gonna just straight up do the velocity. Just do it up. Just make it happen. How hard can it be? Literally, we could just say velocity equals velocity move toward that. But like, is that really gonna make much of a difference? Goodbye! Goodbye! That went poorly. That went very, very badly. Where was it off to? Why was it off to there? It's off to see the wizard, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I did cut out all this. Because I was sick of it. I don't even remember what this was doing before. I think this was doing the change stuff. Wow, you literally just backspaced it. You backspaced it. Oh wait, that's this. Oh no, this is something else. That was the next position thing. Gotcha. Wow. Wow. Well, we don't need to check all this changing stuff. What if we just comment this out for a second here? Again, there's just a lot of these things that I've implemented because I was having problems. And so it's like, what do I do now? I have to change it all. If distance from final position... I mean, yeah, I do want that to change the next target. And is that from final? Oh, I changed it to next. Let's do this. Yeah, ideally. I might even, I mean, honestly, I might just restart all this code. You know, just like wipe the slate clean. I'm very strongly considering that. We'll see. I don't know about this counter stuff necessarily. Oh, get final position. And there it goes. goes. Why? Where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you going there? Why are you going there? Yeah, so if you have a Blender file, zoom in. If you have a blend file and you've got the Godot Blender integration set up, you can come up here to root type and change what the root node is. So it's just right up here at the top. As soon as you open it up, double click it, enter the import menu, you can change it to any node at the top level that you want. And then you re-import it and Bob's your uncle. It's pretty slick. For models too. Love that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so why do you want to go there? Oh, I also didn't turn off the collision. I forgot about that. We should probably do that. No, I did turn off the collision. Okay. So it's not that. Hate this. Let me just comment. Let's just not even use get next waypoint for right now. Just not even gonna do that. I mean, I do need to, because it does need to do that. It just does. But could you just, for now, pick a random one for me? It's not great. Okay, that didn't matter. Why are you flying away? I guess I could also check, literally just burn this whole move towards down. Right, so nothing is telling it to move. Stays put. So it's definitely moving toward the next path position somehow. That's upsetting it. What if I just didn't move toward for a second and we literally just tell it, update this to the next one. It's a phasability. That didn't work. That worked very poorly. Oh yeah, he gone. He's super gone. Okay, hold on a second. Show me what is going on. Allegedly, its next target is 4.846, but it is going somewhere very different. Very, very different. Why you do this? Why you do this? Oh yeah. Oh, totally. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes total, absolute, utter sense. The velocity is just like... I guess I'm still not sure exactly how to make it go point to point. Genuinely no idea how to do that. Actually, genuinely, I have no clue. I guess we need to... I don't know. I don't even know. This is some math. This is some math. I might need to look at your math. I guess what we have to do is we gotta pick a direction, normalize it, and have it, the velocity going towards it. Okay, wait. Hold on. Let me get there. Let's see. Hold on. So what we'll say is, I mean, actually, we can just pull that right out of player. We just have to change it a little bit. So we do want to set a direction. And the direction can be based on oh god. I shouldn't try to do vector math. Haven't I learned? My curiosity is too strong though. I'm sure I'm making mistakes, but I'm gonna let it happen. Show me what this gives us. Morbid curiosity. Nice. Okay. It's not bad. That doesn't look useless. It might be, but it doesn't look useless. And then we update the velocity to that direction times speed, evidently. And then just normally we detect if it's close to the points. Which we've got here. See you later, Symbol. Thanks for hanging out and being here. Appreciate you. Good night, Symbol. It was a pleasure. So, you thought, have I been to stream today? You remember Turtle Dora? Yeah, Turtle Dora. Yes, Turtle Dora was a key moment, I think, in our lives. Okay, so obviously this is incorrect. We're already checking this, so that's good. And then velocity equals direction times movement delta. Which in retrospect, I probably should prepend that with an underscore. I don't see why you're putting it up here. Oh, I guess so I could track it. I don't think it needs to be up there. I just don't think it does. I feel like you can just create that here. Direction times movement delta. Let's see what this is like. Boom. Yeah, you don't have to print the direction anymore for now. But that's not going to be a vector 3 either, by the way. Oh, actually it will. Okay. I think we still might need to move toward here. This is kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, it sets it to that time speed. But that's for like the first time, right? Okay, it gets me in trouble. Understood. Okay. But also, why isn't it just cooking? Let me see. Let's look at the remote tab. For the editor cap, we don't have anything there, really. So I guess we need a breakpoint, unless I want to make it global, but I don't. So we'll do a breakpoint. Let's say a move and slide. So the velocity... Oh, it might not even tell me that because it's not a variable. I hate that. Whoa. Let's try restarting it. Give me that current velocity. Okay. Very small. Very small. Too small. Okay, now it's a lot higher. So let's kill the breakpoint and continue. Oh! What? It's still going into the wall. Zang. Well, that didn't work whatsoever. In any way. Yeah, obviously, Flip. Of course. Alright, we're gonna look for something online. I know you have an answer for me, but I'd still rather use resources that don't rely on you guys if possible. Although, I do wonder if the documentation doesn't have it. Now that I think about it. Character body. 2D. Oh, no 3D for me here? What? I reject your reality and substitute my own? What are you talking about? Who said that? Okay. No, oh, there we go. 3D. Did I say that? Is that what I said? I reject their reality and substitute my own? I don't think so. Maybe. I mean, I'm substituting... I'm finding help from elsewhere, is all. Like, I know Flip has the answer, but what I want is to not necessarily rely on chat for the answers. I don't think it was the chat delay, man. Alright, so Godot's already given it to me, so that's what we're gonna use. It's resources that are out there, easily accessible, official. Love this. Set a movement speed. Identify the nav agent. We have a signal for velocity computed. Set the movement target, which we can call as needed. Do not query when the map has never synchronized. Oh, is that more for avoidance stuff? Oh, so it is. Yeah, currently not using avoidance either. Gotcha. But that is what's employing move and slide too. Which is interesting. Global position, direction 2, next path position, times movement speed. Nice. If navigation server get iteration ID is set to 0, return. If it's finished, return. Okay. If we have set the movement target, I presume this will continue. Next path position. Navigation agent get next path position. New velocity. Okay. Seems pretty simple, actually. And really, this is just what I need. Now, it does have this, like, safe velocity thing, which is kind of wild. Set velocity, new velocity. Okay. Alright, I like this. This is good. I'm okay with this. We don't actually want a movement delta here. Yeah, I figured. Okay. So none of this, none of that. And in fact, I don't want any of this either, except over here. We need this speed. We're not using avoidance. Certainly sounds nice, doesn't it? Computing velocity and a safe velocity. Sounds lovely. But I will skip it. Let's see where that gets us. Hopefully we at least don't fly away. Okay, wow. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. Good call. Right, so it's only doing it here when it's safe velocity time. Got it. So I probably don't even need this. Would be my guess. Since that's probably for the nav agent. Whoa. You can't see it, but it is flying back and forth between two positions. The frame rate that it captures it isn't fast enough. So it just looks stationary to you. Okay. Nice. Hey, it's moving. Hey, it's moving again. Movement. Nice. And it got stuck. Okay, that might be by design to some extent on accident. It was moving till it wasn't. So I'm curious. Editor cap, no. Nav map found. It might be hitting this, would be my guess. Yeah. Why would I want that? I can't imagine why I'd want that. Please don't do that. Okay. It's going back. It's still calculating a weird path, but it's not getting stuck anymore. Let's go. Character body. That was the way. Nice. Obviously, it's still doing a very strange path. Yay, instead of... Like, why is it going next to that? I don't know. But it's not getting stuck, which is the most important thing. Still very odd that it calculates that those specific spots. Now here it cut across there just fine. It didn't have to do a weird, but there, I mean, I guess it does make sense. Oh, wait, it got stuck. Oh, hold on. It got stuck. It got stuck. We're not out of this yet. So why is it stuck? I mean, first of all, I really wish it wasn't hugging so tightly on there. Yeah. I know. I don't think we're using that waypoint counter at all to do anything. It would be helpful to know what happens. Yeah, maybe move it away. So it did try changing the target a few times, in fact, which it didn't even bother doing until it hit that point. So it was within that range. I mean, it definitely has something to do with this approximate target distance setup. I mean, really, it didn't even need to do this. Did it? Like, I guess no, it did. It did do this a few times. No, this was fine. This was okay. But I don't know if that just has to do with it hugging around here. I feel like it's not because of that. I suspect it's something else. So it would be good to see these values a little more clearly. So could we even say, remind me what this does? Yeah, so let's actually put that up there. Changing target, and wherever it's gonna go, we're gonna say print new target is next nav position, which isn't gonna be set yet. Which we can already track somewhere else too anyway. But it would also be nice to see like the history. Oh, it got stuck right away. No nav map found. Okay. The desired amount still up at 0.25. I mean, the desired amount, I mean, it is at 0.25, but like we can experiment with that. I'm thinking if none is found, you need to like give it 1. Would be great. Okay. So yeah, let's let it get stuck again and then check that. And so the getting stuck thing is not always happening. It's a sometimes thing. Okay, it got stuck. Oh, it got stuck at one of the old positions that it used to get stuck at. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be helping. So what's the history of it? Oh god, all the player stuff made it a little confusing. Let's just filter out editor cap. Agent radius in the nav mesh. Well, that's all for baking stuff. So that would just change how it bakes if it's on the nav mesh. Pretty sure, right? All of this, that's just for baking. I'm pretty sure. Basically certain. When you multiply by delta, am I not? Yeah, me too. But the doc said not to, so I didn't. I'm not fully sure why we're not multiplying by delta here. It does seem weird. Like, I feel like you should. I kind of feel like you should. Oh, right, move and slide has delta. There you go. Now you can see that this is a very short z distance, 12.68 to 12.53. It's quite a small difference. I do wonder about the approx target distance thing. Like currently that's set to 0.5. Morbid curiosity, make that one no different. Nothing. Set that to 1. Still stuck. No difference. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Was gonna comment this whole section out. So if you say it too, let's try it. But if we do that, it'll never change position, and it won't even get started. It gets stuck immediately. Instant stuck. Whereas if we comment it in, I assume, I mean now it's stuck right there. Wait, why are you stuck? Why are you stuck right away? Who told you you could do that? Why is this so confusing? I don't get it. I don't understand. We could still do final position. We could try that again. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't just cut through walls, man. You can't just do that. Who do you think you are? Right, but I would, oh right, because it's not basing that, it's not basing that on the, the nav mesh anymore. Well, I gotta say, that didn't help much at all. I'll take a look at what you've shared. But I think we kind of already have this much anyway. Where's the big Mondo script you were talking about? Next location, get next path, new velocity, next location minus global position. But I feel like this will just get it moving. But it's not gonna necessarily help it with the stuck points. The stuck points are driving me nuts. Yeah. Stuck points are driving me nuts. Delta data locking into personal neuronal network. Data rejected. Actual practice makes perfect. Yeah. Totally. Same. Yeah. Delta data locking into personal neuronal network. Kaigai's code showing. Dude, I have no idea where to go from here, honestly. This is your patrolling stuff. If global position, I mean, this is exactly what I'm interested in, actually. If global position distance to greater than 1. Whoa. greater than 1. Wait a minute. Why am I doing less than? Why would I do that? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that's... Wait, why are you doing greater than 1? Oh. Okay. I see. It's kind of crazy that it works even though it's changing way too often. Oh, now we're just good to go. Okay. You're gonna get stuck. I know you're gonna get stuck. Stuck. Okay. This is hard. This is mad confusing. Next location equals navigation agent 3D get next path position. If the next location cross global position is 0. What the hell is that? Cross product? This is so confusing to me. If the next location isn't quite that, it looks at the next one. Yeah, I see. Alright, cool. I don't feel like I have any idea what to do next. I don't enjoy this nav agent business. It's confusing to me. I mean, I enjoy the problem solving, but I'm not a fan of the mysteriousness of some of its behavior. I find it a bit odd. I guess I'd rather put this in here, huh? I don't think that's gonna make any difference, changing that. Yeah, I'm not sure any of these settings are actually gonna make a difference here, truth be told. Insert coin to keep it moving. Does it want my money? Is that what it wants? All this time. That was it. Yeah, I don't know that if there is a code issue, I don't know what it is. I mean, I will say I'm not sure that this approximate distance thing is working. So if I say print ettercap approx distance from like how often is that happening? Nice. I mean, I'm not seeing the approximate distance thing even happening. Oh, there you go. 0.5 from 0.417. Less than 0.5. but it's only happening a couple times. But that's the final position that it's checking that for. But we wouldn't want that every single thing. I mean, this isn't happening only at the end of the red line. The stuckness. The stuckness is happening in the middle, which I'm sure you're just saying something else because I know you know that. But I obviously don't want it to like change its position if it's less than. But like maybe updating it going to the next position should only happen. Because I do remember a lot of people saying, yeah, the middle ones aren't. Saying that you shouldn't go to the next path position every frame. Or maybe even update the next path position every frame. So, I mean, I don't know, but just morbid curiosity. Like, what if I only update this? Morbid curiosity, okay. If it's in that approximate situation. But let's also say yeah, I'll check it out. Edit cap distance from final distance that from that final position. And in this case, from next. Oh, immediately stuck. Weird. Are you not updating it or anything? Oh, because it's not actually getting the next position, I guess. Whoa. Weird. And what if I swap that around? I think it's gonna be... It's basically the same thing at that point. Right? Wait, do move toward? Is that from the video? To actually make it move toward? Where's 0.25 coming from? Wait, but we have to move toward on something. Oh yeah, velocity dot. Why would this make a difference? A positive difference. Still going to the wrong spot. But I think that's because you aren't updating this anymore. Although I feel like it's ill-advised to update it that often. And could be part of the issues. But this actually helps with it getting unstuck. Oh, it is still stuck. But look, Now it's stuck more smoothly. He's trying. Was that the big takeaway from the video? It was just that? Point. Yeah, I think it's the nav mesh. I do. It still seems weird that that would be the issue. So I'm trying to like patch in this piece. Oh, yeah, maybe. But patching in that piece is not going super well. I could also try to use the navigation link. Maybe I need to go navigation link. Did give hope. Recalculate the nav path there? I don't know what you mean. But I'm thinking, perhaps, instead of doing this floor thing, turn that off for now. And actually, let's just go to Blender. Well, maybe I'll just do this for now. Turn that off. And I don't know if this is actually gonna work, because I'm putting it like out here instead of kind of where it belongs. But morbid curiosity. If we wedge these in, what will that be like? Yeah, the nav links basically force it to go into this exact spot when it hits that, and it worked fine when I put it in the main scene, but I need to be able to put it in here in order for it to work, so I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna go. But I'm curious, so we're gonna see. Okay. Wait, where'd it go? Didn't I put it in there? I guess not. Okay. Try that again. Okay, so there you can see faintly that it's there. But will it actually link anything? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, it looks pretty good. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nice, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah, nav links. This is the way. Now, I still think there's some weirdnesses that'll happen when we're going from the top to the bottom, but I bet I can do a nav link for that too. Oh, nav links were the answer all along. Wait, why are there two? I don't know. Maybe I put two there on accident. This is the solution. And if you look, it's barely recalculating. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, frig yeah, dude. Okay. I'm not sure why two show up there. But whatever. We're gonna not worry about that. Look, there's two. Wait, why is there two? Why are you like this? I mean, I kind of don't care, but also I kind of care. Did you put it in? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, don't put it there. My bad. We already had it. Oh god, that's confusing. Can we close these so I don't get confused? Thank you. Okay, great. This is fine. Beautiful. Oh my gosh, guys, this is fixed. I think it was me trying to add the little like extra like gap for it to navigate over. Yeah, that one was just what contains the nav mesh on it. Zone and stock those shelves while you're at it. It's literally a warehouse employee. Who turned into a spider. Yeah, I figured. A smooth bug now. I am not sure why it doesn't ever come over here. As you can see, the path points to this little blue stripe that I'm following. It should be willing to hit different points there. Oh yeah, the that move toward you gave me is smoother. Oh no, it got stuck again. Okay. All right. Why are you stuck? Stop this. Oh dear. Well, we fixed one problem, but there's still another one, evidently. Cool. It is nicer. It is, and it's. You're right. I agree. It's strangely helpful too. Let's try adjusting this. Maybe make that bigger. Maybe make that smaller. Nothing. Could reset that. Nope. Wounded on the job. It's gotta put in for workers' comp. Yeah. Approximate distance check needed now. Yeah. It did happen at the end. So there is still that. If the distance from final position is less than... So distance 0.5 from 0.4 final position. And then it changed the target. So, and that's when it got stuck. So it detected that it was near the final position. Now I feel like... I don't even know. I'm not even sure why that would cause the stuckness. Like I could increase that. I don't think that's gonna fix now. Even if I adjust this. Because it has made up its mind at this point. So I'm not even really sure like how I'd want to change that to make it be more good. The distance from final position is less than the approximate target distance. It lets us know what that was, and then it's supposed to roll a new navigation position. All it does is pick a random point and then return that. Now it picked a pretty similar one. Well, actually it's not, it's totally different. No idea why it's doing what it's doing. What a buzzkill. and not really sure even how I want to debug that. It does seem to be going between a 0.5 range, at least on the z-axis. It's saying its new target is -13. But that doesn't necessarily look correct on the z-axis. I mean, the desired number? What does that mean? The desired number, like the target that it's going to? Or the approximate? Because yeah, I guess we could change the next position. Oh, yeah, I did try that. I mean, I think I tried it up a little bit. I tried to bump it up just a little bit, and it didn't unstick it. But I could push it up, try more. But I put it pretty high up. I mean, I put it at 1. I guess that's as high as up as I went, the default. But make it 10. Make it 1,000, 10,000. Nothing. Yeah, it's weird, right? And it's kind of a harder thing to reproduce. Let's, it's like I'm not even sure how to debug it. Truth be told. I could bump this up. And I'm gonna increase its speed considerably. Just so I can hurry up and get it stuck. What? Okay, velocity. Right, we can't just... Oh! It'll overshoot it if we increase the velocity too much. Excuse me. Jesus. Is that new thing? Isn't that what that did? I hate that. Why would I like that? I don't know if that actually is it. Why are we saying 0.25 as the delta also? Like, that seems... Why not just put in delta? Why make it 0.25? I guess because delta doesn't have to be delta. Well, anyway. Curiosity, put that in there like that. It's already dead. Okay, so this at least... I mean, the speed definitely causes a bit of an issue, doesn't it? It's weird, when I pause and unpause, it moves a bit. Yeah. Difference between the original and the new value. That makes sense. Well, I think it's still upsetting it to make it that fast. Damn, this is so fiddly. I hate how fiddly this is. Oh, immediately stuck. I mean, what if I make that approximate distance quite small? I mean, maybe I just don't even do that either. Like, I feel like that's the heart of the issue, even. That approximate distance was just too... Look at that, it's still stuck. Like, what if we just don't do that? And instead, like, maybe it's a mistake, right? I hear that it's a mistake. If nav agent is yeah, anything's worth trying. The Red Bull Delta value? Yes. It gave it wings. Oh. Yeah. So I think that is getting it stuck. My implementation of the approximate value thing. It doesn't like that. If I give no... Now, this time I did target reached instead of final or something else. But it does give it sort of a nice randomness, too. It looks a little silly when it goes back and forth, but hey, this looks good. We can put the smoothness back on, but first I'm going to keep it off so we can do it super fast. This is nice. Wait, this is good. That was what was holding me back all along, apparently. This is like exactly the behavior that I want it to have. Just like a slightly unpredictable movement between certain points. You know, obviously it's going to be a little ridiculous sometimes, but wow. So that was it. It was this. Somehow. And this time we're doing target reached. If the agent reached the target. And I did that instead of is navigation finished. We could also try that though. Though I feel like, I mean, it looks the same. Doesn't look that different. I'm sure they're different, but no stuck. Very ziggy zaggy. Hey, I'll take functionality any day. Give it to me. Forget that. But let's indeed say, I kind of like the target reached. I mean, is there really a difference? Gscript, nav agent, succinct difference between is target reached and is navigation finished. Is target reached checks if the agent is close enough to the user-defined target position based on target desired distance. Oh, so that will actually stop it short a little bit. May return true even if the full path isn't completed. Checks if the agent has reached the final point of the computed navigation path. So yeah, we didn't need to set a manual approximate. That's what this does. Simple matter for it to rotate along the path. Oh yeah, I haven't added in any rotation stuff because, I mean, to me that's just like a whole other extra thing. And I'd rather get the... You see, you can learn things by being here. Yeah, I mean, it's just consider it programmer animation, if you will, where I'm just like not bothering with that yet because I really just want to focus on the actual movement positions, and then once that's good, then start focusing on the rotation. So yeah, so I might actually want to do target reached So that way it still kind of does that, like, approximation based on the target distance, which I think is not very high right now. I do kind of want it to be 0.1 ideally, because, again, that just looks better vertically, although we can always change it if need be, but it's not getting stuck. Alright, this is good. So now that that works, make a commit immediately. Is there anything I need to clean up some things here, because we've got a lot of leftover crap that I don't care about anymore. We're not using any of all this. Yeah. No, it's okay. No, yeah, for sure. I mean, I do want to do that at some point. Yeah, absolutely. %. I mean, can we just do this? Okay, what else extra do we have? Technically, I'm not even using any of this, so throw it in the trash. Sure, whatever. Throw that away. Next path position equals nav agent. Get next path position. That's fine. Okay, any other extra things left in there that we don't need? Last waypoint. Don't care about that. Counter, throw it away. And delta is never used in here, so we won't pass it in. Okay. Good. Good to clean up the warnings. Not even in physics process. Alright. Commit it. And then, now I'm going to try to add in the climbing, which is only supposed to happen if the player is being pursued. So, enter cap, patrols, real good now, for real. It couldn't be better about that. Oh well. It's okay. That's a big commit. Okay. Now, we want to say that if it sees the player, it should chase the player. So instead of passing, when it sees the player, it's going to change the state to chase sight. I just want it's like this, like for real this time. Not like last time, where I probably said the same thing, but I didn't say for real. That's how you know I really mean it. Yeah, for real, finalize for real. Exactly. This is the one, final underscore final. Okay. So when it goes to chase sight, it'll start to allow shelves to be a part of the calculation. And then the current target becomes the player position. Let's just see what this is like. So it's not going to be terribly obvious. Well, we can tell from the... there's no way to break the monster's sight. So I do need... it's too fast. I do need some way to break its vision from the player. So I probably just would be benefiting if I had like a debug key, just for now, to swap between them. So I think I'll do that. Debug. I mean, ideally it would be a toggle. Patrol versus chase. That's what I'm calling it. And let's make it the P. No, P is pause. C is crouch. I don't know, number 1. Okay, I don't think I even have like a debug script right now. So I guess now is the time to make one. Debug manager. Give it a script. Debug manager. I don't really need to do all this stuff yet, so I won't. But what I do want to say is an input function I am just gonna borrow this from elsewhere. Yeah, I don't think we need event. Yeah, we're never gonna bother with event. Don't care. But I do want to make sure that the debug manager doesn't do anything. Debug mangler. I'd like it to be kind of neutralized if we're not. So OS, if OS is debug build, then any of this matters. If it is debug build, and if input is action just pressed, debug patrol v chase, I would want to toggle those. So, well, variable patrol versus chase. Well, let's say, well, it's a little confusing if I make that a boolean. It's like, which one's which? I don't know. Let's say is patrolling. We'll say it's true by default. And when you press that, well, I mean, really what you'd want to do, I mean, that's fine. Well, okay. It's a little weird, but it's fine. Is patrolling equals the opposite of whatever it currently is. And then we can say, if it is patrolling on the player, oh no, on the editor cap, we want to change target state to patrol or to chase site. And then I'm not gonna have it look for the player just yet. The level's kind of small and it just feels like not the right time. So it's gonna, by default, patrol. If I press that key, now it's chasing me. If I press it again, it's patrolling. Okay, so now when it's patrolling, it's supposed to ignore the shelves. As you can see, it is. However, if it's coming after the player, it should then go after the shelves, or go up on the shelves. Ooh. Okay, it's still weird, right? It goes like all the way to the end and then starts climbing up. I suspect that's quite similar to the problem we were having before. So I might actually want to add in navigation links. You know, it just might be simpler. Instead of having this ground situation where it's connecting, this linking going on. Even though I don't love it, I just think it's going to make everything a lot easier. I feel like the linking is just it's a little iffy. It's on the iffy side. So we're gonna say no edge connections. So that should mean that's on the second one. That should mean that it's not gonna have purple anymore. No more purple lines. That's what we're gonna go ahead and want. Same thing over here, no edge connections, and we'll add them in. Guard 1, I always patrol and tell the truth. Guard 2, I always chase and lie. Guard 1, Guard 2 is chasing me. Wait. Guard 2 is chasing me? It always tells the truth. Well, so we could believe Guard 1 in that case. I may have heard that like once. Okay, but I do have to be careful and make sure it doesn't actually use... Oh, we can put layers on it. Freak yeah. Okay, so this is going to be link floors. Hell freaking yes, dude. Do the same over here. Oh, I did put that in the wrong spot. Alright, pull that out. Pop that in. Call this link floors. And then for the other links, even though it's kind of annoying, because then I gotta do it like on both sides. This is pretty annoying. I might have told it wrong. It's okay. Maybe we should just go straight vertical like this. Put a video of your guy moving around. Nice. You're like monster. Okay, let's do it like this. This seems like more appropriate. I am gamer. I'm almost done though. It's about that time. Now the thing I'm most unsure about is, do I want it on both sides of the shelf or not? I don't know. Because then it's overlapping too. But if I do it at an angle, yeah, maybe guard 2's the liar. If I put it at an angle, then it's gonna float down. But maybe that's okay if it does a little bit. Just a little bit. Not as much as it was before. And we can make the height really small. So maybe a bit like that. So it's a little annoying. Link, shelf. What's the front and back? That's front. Okay, whatever. We're gonna call this back. I don't care. Link, shelf, back. We gotta also. So this is why I didn't want to do this. It's a little freaking tedious. So like shelf 1, 2, 3. Shelf 3, back. And why I really wanted it to just work with the navigation links. Very much. Whatever. It'll just have to be good enough. Yeah, oh, for you? I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, we'll call this front. Then, would love to put these in some nodes. There's no shelf 4, but there is a shelf 5. Shelf 1, 2, 3, 4 would be there, but it's not there. Good night, gamer! Thanks for stopping in. Oh, it's not centered? Hate that. Hate that. I despise it with all my heart. Put the X's at 0. Nope, the Z's at 0. And then move the node into position. There you go. Then duplicate this. Call it shelf 5. And scoot it over here. Yeah, I don't think you need to number these. You can just say front and back. Since you're putting these in a nice little node. Little node folder. Come back over here, do number 1. And 2. Okay. Why don't you just make one shelf and duplicate that around? Ooh, that's a good idea. So actually it is one shelf that's duplicated around. That's a good idea. It already has that. But I didn't think to use it for this. Love that. Good call. Should be fine. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I think it should still work. And to be fair, it was a little easier to line up putting it in the other place. But now that we already have that, hell yeah, that was a good call. That was a very good call. Flip. Okay. Special thank. Probably owe you a couple special thank at this point. Alright. Oh, but I also need to make sure that they're on layer 2. Very important. Okay, let's see if this is improved much. Okay, so it's patrolling. Let's force it to chase. I think I pressed that key. I guess I didn't. Okay, press it gooder. There we go. Pressed it. Ooh. So it doesn't seem to actually be including the shelves. I may have misconfigured those. Well, luckily, we only have it in one place now. Pretty much. So maybe I did want to like rotate this or something. I don't know. but these definitely worked at one point. I'm pretty sure. Just not this current point. Spin that around, move it on the other side. And hope that that's better. Okay, let's get it to chase. Nice. Oh. So that was better. It did actually create a path going up, but it got stuck. Let's put it back on the patrol. Let's try again. So I think I might have it potentially a little too deep. Hopefully. See if that helps it. So a bit of trial and error needed here. Oh, so now it doesn't seem to even... Oh, there it goes. Oh. Interesting. I wonder why it gets stuck there now. Oh, there it goes. When I moved over here. It seems like when it's going up and down the same side, that's when it gets stuck. So if it calculates it... Oh. It could also be the distance between those two is not enough. No, not that I don't think it is. Because I didn't use like a default script or anything. Let's just make this a little higher. Wait, what do we do this at? Negative... I don't know, I gotta copy it. Can't think. Copy. Paste. So a little bit higher up. You know, maybe they're just not far enough apart. Alright guys, well this is about as much as I can get done tonight. This is about as much as I can do tonight. Let's see if that's better. No, it's not. No, it isn't. I mean, we could just go like a lot higher. Like way, way, way up. Like we could even just define the entire... Well, maybe don't go that high. Could put that lower. You know, I think maybe just some experimentation with that. Maybe they need to be further apart. But really, that's about as much as I can do tonight. That's about it. I don't think I can do more tonight. I don't think I can. A lot of bug today, but I mean, this was definitely progress, right? Like, it's moving, it navigates around. We have different states for it chasing versus it patrolling. Oh, it still gets stuck. So I guess I just gotta tweak the patrol or the chase a little bit. I mean, we did all that tweaking to get the patrolling right. Take a look at your little guy. I actually just like don't have time. Like I gotta stop like ASAP. Okay, let's see your guy. Let's see your guy. Thank you y'all for being here, for hanging out. If you're on YouTube, do press the like button. Whoa, your guy looks awesome. You got the animations and everything. I love that. Yes, animations. Yo, it looks good. It looks good. Nice work, Flip. All right, y'all. I gotta get out of here. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Helps a lot. If you're on Twitch, hang tight. We'll do a raid. Yo, your guy's looking awesome. Really nice. So yeah, so I did the best I could. I got some path following. The patrolling actually works. It's not turning around and stuff, but that's okay. The chasing in theory works. So it's interesting because look, it's even getting stuck over here. So I think the problem is not even necessarily the we'll see. I'll have to work on the patrolling. But it's nice. Thank you guys for hanging out and seeing the progress. Struggled through it the best I could. The best I could. I'll be back on Monday for the members and Twitch subs, and then Tuesday I'll be back doing this right here, same thing. Devin on the game. Hope I see you guys there. Keep letting me know what your granny likes are turning out like. Look forward to checking those out. And yeah, it moves around. It moves around. It's not doing the climbing right, but you know, I'm forcing a brand new system onto it out of nowhere, so it's just gonna require some tweaking. But at least we have like the general bones of it. General bones. So I'm satisfied about that. What happens if you switch? So look at that! It comes down with no problem. Okay, so I think the problem is the fact that we're updating the player position constantly. Because it came down with no issue whenever we switch back to patrol. So it goes up. Let's see if it gets stuck on the way down. It says these weird paths for some reason. Okay, so now it's stuck. Okay, now I'm gonna switch to patrol mode. So it's probably that the player, it's constantly receiving a new player position, and that's confusing it. So I think we need to adjust that a little bit. And once that's changed, it might be all right. Love that. Yeah, I mean, if I do it right, I might not even need nav mesh on the shells. You know, if we only give it the like link ladders, that might be enough. So that's what I'll work on Tuesday. Hopefully by Tuesday I'll have like more animations, like walking and climbing. You can get it facing the right direction, and hopefully like actually making the player dead at the end. All right, y'all. Take care. Good night, YouTube. Appreciate y'all. I'll see you when I see you. I will. I'll see you when I